in welcoming our distinguished delegates, subject expert speakers, senior government officials, guests from overseas, and friends from press and media to the third edition of Space Policy Conference 2026, defining India's place in the global space economy. Today's conference has come at a pivotal moment as India's satellite communications sector transitions from policy vision to large scale commercial deployment. Building on the momentum of Indian Space Policy 2025 and recent regulatory and market developments, we welcome the senior policymakers, regulators, global satellite operators, and industry leaders to deliberate on spectrum frameworks, licensing, satellite terrestrial convergence, and emerging technologies such as D2D. Today's conference aims to foster dialogue, enable investment clarity, and position India as a leading hub in the rapidly evolving global space and SATCOM ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let me have a privilege of inviting on stage the President of IAFI, Mr. Bharat Bhatia. Welcome you, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I request him to do the honors of welcoming on stage our honorable chief guest. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Chairman, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. We welcome you, sir. We are truly honored with your presence today. Ladies and gentlemen, with a roar of applauses, please welcome Shri Lahoti ji. We welcome our guests of honor, one after the other. Please join me in welcoming Shri Mani Sinha ji, Member Finance, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. We welcome you, sir. Please join your hands together and welcome on stage Shri Dev Kumar Chakrabarti, Member Services, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. We welcome with great honor Ms. Isabelle Moro, Director General, GSOA. Welcome, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please welcome on stage Shri N.K. Bhola ji, Wireless Advisor, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. We welcome you, sir. With a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Thomas S. Hastings, Associate Chief, FCC Space Bureau. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Christian Gomez, Vice President, Government and Regulatory, Asia Pacific, Viasat. Welcome, sir. We welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Chris Hofer, Head International Spectrum Management and Strategy, Amazon Leo. We welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Secretary General of IAFI, Shri Satyen Gupta ji. Welcome, sir. I would once again like to take the opportunity and express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed guests for taking the time out to be with us today and gracing this conference with their presence. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a tradition in India that we begin every auspicious ceremony by invoking the gods and goddesses by lighting the ceremonial lamp. I would now request our distinguished delegates on the dais to kindly do the honors of lighting the ceremonial lamp and formally inaugurate IFI and Forum Global 3rd Space Policy Conference 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the ceremonial inauguration of ISPC 2026. And for the benefit of all our international delegates, it is said that the diya, when lit, emits light and derives energy. It is this very life source that sustains us, and each wick being lit and passed from one to another symbolizes the sharing of knowledge, and each wick being lit today is a prayer for global peace and solidarity.
शिशु है अज्ञानी माता इन चरणों का प्यार दे.
We thank all our dignitaries for doing the honors of inaugurating this very significant event. Thank you very, very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would invite Mr. Bharat Bhatia, President IFI, to kindly begin the proceedings of this inaugural session by delivering his welcome address. He also chairs the 6G General Group in ITU-APT 5D, responsible for global 6G standards. Mr. Bhatia is a globally recognized telecom leader with over 50 years of expertise in spectrum management and ICT policy. A 1974 IRRS officer, he was also the driver for India's national frequency plans in DOT. He was a driving force behind India's telecom liberalization, facilitating India's first GSM services. Welcome, Mr. Bhatia, on the dais. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, and thanks for coming. Respected Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Chairman, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Shri Manish Sinha ji, Member Finance, Department of Telecommunications. Shri Dev Kumar Chakravarti ji, Member Services, Department of Telecommunications. Madam Isabel Mauro, Director General GISOVA. Shri N.K. Bhola ji, Wireless Advisor to the Government of India, Department of Telecommunications. Mr. Thomas Hastings, Associate Chief, FCC Space Bureau, USA. Mr. Christian Gomez, Vice President, Government and Regulatory, Asia Pacific, Viasat. Mr. Christopher, Head, International Spectrum Management and Strategy, Amazon Leo. And my friend, Shri Satyen Gupta, the so-called NGN Guru. Before we begin today, I invite you to witness a defining moment in India's space journey, marking the success of space policy of the Government of India. Just days ago, the first privately designed, developed, and produced rocket was successfully launched, and it placed 2 satellites in a low Earth orbit. Let's see it.
3, 2, 1, 0.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
Normal.
And we have great views coming from the
Plus 10
tracking
seconds.
cameras. And isn't this quite something?
विक्रम 1 ने अपनी उड़ान भरी,
Ticket tracking.
प्रथम चरण का प्रज्वलन प्रारंभ हो
Event
चुका है।
track.
विक्रम 1 ने प्रक्षेपण पथ को लांग कर आकाश को भेदने का निर्णय।
Thank you. This shows the success of a space policy that was launched, and we're going to talk about it today and tomorrow. This is our 3rd space policy conference, and I'm very proud to say that with the cooperation of everybody, we have very successfully been able to share with the rest of the world what India is doing in terms of the space policy and space reforms. We have today a large number of startups, large number of players, both in the government and private sector, who have successfully started building satellites, launching satellites, managing satellites, and preparing for the future. I would like to specifically welcome and recognize Dr. P.K. Jain there, part of the InSpace team. And he has been, I think, one of the very major driving force in this journey of space policy. ITU-APT Foundation of India has been very actively involved in placing India in the world map, in working with the ITU, in working with the APT. For the last 23 years, we have successfully produced over 500 contributions that we have submitted to various groups and committees in ITU and APT. And I'm very proud to say that today IAFI is recognized as a force in ITU and in APT and around global fora in many, many events and meetings. We're just back from a special 4A 4C meeting where we deliberated on the WRC agenda items. And I'm happy to say that certain agenda items we have taken a big lead, particularly agenda item 1.5 and also 1.13. And I think with all cooperation, IFI will continue to work in putting India on the world map of telecom policy, standardization, and spectrum. So I will not take much time. I just wanted to share with you. We have shared a brochure here. I think everybody should have got it. That brochure provides an overall view of what IFI is doing and what it intends to continue to do. We will work very closely with all our members, partners, stakeholders, and the government, particularly the Department of Telecommunication and the TRAI and the WPC wing, all of them represented here. And thank you for all your support. And we will continue working today and tomorrow. Basically, we will look at the space policy, we'll look at the spectrum policy, we'll look at the WRC 27, we will look at the D2D, and we will also look at the space sustainability issues. So we have a very packed, full of agenda. And not to forget, we have a special session on security issues, because I think space has a lot of security issues. I'm very happy to recognize Mr. N.K. Goyal here, who leads our CSAI, the Cybersecurity Association of India. And he will conduct a special session after our closing today to provide a briefing on what is happening on the security session issues for the satellite infrastructure. So with that, thank you very much. And hopefully you have a great 2 days of conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatia, for your warm words of wisdom and setting the right tone to this conference. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite our guest of honor, Mr. Chris Hofer, Head, International Spectrum Management and Strategy, Amazon Leo, to kindly join us on the podium to deliver his speech. Mr. Chris Hofer from Amazon Leo, he's joined Amazon Leo in 2020, leading Amazon's ITU initiatives for WRC 27 and satellite radio frequency coordination. He previously served as Director of Regulatory Affairs at Viasat and chaired ITU-R Study Group 4 for 2 terms. He acted as the lead representative for WRC activities for the Chief Information Officer within the U.S. Office of Secretary of Defense and chaired the Space Systems Subcommittee under the NTIA. He holds a master's in telecommunications from the University of Colorado, Boulder, and a bachelor's in electronic engineering from New Mexico State University. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Chris Hofer. Sir.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I want to thank the IUFU and the Global Forum for the invitation. This is my first visit to Delhi. It's a pleasure to be here for the first time. I've had the pleasure almost 20 years ago of visiting Bangalore a few times as India was hosting a Working Party 4A meeting long time ago, so some of you may recall that. And then back when I was with the US government, I was the head of delegation for the Resolution 609, in which Israel was hosting in Bangalore as well. So been here a few times, but it's great to be in Delhi. I'm going to keep my opening remarks very short. I'm with Amazon Leo, been with the company 6.5 years now. But for those of you that may know me, I've been in the ITU WRC world for about 25 years. Got my feet wet with Pan Am Sat way back in 1998, a long time ago. And it shows as my hair's starting to fall out, right? But I want to just touch Amazon Leo. Of course, we have a very simple mission to connect the unconnected and underserved. We have almost 400 satellites up. Seems like we can't get rockets up fast enough. Manufacturing well over 15 satellites a week. So we're very pleased to think back in 2019 that this project, this program was literally a piece of paper and how far we've progressed. And so we're very well looking forward to bringing services around the world. And we certainly believe India is a great candidate, very digital-oriented administration. And of course, there are folks that are unconnected that we believe we can bring competition in and connect those folks and provide broadband services. So again, thank you very much for having me here today. And I'll be speaking a little bit later before our lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Christian Gomez, Vice President, Government and Regulatory, Asia Pacific, Viasat Inc. Bringing over 20 years of specialized experience, Mr. Gomez leads Viasat's regional engagements with governments on critical policy matters. Prior to joining Viasat, his distinguished career included senior regulatory roles at ITU-R within the broader mobile industry and at the New Zealand Spectrum Regulator. A veteran representative at the WRC and Asia Pacific Forums, Mr. Gomez has represented New Zealand at WRCs and Asia Pacific Regional Forums, including APT. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Christian Gomez with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, distinguished officials, regulatory leaders, colleagues from industry, and friends. It is a privilege for me to be here in India once more, a country that has become one of the world's most remarkable digital successes stories. I've been following India for about 20 years in terms of its digital success as a team member of the GSMA in the past, and prior as well in my role at the ITU. And one of the things that's really outstanding is that when we think about India's transformation over the last 20 years, we often focus on software, digital payments, mobile applications, but behind all of these achievements lies something much more fundamental: connectivity. Reliable, affordable, accessible connectivity has become one of the fundamental pillars of India's economic development. India has demonstrated to the world that when connectivity becomes affordable, innovation follows. Entrepreneurs emerge, new businesses are created, government services become accessible, financial inclusion expands, rural communities become part of the digital economy. Today, India stands at another important moment. The challenge is no longer simply connecting millions of people. That's been done in India. The challenge now is ensuring that connectivity reaches everywhere that India's ambitions to reach. This is where non-terrestrial networks, or NTN, becomes important. And today, I would like to suggest that NTN should not be viewed as a separate communications network. It should be viewed as a natural extension of India's already extraordinary mobile ecosystem. So I like to look at a few economic metrics. India's economic story is unlike almost any other major economy today. While many advanced economies are experiencing modest growth, India continues to be amongst the fastest growing large economies in the world. So India does have a growth strategy, and it's working. The IMF expects India economy to continue to grow at around 6%, several times faster than many G7 economies. This growth is creating tremendous opportunities. India is becoming a global manufacturing center. It's becoming a digital services powerhouse. It's becoming a logistics powerhouse. So India is investing a lot as well in transport corridors, modernizing agriculture, as well as building one of the world's largest digital public infrastructures. But all of these ambitions depend upon one common foundation, connectivity. So connectivity is no longer simply telecommunications infrastructure. Connectivity has become economic infrastructure. Don't forget about that. It enables supply chains, it enables financial transactions, education, emergency response, the way governments deliver services. So as India economy continues to expand geographically and digitally, ensuring resilient nationwide connectivity becomes increasingly important, not just in cities, not just along fiber routes, but everywhere that India's peoples live, work, travel, and play. That's the challenge. So India's digital success has not happened because every citizen has fiber. It has happened because India embraced mobile connectivity. Today, well over 1 billion people connect to the internet via mobile. India has demonstrated that broadband can be affordable, accessible, scalable. So this mobile-first approach has enabled remarkable innovations. So moving along in terms of innovations, historically, satellite communications to individual users often require specialized terminals, proprietary terminals, dedicated equipment, separate networks, even separate user experiences. But I like to suggest to you that India's digital transformation now requires something different from the satellite industry, something that overcomes the traditional way of thinking about satellite. So a vision where satellite becomes another layer of the mobile network is really the future of India's connectivity, where existing standards enable terrestrial and space-based infrastructure to work together. So while mobile operators remain at the center of the customer and user relationship. And that's the challenge again. So NTN should complement terrestrial mobile operators. It should not replace them. It should enhance network resilience, connectivity across transport corridors, emergency communications, etc. So satellite is not replacing terrestrial infrastructure. Satellite is extending the reach of terrestrial infrastructure. So this brings us to what I believe is India's greatest opportunity. So when we think about NTN, we think about open standards, interoperability, and the ability to integrate infrastructure into the country's sovereign telecom network. So this is another thing that mobile operators and satellite operators have to do together is inescapable. The fact that economic infrastructure, which is digital infrastructure, needs to be localized in a way that it works for the economy locally. So one way of approaching that challenge is something that we're working at ISAT, which we call equities. So equities is an NTN network. Here's the roadmap where we are looking at launching the first batch of satellites in 2028 for NTA connectivity, which provides a sovereignty-friendly approach to NTN, where mobile operators are at the forefront, and we are basically implementing a shared tower model, where mobile operators can use the infrastructure that we provide to them. And just to begin to close, this is what brings the real opportunity for India. So a unique model for space-based mobility. So when it comes to space-based mobility, India has consistently articulated a vision of technological self-reliance through Atmanirbhar Bharat, for example, Digital India, through investments in manufacturing, through support for innovation, through strengthening trusted national infrastructure. Those are the key challenges that will keep India self-reliant, and India has obviously shown that it's achieving it through that 6% growth. So India is very well insulated from global economic shocks. So we expect India that will continue to strengthen that, not weaken that. So these are strategic priorities for India. So policies that recognize communication infrastructure are critical for digital infrastructure in India. As NTN develops globally, India has a unique opportunity, not merely to adopt new technology, but to shape how that technology evolves. For India, this is particularly exciting. India has world-class engineers, a growing space sector, a globally competitive manufacturing base, leading mobile operators, and perhaps most importantly, a demonstrated ability to deploy digital technologies at extraordinary scale and extremely affordable. And in closing, I would like to share with you my thoughts that India has already shown to the world that affordable mobile connectivity is possible and can transform a nation. The next chapter, however, is ensuring that connectivity does not stop where terrestrial networks stop. Non-terrestrial networks are not about replacing mobile networks. They're about extending India's mobile economy, supporting economic growth, national resilience, advancing digital inclusion, and ensuring that every citizen, regardless of geography, has the opportunity to connect and be part of India's fully digital future. At Viasat, we are honored to have contributed to India's first direct demonstration with BSNL of NTN in connecting direct to device, using a device which is completely open standard. But more importantly, we're excited to continue working alongside India's government, mobile operators, industry, and research community to help build the next generation of resilient, secure, and inclusive connectivity. So, because when terrestrial and space networks work together, the possibilities extend far beyond technology. They extend to economic opportunity, national resilience, and shared prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gomez, for sharing your expertise with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Mr. Thomas S. Hastings, Associate Chief, FCC Space Bureau. He previously served as a counsel for the Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee. His earlier legal career includes roles as an FCC attorney advisor and an associate at Shepherd Mullin. He also brings startup experience from his time as a regulatory associate at OmniSpace LLC. He earned his JD from Washington University School of Law and his BA in economics from UNC Chapel Hill. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together and welcome Mr. Thomas S. Hastings, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, everybody. It's an honor to be here in India for the first time, and honor to be among this distinguished panel and this lovely event venue, and thank you to the organizers. Good morning. So a lot of what is informing why we're all here today is the new space age 2.0, as it's sometimes called in the United States and I guess abroad. As we saw in these earlier remarks, there are a lot of new things happening at a really rapid pace. It's kind of a cliche that the regulatory environment lags technology. So we, the FCC, we are mindful of that and we are trying to address that. And so I would say broadly, our approach is pro-innovation, pro-competition to the benefit of American consumers. Now that includes for American companies as well as foreign operators, trusted foreign operators. We also welcome, and of course, we advocate for the same internationally as well. So the FCC is forging ahead. A lot of what's involved in this new space race we view as assessing old, outdated regulations. What are we doing? What's the status quo? How is it prohibiting innovation? How is it prohibiting competition? And we try to take a rigorous view towards revising these outdated regulations. And there are a few initiatives that we at the FCC and the Space Bureau have underway. I'll discuss a few. Some of it have been touched on. Obviously, direct-to-device is one of those. The FCC has enacted a supplemental coverage from space regime, which allows terrestrial member network operators to partner with satellite operators using terrestrial spectrum to backstop the terrestrial signal to their customers. And we've already seen this have wonderful effect in the case of natural disasters where the terrestrial signal is lost and then can be backstopped by a satellite operator. Another rule that we've moved forward with at the FCC involves NGSO and GSO sharing. The old regime, there's these old rules, the EPFD, equivalent power flux density, if I got that correctly. But we revised those rules back in April to allow GSO and NGSO operators to coordinate and lessen those EPFD restrictions. GSO plays a critical part to our economy, to our government. And however, we thought that some of the old rules, again, with the mindset of looking at old outdated regulations, they were a large constraint on NGSO operators. And if we want to bring low latency, high speed broadband to our population, which is a goal of ours, we revised these EPFD limits to allow for these operators to coordinate in the United States. So that's cooperation and coordination among operators is a long tried and true tested technique that we have employed in the United States. And so we're excited about that regime moving forward. We estimate that broadband capacity could be increased from NGSO systems between 100 to 700%. And our economists estimate that there will be a $2 billion value to the United States economy because of these revised rules. And as it happens today, lastly, I'll touch on, we're having a big day at the FCC. There's an FCC meeting actually in Washington later today. I think my Wednesday is my lot of travel, so my days may be a little bit mixed up, where the commission will be voting on space modernization for the 21st century rules. Traditionally, the last few years, as we've seen with the space economy, there's been a lot more applications coming our way. And the FCC traditionally has had a little bit of trouble keeping pace with the amount of applicants. And so these rules aim to create a new assembly line style regime that allows the FCC to process licenses safely and faster. And so that'll be voted on today. So looking forward to seeing the results of that. Thank you all for having me here. I look forward to these discussions. And again, thank you to this panel. Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hastings, for sharing your incredible views with us. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite on the dais our guest of honor, Shri N.K. Bholaji, Wireless Advisor, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Mr. Bhola heads the Wireless Planning and Coordination Wing under DOT. He leads national spectrum planning, licensing, and international coordination. He actively represents India at ITU and other global telecommunication forums. Currently, he chairs the National Preparatory Committee for the upcoming WRC 27. Previously, he strengthened the spectrum capabilities as head of WMO. Please join your hands together and let's welcome Shri N.K. Bhola ji.
Good morning, all. Honorable Chairman of Telecom Radio Regulatory Authority of India, TRAI, distinguished members of Digital Communication Commission, Member Finance, Manish Sinha sir, and Member S, Mr. Dev Chakrabarti sir, esteemed guest from India, particularly my colleague and my ex-wireless advisors who are present here, and representative from ISRO, then esteemed guest from abroad, representative of industry leaders, organization, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to address this third India Space Policy Conference, which is organized by ITU-APT Foundation of India and Forum Global. I congratulate the organizers for bringing together policymakers, regulators, industry leaders, and international experts to deliberate on the issues that are shaping the future of satellite communication and global space economy. We are witnessing a remarkable transformation in communication. Large non-geo satellite constellations, NGSO, D2D connectivity, and convergence of terrestrial and NTN, non-terrestrial networks, are changing the way we think about the connectivity. These developments are opening new opportunities to extend digital services to every corner of the world while supporting resilient and inclusive communications. At rightly said by earlier speaker, Mr. Christian Gomes, that we have, I think, number of expert engineers in every field and every organization, department, private organization, public sector units that will definitely, which I guess or which I confirm, that shape our country in the field of space policy. As I know, when we have studied in our college long back, we know that basically it's up to GSO, which is 36,000 kilometers. It's long back in the year 1985, 1986, to the 1990. But now, after maybe things are progressing, but today it's the time for from GSO to non-GSO, non-GSO basically. And 2 years back, 3 years back, I have also witnessed the launch of one non-GSO satellite from some renowned company at which place near Chennai. It's and the video shown by the ITU-APT Foundation, the launch of Vikram satellite, is a remarkable achievement from India, which shows that dedication of our experts, basically dedication of our experts here, particularly from ISRO. And further, at the heart of this transformation lies basically radio spectrum, which is a finite and invaluable national resource. Efficient spectrum management, which is the main job of our department as a regulator, is essential to support innovations while ensuring that different services can coexist and operate without harmful interference. Here we are talking of about basically coexisting between satellite services and IMT. As technologies evolve and demand for sector grows, our responsibility is to ensure that regulatory frameworks remains balanced, transparent, and forward-looking. International cooperation has never been a more important, including satellite communications are innately global, and efficient spectrum management depends upon close collaboration through the International Telecommunication Union and regional organizations like APT. India has always played a constructive role in these forums and remains committed to working with administration and industry to develop consensus-based solutions that promote innovations while safeguarding national and international interests. Now, as we prepare for WRC 27, many important issues related to satellite communication, spectrum sharing, D2D services, and future mobile networks will be discussed. Active participation by the government, industry, and academia will be essential to ensure that India's perspectives are well represented and the outcomes support both our national priorities and broader global communication system. The discussions over the next 2 days are therefore timely and important. They provide an opportunity to exchange ideas, share international experiences, and identify practical approaches that will help India strengthen its position as a leading space and satellite communication nation. I once again congratulate IFI and Forum Global for bringing together such a distinguished gathering of experts from government, industry, and international organizations. I also welcome our overseas delegates and thank them for sharing their expertise and perspective. I wish the conference every success and look forward to the outcome of your deliberations. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vola, for sharing your expertise with all of us. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take the opportunity of inviting on the dais our guest of honor, Ms. Isabelle Moro, Director General, GSOA. Ms. Moro leads GSOA, a coalition of 70 members advancing satellite communications to bridge the digital divide and support the UN SDGs and 5G ecosystem. With over 25 years of experience, she has held senior roles at GSMA and the World Economic Forum. She is a passionate advocate for digital inclusion and sustainability. She chairs the Digital Goes Green Foundation's Advisory Board and holds an MSc from the London School of Economics. Please join your hands together and let's welcome Ms. Isabelle Moro.
Thank you very much. And distinguished guests of MOT, TRI, Bharat, my friends and colleagues from industry, let me start by saying how much of a joy it is to come to India. I first came here 26 years ago when I joined the mobile industry. And let me tell you, the digital experience by then was a very different one. You know, there were rarely any mobile phones in the streets. And I think only 1% of the population was connected to the internet by then. So today, together with my other colleagues from industry and colleagues from the government, I really want to celebrate India's extraordinary digital journey over the last 2 decades. Today, we have more than 70% of the population that is connected to the internet, and we've really seen a rapid nationwide rollout of terrestrial 5G networks, but also historic milestone achievements in space exploration. And Bharat reminded us of the launch this week, you know, of the first launch. But despite these tremendous strides, the realities of India's diverse geography really mean that you have dense, very dense terrains here. You have remote valleys, and other, challenges in the geography, that means that realistically or economically, these cannot be reached by fiber optic cables and cellular towers alone. That is where satellite communications come into play. They must no longer be viewed as a niche, isolated technology, but you really must view them as an essential, complementary partner that works in deep synergy with terrestrial networks to form a truly resilient digital ecosystem. To unlock the immense socioeconomic value of the satellite systems, India has the opportunity today to build an ecosystem that fosters innovation and growth and encourage investment. That means building a framework that is tailored specifically to the physics and economics of space, rather than forcing space-based technologies into legacy, terrestrial-centric regulatory boxes that will be ill-suited for the satellite industry. So to achieve this, we need three foundational pillars for a future-ready framework. I think, Christian focused on the connectivity opportunities that we have. I would like to take this opportunity maybe to focus on the policy opportunities that we have ahead of us. So we need three pillars. One is to structural predictability to attract investment. The second is a rational cost recovery economic model. And the third is the acceleration of the release of spectrum. So let me start briefly with the first one, the structural predictability. The scale of satellite investment is unique. Unlike terrestrial systems that can be built incrementally, satellite networks require billions of dollars in massive upfront capital expenditures to manufacture spacecraft, secure launch providers, and deploy global ground infrastructure long before generating revenues. To support this scale of funding, it is important to align the space sector's foreign ownership caps, which is currently at 74% for satellite operations and gateways, with the 100% foreign direct investment threshold, which is successfully permitted in the broader telecom sector. So harmonizing these eligibility conditions will really maximize India's global competitiveness and strengthen our collective efforts to bridge the digital divide. Equally, satellite communications network authorizations should be granted for a 20-year period with a transparent review process and a presumption of renewal for an additional 20 years. This time frame would perfectly align with the lengthy operational life cycle and investment cycles of the satellite systems. Second, we need to establish a rational cost recovery economic model. As we structure the economics of this sector, we can look to global best practices where spectrum is viewed as a catalyst for socioeconomic growth. And I'll be very happy to share with you over the next few days the best practices that GSOA has issued last year. We should, for example, resist to treat satellite licensing as a primary engine for generating revenues, as this would create artificial resources scarcity and ultimately impact the consumers that are still not connected. We also should move away from per terminal or per user fee formulas, which would restrict the scaling of IoT networks and consumers' broadband, making services unaffordable for the communities that are precisely meant to be served by satellite. Instead, an administrative cost recovery model for CSN, SCN authorized entities would ensure that capital is directed towards deploying infrastructure rather than covering prohibitive entry cost. And in that spirit, we highly commend TRI's recommendations and the fee cap of 4% of adjusted gross revenues for fixed satellite services spectrum. Formalizing this 4% cap will prevent severe economic strain on this capital incentive sector and support the deployment of high-capacity satellite services. And third but not least, the release of spectrum, of access to spectrum. Global and domestic operators have the capital, they have the technology, and they have the operational readiness to deploy immediately, but are currently waiting on regulatory sidelines. To capitalize on this readiness, we need the swift administrative release of FSS spectrum, enabling operators to establish gateways and deliver broadband to underserved communities. Equally, When it comes to direct-to-device, governments should consider early on domestic frameworks that safely enables robust D2D services using MSS and IMT spectrum. Early enablement will provide a critical lifeline for emergency responses and disaster resilience, and will also ensure that rural and remote populations are not left on the wrong side of the digital divide. So to conclude, let me reiterate that true digital transformation is not about picking one dominant system or technology, but it's about recognizing that wireline, wireless, and satellite solutions must coexist as equal, valid engines of modern connectivity, each serving its own purpose. By adopting a fit-for-purpose, predictable, light-touch cost recovery regulatory regime, the government and the satellite industry can work hand in hand to ensure that in today's and tomorrow's digital age, no citizens in India, no citizens around the rest of the world is left behind. So we're here, myself as GSOA and my colleagues from the industry, to work with you hand in hand, government officials, to make sure that we will make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moro, for enlightening all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to take the opportunity of inviting on the dais our guest of honor, Shri Dev Kumar Chakrabarti, Member Services, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Mr. Chakrabarti is an ITS officer of 1988 batch and has served over 34 years of experience in telecommunications, public policy, and management. His career spans key positions in DOT, telecom, PSUs, TRI, and ISRO, contributing to HR, remote sensing, and regulatory affairs. He holds a bachelor's degree in electronics as well as master's degree in public policy and management from the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and the Maxwell School at Syracuse University in New York. Please join your hands together and let's welcome Shri Dev Kumar Chakrabarti.
A very good morning to everybody. The respected chief guest of the occasion, Sri A.K. Lahuti, the chairman of the TRAI, Sri Manish Sinha, the member of finance of the Ministry of Communication, Sri N.K. Vola, the wireless advisor of the Government of India, Ms. Isabelle Moro, the DG of the GSOA, Mr. Thomas S. Hastings, the Associate Chief of the FCC, Mr. Christian Gomez, the Vice President Viasat, Mr. Chris Hofer, the head of the Amazon Leo, and Sushatyan Gupta, the Secretary General of the IAFI. At the outset, let me thank IAFI for giving me an opportunity to express and share my ideas here. In fact, this ITU-APT Foundation of India, every year they have been convening this type of conferences, arranging the brainstorming sessions, and providing a very important feedback on the policy matters to the government of India. I thank very much IAFI for this credible job that they have been doing it. But this year it is more important and very particular why the WRC 2027 is nearing, and we need to move together, both government, industry, academia, the startups, and togetherly we want to move in this front. So this type of gathering encompassing all the stakeholders of the sector, it assumes prime importance. Often we say that the rocket science, just to mean that it's not a job of everyone, a very difficult job to be handled by a specialist group of people or the scientist. Just want to share a small fact, actually, how this word has come up. After the World War II, America wanted to jumpstart their military and the space segment because there was a Cold War going on with the USSR, and they were much lagging in the space segment than the USSR. They understood they cannot do it. They hired the topmost space scientists from Germany. The German space scientists, they basically developed the space technology in America. Finally, it culminated into landing of their satellite into the moon. Afterwards, in 1985, sometimes another topic came. Now, who to coach the football team of America? Very interesting, actually. So everybody, specialist group, they were talking from Brazil, again, higher, or take somebody from Argentina or England, like that. The publishers, the newspapers and the print media, that group, they were vehemently opposing this particular move to hire once again, even for a football coach. So they were repeatedly writing in the media, coaching the football team of America is not a rocket science. It's not a brain surgery. It's just a game. We can do it. That's how actually the rocket science came into being, meaning that it is something very specialist job. Not everybody wants to take. But see, we saw that particular video. A small startup company in India, few days back, what they have done? They have made rocket science a game, just a game. I think my heartfelt congratulations to the entire group of the young, talented scientists in that Skyroot or the Agnikul group who have been contributing significantly toward the space segment and making and giving the country many, many moments to be proud of that. I hope you will be from that particular startup groups. I'll be basically talking about India's position in the space segment economy and with the reference to the global space economy. So currently, the global space economy is something around $626 billion, and it is growing at a rate of the CAGR 15%, something around 12 to 15%. And the best of the countries, the first country, of course, is the USA. 58% of the space economy, space segment economy, it goes basically to USA. Afterwards, China. 18% of the space segment economy is occupied by them. Then UK, 4%, Japan, 3.7%, France, 3.2%. Then India, the rank of India comes and with around 2% of the space segment economy. India, it ranks basically number 7 presently. And the countries I say they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The total economy, space economy in India is $8.4 billion. But we have kept a target by 2033. We will be reaching $44 billion, and the rank of the country will be uplifted from number 6 to number 3. I think it's a huge jump that we are planning in future. Many things are basically possible. See, if there is a resonance of the policy initiatives and the industry initiatives, it is very important that whatever policies are framed, the industry complements that. Or let me take it other way. Whatever the industry initiatives are there, the policies complement to that. That is what exactly has happened in Indian space segment. The government has taken the initiatives which basically complements the industry initiatives. Or you see it other way, a public-private partnership has been built on a mutual consensus and moving together in a particular direction. I think it is a wonderful case study. And maybe the countries which are yet to join the race of the space segment economy, they can really study it and understand how the ecosystem can be built around the space segment. I just want to mention some 4 or 5 important things the government of India did to uplift the space segment. Number one is that the FDI initiative that India took. Almost 10% FDI has been allowed in the ground segments and the user segments. 74% FDI has been allowed in the manufacturing and the satellite data products. 49% has been allowed in the, I'm talking of the automatic routes. The automatic route, 49% have been allowed in the launch vehicles. Beyond 49%, 74%, you have to go to the government approval route. And the foreign companies, they find the 74% FDI route is very lucrative to open the joint ventures or the subsidiaries with their Indian counterparts. Number 2 initiative was the targeted tax reliefs. The GST is zero. This is very difficult to avoid GST in our country. But the GST for launch vehicles have been kept at zero. Whereas per launch in an LEO, the low Earth orbit, it is something around $4.5 million to around $12 million. The government has made it zero. Second, there is a proposed PLI with a corpus of around 600 crores. It is coming up very soon, the productivity linked incentive. The third initiative was the customs duty concessions. There are difficulties in our own country to manufacture the space grade raw materials, and particularly when it is linked with that rare earth materials. So where China is basically the king. So to make this one easy, a very targeted relief has been granted even in the customs duty. The number 3 important point is the macroeconomic support. Government gave a grant of rupees 13,705 crores, which is almost equivalent to $1.64 billion to the Department of Space, just to create the commercial infrastructure. See what a wonderful initiative the government did. It's a very specialty sector. Instead of creating some special test bed or something like sandboxes, government opened the entire industry as a test bed to the startups. And the startups has basically reciprocated that initiative of the government. The private venture, the startups of something around 400 numbers, they have generated a capital venture of around $859 million over that particular period. And today it's an ecosystem of around 400 startups coming together only from India. I mean, it may be a matter of a few more years, you will be finding the unicorns and decacorns in India on the space sector. The important number 4 is the major domestic manufacturing clusters. Government has identified 3 very important centers like Bangalore, Chennai, and Ahmedabad. And they have defined that which particular areas are to be supported in those manufacturing hubs. For example, the Bangalore will be concentrating on the satellite, data analytics, and component supply. The Chennai will be concentrating on the launch vehicles and the advanced propulsion manufacturing. And Ahmedabad will be concentrating on the payloads, the sensors, and the downstream electronics. The point number 4 is the policy change leading to the private sector and the startup boom. You are aware about that Iron Space, the in-space or Iron Space, what you call that, this agency has been basically, and it has been converted almost like a regulator. It is not yet a full-fledged regulator, but it has the capacity of the administrative and an autonomous body, which can almost regulate the space sector for the private parties in the country. Whatever I said, add to that the young, talented scientists who made it a mission and almost generated 400 startups in the country by now. Altogether, you see how an ecosystem has grown up today and which is going to challenge the entire space economy in the world very soon. I said something all goody-goody, but I think this journey ahead for India is not very easy. It is going to be increasingly difficult by the time you are planning that you would become the number 3 country in the space economy in the world. And it requires to do many structural changes and adjustments in different policies, in the regulations, and altogether in the Indian space segment. I just want to talk of 5 major issues, and maybe this will be for the deliberation and discussion on subsequent occasions. The number 1, see, we define or position the Indian space segment as a very cost-efficient and reliable thing. If you talk of reliability, the first 5-6 countries that I talked of, the efficiency, the reliability is almost in the same grade. But if you talk of cost efficiency, India basically is concentrating on the low Earth orbit. The payloads are something like 300 to 350 kg. And there is a parameter. What is the cost of per kg launching cost? This Skyroot 350 kg payload per kg launch cost is $12,850 per kg loss. Ognikul, another startup, 300 kg payload, and per kg, the cost comes out to be $13,000. But if you look into the comparative, the segments which are working in USA or New Zealand or other countries, in the USA, the Virgin orbit, the launcher one, for 300 kg, the per kg cost of launching is $40,000, which is absolutely high. See, it is a matter to be very proud here. But look into that, what they have done. Majority of the space programs in our country, the payload is limited to 300 or 500 kg. But look into one that is called the SpaceX Falcon 9. The payload it can carry is 22,800 kg. Just because of the capacity, the cost has come down. If it goes to LEO orbit, the cost of per kg launching is something around $2,500. So I think innovation is very, very important. If you want to survive in the space segment, you have to be innovative and you have to show all the qualities. You have to be reliable. You have to be cost efficient. You have to be an expert. You should be able to deliver everywhere. You must have the reusable entry vehicles and all those things. The number 2 point, so I said one of the sector where India must concentrate and look into is the high payload sector and the per kg cost of launching to be reduced. The number 2 point is the material dependencies. We do not have many space grade materials. We do not produce it in India. For example, the carbon fiber, the space grade carbon fiber. We do not make the semiconductors and the cosmic radiation proof semiconductors. We do not make the critical minerals which are dependent on lithium, cobalt, and titanium. Mostly we depend on China. As you depend on another country, so there is a risk of the supply chain. Anything happen, the supply bottleneck, the cost escalation, the mission delays, everything can be attributed once you are not depending or producing your own materials in your country. The best example, you can see the Iran-US war. Now, the point number 3 is that the monetization structure. 30% of the revenue in the space segment basically comes from the upstream sector. Upstream means we are talking about the launch vehicles, the propellants, satellite manufacturing. 70% revenue basically comes from the downstream sector, means the data that it is sending and we are using in the art segment, the geospatial analytics, the Earth observation, something like that. See, it's very important now that we concentrate more and more towards the 70% of the revenue stream. See, it's important. The 30%, what I say in upstream is important. But India's contribution, or whatever we are generating the revenue, is much below in the 70% segment of that return. So it is important that we now concentrate as well on the 70% part. We have been integrating the space-derived data for many purposes. You are aware about the disaster management, telemedicine, teleeducation, remote observation of the Earth, and many purposes like that. But I think the time has come for the mass-scale utilization. Again, innovation is one of the prime important factor here. You are talking of the satellite broadband and the data. Until unless you actually come into the D2D mode, I don't think you are going to derive the best of the satellite broadband facility. And going into the device to device, a direct satellite signal catching into a mobile phone and talking and utilizing it is going to take some time. The number 3 important point where India must concentrate is the regulatory reforms and the government policies. I told about the in space that they're working for the private sector, and NSIL is working for the government infrastructure. Something still remains to be addressed. Something like the international third-party liability, the IPR, the intellectual property right. Anything, suppose you are an operator sending a satellite on outer space, whatever you discover, that also becomes the national property of that country. I think the time has come to relax it actually, because they pay for your launching, they pay every facility that you have offered. So by the time they find something in the outer space, that IPR should go to them, no doubt about that. And finally, streamlining the multi-ministry clearances. For that purpose, first of all, what we need to do, make IN-SPACe a full-fledged regulator. And as on today, very interesting, see if there is a non-licensed operation of the satellite services, as on today, there is no penalty for that. I think it's time, make that regulator a full-fledged regulator, give them all the powers to put penalty for orbital pollution, for non-licensed operation, and all the bad things in the sector, as well as allow them to decide on the IPR and make the sector much better friendly for the users. Along with this 4-5 important point, I always mention, and I remember last year too, I talked about that. That is the international coordination on the orbit allocation. So we always know about it. The early birds gets all the food. And that's what exactly happening. Every time it's happening. By the time there was an internet was much in use in the European countries, in the American other countries, majority of the IPv and everything, the addresses has been allocated to those countries. By the time there is a boom in India, we find that we do not have even addresses. So you have to shift from IPv4 to IPv6, and that resulted in a big disruption. Now, when India is poised to become one of the main leaders, just in the space sector, we do not have adequate orbits to be launched. Most of the time it is said, approach a friendly country, Russia or any other country, who has kept more than 60,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh orbits, possibly they can give you something. Possibly that should not be the way. There should be a rational distribution of that. And finally, the debris management. Always we have been telling 70% of the world is basically earth and ocean. So my request to the international body to don't depend on the 70%, the 30%, which are not the oceanic part or the sea part, they may equally fall on those regions. So ensure that really does not fall in the populated areas, important installations, and there is a regular practice. There may be a kill switch where you can dump, and the orbit pollution you can minimize into that thing. I finish it here. My best wishes once again to the IAFI for conducting this beautiful conference, and I do understand the suggestions and the deliberations and the constructive things that you will be thinking over the 2 days is going to help the space segment further to take one step more towards the goal that we have set. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chakrabarti, for your amazing insights from you. We would now like to move on to our next guest of honor. I would like to invite on the dais Shri Mani Sinha, Member Finance, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Mr. Sinha is a 1989 batch officer of Indian P&T Accounts and Finance Service. He brings cross-functional experience from MTNL, BSNL, TRI, and the Department of Posts, particularly in licensing and spectrum management. He is an alumnus of St. Stephen's College, Delhi, holds an MBA from University of Birmingham, and earned an MPhil on net neutrality from St. Stephen's College, Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together and let's welcome Shri Mani Sinha ji.
Good morning. I woke up with a bad throat, so please bear with me. Chairman TRI, Mr. Lahoti, Mr. Chakravarti, my colleague on the DCC, other international delegates, my own friends, and of course, Bharat Bhatia ji and Gupta ji at the other end that I can see. You know, it's a real privilege for us to be a part of this third India Space Policy Conference, which is being organized just at the cusp of the space economy launching itself in the country. I congratulate the organizers for bringing together policymakers, regulators, industry leaders, and also global experts at such a time when we are just about taking off and this exciting new phase of growth in the telecom sector. So space is very much linked with telecommunication services. And I think the space economy is going to be driven largely by how successful the telecommunication part of the space economy becomes over the years. For a long time, India's space sector was associated exclusively with the government sector. And there was a lot of fuss about ability to launch vehicles and launch satellites. There was a general perception of limited value creation in this domain. But things have changed substantially over the last 3-4 years. Space has become a major driver of economic growth, innovation, digital transformation, and industrial development. Around the world, also the perception changed, and governments have increasingly viewed space infrastructure as a strategic economic asset that supports communication, navigation, disaster resilience, financial services, and various other digital applications. So the right signal for leading to the growth of a space economy is being given perhaps all over the world now. India already has built a phenomenal digital public infrastructure. And the accessibility to that is going to substantially increase through advancements in the space sector, particularly with satellite-based broadband connectivity. After all, we are all in the business of delivering broadband to customers. I have had a look at the agenda of the two-day conference, and there are a lot of relevant topics there. Spectrum frameworks, licensing structures, global learnings from NGSO regulations. All this will add immense value to all the stakeholders here. As this field is advancing rapidly, we must have a clarity on all these issues. Clarity not only to the investor, but clarity to all the other stakeholders also who regulate, who create a situation of policy certainty, and also foster investor confidence. So we are all aware that government has undertaken landmark reforms in the space sector. Indian Space Policy 23 has been a true game changer. About 2 years back, just about when the space policy was launched, I met some very excited youngsters in the IMC who told me that, sir, with 400 crores, we'll give you a satellite up there. And I said, well, I don't know whether your calculations are right, but I think one of the startups has now proved themselves by a very reasonably priced satellite in the space. So that is the sign of growth, the kind of confidence that the space policy has brought in the private sector. And I think that is going to be the primary driver of growth in the coming years. What has it done? It removed old monopolies, built a forward-looking ecosystem where the regulator, the research institutions, and the private sector operate in a complete synergy. So it's created a framework for optimal resource utilization, and the results are visible for all of us. The Skyroot's achievement and making history, it has definitely made us all proud, but it also shows that what is the capability of space economy, the way it can transform the digital infrastructure within the country. By executing a successful orbital flight on its very first attempt, Skyroot has placed India into an elite group of nations with private orbital launch capabilities. And it is encouraging to know that there are several other high potential startups currently innovating all across the space sector. The government is also designing a licensing framework for telecommunication portion of the satellite business. And I think Isabel spoke a little on what is the expectations of the industry towards that. The TRI has made a very progressive revenue share based pricing model for satellite spectrum, which is significantly lower on the capex load. It's a kind of a pay as you earn system. And there were various possibilities that we are all examining. And perhaps the best way to impose any kind of levy on has been chosen for the satellite spectrum. So this is one, I feel, one positive sign for the industry that is coming up. The capacities and scalability of communication service on satellite will make the entire operations economically viable and also investor friendly. So we need to see how quickly, how fast it grows. And that is why probably we are going on a 5-year period of watching where this satellite spectrum space goes in contributing to the space economy. Demands are very, very important. So if we create infrastructure in the areas which are not covered sufficiently, after we construct infrastructure there, demand still remains a problem. And it's something that we are struggling with in the territorial space. And perhaps this problem will be even larger as we enter into a more expensive satellite communication systems. I would also like to mention something that member has also raised, is the orbital slot availability. It's a key resource for proliferation of NGSO constellation. And the last time I was at ITU, I could see that the budget demand for the space allocation division was growing in leaps and bounds, and it was difficult for the countries to come into consensus. But these capacities need to be liberalized and we made more competitive, because there is really no individual country-based economy. This is it's not bound by national borders. It offers us a real opportunity to capture a significant share of the global market. So as we deliberate over these 2 days, let us examine all aspects of the space economy in detail and establish a framework for constructive collaboration amongst all stakeholders. I hope to see that India not only grows in the space economy, but gets a substantial portion of the global space economy. Thank you very much, and I wish IAFI the very best, and I hope in the next 2 days you have very constructive discussions here, and we are able to come out with something very substantive after the end of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinha, for enlightening all of us with your warm words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti Ji, Chairman, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. He is an officer of 1984 badge of Indian Railway Service of Engineers. Shri Lahoti brings nearly 4 decades of leadership experience, having previously served as chairman and CEO of the Railway Board before his appointment as chairman of TRI. A gold medalist in civil engineering from IIT Roorkee, his career has been marked by transformative reforms in infrastructure, track modernization, and station redevelopment. Let us together give a warmest round of applause to welcome Sri Lahoti ji and request him to deliver his welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together as you welcome him. Sir.
Thank you for that introduction. Dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, all the participants in today's conference, representatives from press and media, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to address at this third India Space Policy Conference 2026, jointly organized by ITU-APT Foundation of India and Forum Global. I congratulate the organizers for this conference on the very apt theme, defining India's place in the global space economy. As India stands at the cusp of the new era of space-enabled digital transformation, the theme of this conference is topical, very relevant, and forward-looking. We just heard many of the speakers. India's space sector is undergoing a historic transformation through the Government of India's forward-looking reforms. India's space startup ecosystem has grown from just one startup in 2014 to over 400 in 2026, reflecting the rapid expansion of private participation and innovation across the space sector. Vikram 1, of which we just saw the video clipping, developed by Skyroot Aerospace, is India's first privately developed orbital launch vehicle. Orbital launch vehicles today deploy satellites into stable Earth orbits, supporting communication, navigation, Earth observation, and scientific research. Vikram 1 is capable of placing 350 kg into low Earth orbit and has successfully completed its maiden mission Agman on 18th July. India's space economy is currently valued at around $8.4 billion and is projected to grow over $45 billion by 2030, and is further aimed to grow manifold by 2040. Today, space technologies have emerged as a vital pillar of the digital economy, with advancements such as NGSO constellations, high-throughput satellites, and non-terrestrial networks, transforming the capabilities and economies of satellite communications. For a geographically diverse country like India, satellite communications are indispensable for achieving universal, resilient, and inclusive digital connectivity by complementing terrestrial networks and bridging the digital divide. At TRI, our endeavor is to foster this growth through a transparent, technology-neutral, and forward-looking regulatory framework that promotes competition, protects consumer interest, and ensures the efficient utilization of natural resources. Under the extant licensing regime and prior to the enactment of Telecommunication Act 2023, satellite-based communication services were provided under the unified license primarily through GMPCS and commercial VSAT authorizations. GMPCS authorization permits all types of mobile services, data services, and data connectivity to IoT devices. Commercial VSAT authorizations permit data connectivity between various sites and backhaul connectivity to access service providers. In the recent past, TRAI has undertaken extensive consultations with stakeholders to develop recommendations that support India's long-term digital and space ambitions. On the occasion of this important conference, I would like to recall some of TRAI's important recommendations in this regard. After the enactment of Telecommunication Act 2023 and based on the reference from the Department of Telecommunication, TRAI provided recommendations on the framework for service authorizations to be granted under the Telecommunication Act 2023. Through these recommendations, TRAI provided recommendations on a range of service authorizations under three categories, that is main authorization, auxiliary authorization, and captive authorizations. Under the main service authorization category, TRAI recommended for a unified service authorization under which all telecommunication services, including satellite-based telecommunication services, could be provided at the national level. In June 2026, the Department of Telecommunication has notified telecommunications authorization for provision of principal telecommunication services rules 2026, in which DoT has introduced unified service authorization under Section 31A of the Telecommunication Act. DoT has permitted the entities holding unified service authorization to provide access services, internet services, and long-distance service using satellite media. Through the recommendations of September 2024, TRAI had also recommended a separate satellite-based telecommunication service authorization. However, DoT has not agreed with this recommendation and instead requested TRAI to provide recommendation on a separate satellite communication network authorization under Section 31B of the Telecommunication Act. Another important recommendation is the recommendation on the assignment of a spectrum for satellite-based commercial communication services. Spectrum is a fundamental enabler of satellite-based communication services, defining the capacity, coverage, and overall performance of satellite networks. In May 2025, TRAI provided recommendations on the framework for assignment of spectrum on administrative basis for certain satellite-based commercial communication services. Considering rapid technological evolution in satellite systems, TRAI recommended that the spectrum for NGSO-based FSS and GSO or NGSO-based MSS services should be assigned initially for 5 years with a provision for extension of up to 2 additional years. To ensure transparency and predictability in regulatory costs, TRAI recommended spectrum usage charges as a percentage of service revenue, subject to a minimum annual charge. Overall, the TRAI's recommended framework aims to promote innovation and investment while keeping satellite services affordable and competitive. Based on another reference from DoT, TRAI in February 2025 provided recommendations on the terms and conditions to be granted under the Telecommunication Act 2023 for network authorization. Through these recommendations, TRAI provided recommendations on different network authorizations under Section 3(1)(b) of the Act, including satellite earth station gateway provider authorization. Under the SCSG provider authorization, an entity would provide telecommunication network as a service to entities authorized under Section 3(1)(a) of the Telecommunication Act. The recommended SCSG provider authorization provides a dedicated regulatory framework for establishing and operating gateway earth stations that connect satellite networks with terrestrial communication networks. Thereafter, in October 2025, DOT has notified the draft telecommunication authorization for telecommunication network rules 2025 and included SCSG provider authorization in the draft rules. Further, based on a reference from DOT, TRAI issued a consultation paper in April 2026 on the framework for satellite communication network authorization and assignment of a spectrum to satellite communication network providers. Consultation process on this paper has been completed, and an open house discussion has also been held on 2nd July recently. Through this consultation paper, issues related to the framework for SCN provider authorization and assignment of a spectrum and enablement of direct-to-device services have been deliberated. The proposed SCN provider authorized entity under Section 3(1)(b) of the Act would provide satellite communication network as a service that is to the service authorized entities under Section 3(1)(a) of the Act. Regarding D2D service, issues have been raised about D2D via MSS spectrum and D2D via IMT spectrum. As we know, the spectrum for satellite-based services, namely FSS and MSS, is assigned on pan-India basis, while for IMT services, spectrum is assigned through auction individually for 22 licensed service areas. Therefore, for D2D via IMT, same frequency ranges may not be available across 22 LSAs to a particular service provider. In addition, issues may arise with respect to interference management, not only at the international borders, but also at the borders of LSAs. These aspects have been deliberated in detail in the consultation paper with a view to devise a comprehensive regulatory framework for D2D services in the country. The outcome of this consultation is expected to bring regulatory certainty and facilitate seamless deployment of satellite communication networks, including D2D, while promoting competition, innovation, and enhanced digital connectivity. To conclude, I would like to say satellite communications are poised to enable seamless and ubiquitous connectivity across the country, particularly in remote, rural, and geographically challenging areas. Beyond bridging the digital divide, satellite networks provide resilient communication infrastructure during natural disasters and emergencies, ensuring continuity of critical services when terrestrial networks are disrupted. They also support strategic sectors such as disaster management, maritime and aviation communication, and the rapidly expanding IoT ecosystem. The opportunities before us are both vast and transformative. India is actively shaping the global digital narrative. The path ahead calls for continued collaboration, agile policy frameworks, and a shared commitment to innovation with responsibility. As a regulator, TRAI is committed to shaping policies that ensure a robust telecom infrastructure, fostering innovation through effective regulatory frameworks to drive technological advancement and inclusive growth. With this, I would like to congratulate IAFI for hosting this event and extend my best wishes for its success over this 2 days conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lahoti. We are truly, truly honored and grateful to have the opportunity to hear from you. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the inaugural session. And to conclude this session, may I request Sri Satyan Gupta ji, Secretary General IFI and Chairman Blue Town, to kindly conclude this session with the vote of thanks. Dr. S.N. Gupta, globally recognized as NGN Guru, brings over 40 years of leadership expertise in telecommunications regulation and ICT policy. He currently serves as Chairman, Blue Town, and Honorary Secretary General of ITU-APT Foundation of India. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a great honor and pleasure for me to propose vote of thanks on behalf of our IAFI and Forum Global, who is our partner in this. Unfortunately, time is too short and I have to really skip many things. But to start with, let me take the opportunity to thank our honorable chief guest, Shri Anil Lohoti ji, and for his so many words of wisdom and kind and everything they have done as a regulator for the sector, especially the 2-3 new things they have given, like the spectrum usage charges just as a percentage of the revenue, a minor percentage of the revenue. That is a great thing, welcomed by everyone. And also a concept of SCN as a service, actually satellite communication network as a service, a great thing actually. Basically, they also his recommendation on authorization regime to change the total thing, or I call it a death nail to the license Raj. So in place of license, they have recommended authorization, which is already approved and accepted and notified by the government, and that will help. And a lot of questions which Madam Isabel had raised get answered by his actually presentation. So thank you very much for sparing your time, sir. And also thank to Manish Sinha ji, who had to go for his words of wisdom also. And thank you very much, Mr. D.K. Chakravarti, Sahab, Member Services. Actually, far from you, we got a master class on satellite communication. So many things you have told, and we have made a note of this. I think all the questions raised by Madam Isabel, those 3 foundational structure, you have answered, I think, and she should be happy. I'm really thankful to you for that, sir. And Madam Isabel, of course, your great thing about those 3 foundational architecture requirement, I think you have got the answers to them already, and but we'll go by your advice also in the country. Madam, Mr. Bola, of course, our wireless advisor to Government of India, you know it all, and he has also done a great job. Mr. Thomas Hastings, Associate Chief of FCC Space Bureau, he brought a lot of learnings from the US, actually, especially bringing these new definition to the public-private partnership. So he mentioned cooperation, coordination among NGSO, GSO, spectrum sharing. All these are great learning for us to emulate in India. We also thank our friend Christian Gomez, Vice President Government and Regulatory from Viasat, and great mention of NTN, TN, and how they can cooperate with each other, and calling the satellite infra as a economic infra, actually, not just a technical infra.
So this has been a great learning and something new for all of us in India. I'm really sorry to if I forgot something, but I think I should take opportunity to thank our evening sponsor, evening network sponsor, Madam GSO from and supporting associations and in space, SPY, Bharat 6G Alliance, and also all our sponsor and Government of India, of course, for their support, DOT, Amazon, Viasat, Link, Telesat, AST, all of you, and all of you also to be there. And I'm also thankful to the organizers also to give me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank our esteemed panelists on the stage for joining us today, our esteemed guests. Thank you so, so much. I request Mr. Bharat Bhatia to kindly present a memento to all our guests, starting with our Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Lahoti. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together as we thank all our guests of honors along with our chief guests. Thank you for gracing the conference with your presence. We thank Shri Dev Kumar Chakrabarti, Member Services, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. We thank Ms. Isabelle Moro, Director General, GSOA. Thank you, ma'am. We thank Shri N.K. Bholaji, Wireless Advisor, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. We thank Mr. Thomas S. Hastings, Associate Chief, FCC Space Bureau. Thank you, sir. We thank Mr. Christian Gomez, Vice President, Government and Regulatory, Asia Pacific Viasat. Thank you, sir. We thank Mr. Chris Hofer, Head, International Spectrum Management and Strategy, Amazon Leo. Thank you very much, sir. We thank Shri Satyen Gupta, sir, Secretary General, IFI. I would request our distinguished guests to kindly step forward for a group picture. I extend a hearty vote of thanks to each one of you for joining us today and gracing the conference with your presence. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a quick coffee break. To help our guest speakers prepare for the upcoming sessions, we request them to proceed through the front exit doors. All the delegates are requested to kindly proceed through the back exit door to the main foyer. All the delegates to please take the back doors, and all the speakers to please take the front doors to the tea and coffee. I request everyone to kindly be back in time as we begin with the first session of the day, sharp in 15 minutes. I request everyone to kindly be back at 12:10. Thank you very, very much.
Space technology, all of us know there is in this position for not only scientific technology, but for non-development.
It's expected to become the third largest technology by 2018. And our focus and objectives are this. We want to increase functional inclusion, to promote fair sector access, to foster agile policy developments, and to drive fast industry, public, private, and large collaboration. The conference is devoted to B2B and B2C part. B2B connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It will collection the traditional satellite gateway to power chain into a single lock directly into the smartphone into pocket. This is our view of B2B technology. Yes, it is as mentioned earlier. If we use it as a background, not bypassing the perspective. We had to close the respective. Space technology, all of us know, I was in this condition. For employees and economic development. This year, we will work with artistic surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest technology. Our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase promote fair safety, to foster agile policy developments, and to drive faster industry, public, private, and large collaboration. Conference is devoted to B2B and B2C part. B2B activity is a new paradigm shift. To the collection the traditional supply of gateway to power chain into a single block directly into smartphone into. This is our view of B2B technology. If it is as mentioned earlier, if we use of service as B2B development, bypassing view of the industry perspective. This technology, all of us players in this position for employees from non-worker.
यार यार और लानी है कैसे
Yes, the overall view of the technology is as mentioned earlier, is the age of study that we could be built on. Like I was saying, we look at the special infrastructure. Please, Please acknowledge all of the non-words needed for use. The body of and non the Office is devoted to B2B and B2C by B2B and B2B is a middle shape. With productivity, the district supply gateway with all chain includes single law, directly includes smartphone input. This is overall view of B2B technology. Is as mentioned earlier, is the data study that we could welcome. Like I was saying, we look at the industry perspective. This technology was known towards in this position of not only people, Basic overview of B2B technology is as mentioned earlier, is the data study that people develop from them. Bypassing the location is the first infrastructure.
Ma'am,
May we request everyone to kindly be seated? May I request everyone to kindly be seated as we are about to begin with the first session of the day.
Basic overview of B2B technology is as mentioned earlier, is the data study that people develop from them. Bypassing the infrastructure. This technology all of us, media players in this mission. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to kindly be seated. Coming up next is our session on From Policy to Implementation. Is India's Space Framework Delivering? To chair the session, may I invite on stage Dr. P.K. Jain, Director PMAD in Space, Department of Space, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause and welcome the session chair, Dr. P.K. Jain, bringing over 36 years of experience at ISRO. He is a renowned expert whose extensive technical and administrative background spans satellite communications, navigation programs, RF systems, space policy, project management, and launch services. Additionally, he serves as Vice Chairman of ITU-APT Study Group 4. Welcome you, sir. Please join your hands together and let's welcome the panelists on stage, starting with the speakers, Lieutenant General Anil Kumar Bhatt, retired, Director General, Indian Space Association. General Bhatt is the founding Director General of Indian Space Association following 4 decades of distinguished service in Indian Army, including as Principal Staff Officer to the Chief of Army Staff and Director General of Military Operations during the Doklam face-off. A recipient of the Param Vishisht Seva Medal, he now works to build India's private space ecosystem. He holds degrees from Army Staff College UK, Osmania University, and Madras University. Please welcome our next speaker on stage, Dr. Laura Roberti, Director for Spectrum and Market Access, Telesat. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Roberti holds global responsibility for licensing and authorizations as Head of Spectrum and Market Access at Telesat, with extensive experience in satellite and terrestrial telecommunications and spectrum engineering. She previously served over 14 years as Director of Regulatory and Market Access at Inmarsat and has worked with British Telecom and NASA. Please welcome on stage our next speaker, Ms. Amy Melman, Executive Vice President and Chief Global Affairs Officer, Link. She'll be here shortly. Ms. Amy Melman is a seasoned telecommunications and satellite policy expert with over 30 years of government relations expertise. Previously, she held senior global affairs and policy roles at eSpace and Viasat and served as a U.S. government-appointed delegate to WRC-19. Before moving into corporate satellite leadership, she was president of boutique public policy firm Melman Capital Strategies from 2005 to 2020. Please welcome Mr. Rakesh Kapoor, consultant NGSO Infra Deployment, ex-Indian Telecom Service, and retired Executive Director, Core Network BSNL. Mr. Rakesh Kapoor graduated in Electronic and Electrical Communications from Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh in the year 1974, did his Master's in Technology Integrated Electronics and Circuits in 1977 from IIT Delhi, worked with Department of Telecommunications from 1977 to 2014 in various fields of telecom planning, construction, business management chief in various regions, and overall in charge of core network with BSNL. He has also served as Director, Electronic Research and Development Center to set up infrastructure for R&D services from 1992 to 1994. We welcome you, sir. Please welcome on stage Mr. Tarun Chitkara, Vice President, Regulatory Affairs at Bharti Airtel. Welcome, sir. Mr. Chitkara has over 20 years of experience in Airtel regulatory function and extensively interacts with various government bodies and industry associations. During this period, he successfully handled various assignments ranging from operational to most strategic and sensitive issues. He has a deep understanding of Indian regulatory environment and developments since its privatization. Welcome our speakers and our session chair. And I would like to hand over the session to our session chair, Dr. P.K. Jain. Sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So, from policy to implementation, very apt topic. And already morning session, member services, he has touched upon the type of the policy framework and the reforms which are brought in by Government of India and how it has reshaped the entire ecosystem. So I will not take much time repeating those things, except for the few of the noteworthy things which is worth mentioning and worth repeating. So it's about 6 years when the Government of India brought in the space sector reforms announced by the Finance Minister during her budget speech. Since then, the lot of things have happened. INSpace was formed, and INSpace was given the role of dual role, rather I should say, of promoting and enabling the space startups and the private space sector, and at the same time regulate it. Then followed by the Indian Space Policy 2023, which has changed the entire scenario. Very subtle document which brought out the roles and responsibilities of all the stakeholders in the space sector. Then we had the norms, guidelines, and procedures for the implementation of policy for the authorization, which again brought out certain certainty and predictability in the regulatory regime. We opened up the FDI, as Mani mentioned, in the space sector. Then we had seen the Telecommunication Act from 2023, and then above all, the TRI recommendation for the administrative assignment for the space spectrum. So policy initiative wise, lot of policy initiative INSpace has done, has been doing a lot of activities to promote the Indian space sector and also establishing the proper ecosystem in the country. If you see all these efforts, collective efforts by the different departments, and of course, along with the industry and the industry forums and associations, now the momentum has been built up. And as many speakers told, that now we are ready to take off. Just to give you a very brief overview that what is the current status of the Indian private sector in the country. As far as INSpace is concerned, now we receive the applications for the facilitation as well as the authorization from all the private entities. When we talk about the facilitation, we facilitate basically the private sector to have to provide the access to the ISRO test facilities, ISRO technical support, as well as the transfer of the ISRO technologies. And authorization, of course, we provide the authorization for undertaking any space activity. Collectively, more than 800 applications of facilitation and the authorization have been received in last 4 years by INSpace. We have issued about 113 authorization yesterday. For Skyway, we issued the 113th one. 113 authorizations have been issued. We are going to touch about 100 MOUs for the facilitation. When it comes to the technology transfer, again, more than 100 technologies have been transferred to the private industry. We have also registered more than 100 registration or data disseminator for the dissemination of the Earth observation data in the country. And that we have permitted about 800 satellites, including the 23 constellation of Earth observation satellite data which can be disseminated in the country. When it comes to the number of space startups, 6 years back, we had in the single digit. Now we are crossing more or less 450 space startups. And the Sky route, since morning we have been seeing, they have become basically the first unicorn space startup in the country. And recently, of course, they have launched their own, the private first ever, the private launch vehicle, which had succeeded in its first attempt across the world. So these are some of the achievements which we have seen the momentum. When it comes to the funding, again, the INSPACE has been taking a lot of initiative to connect the global investors to our private entities, especially the startups. And if you see the last 3 years, the funding received by the Indian startups has crossed about 380 to $390 million. Even for this year itself, we had crossed around 150 or $160 million. So apart from that, several funding scheme, technology adoption fund is there. Government has constituted $120 million this VC fund for the investment to the Indian space startups. There are many schemes which INSPACE has been trying to bring up, which are showing the results. So finally, when all these things we see, it's more than 6 years. Now, it is right time that we assess, introspect, assess, dissect that whether the policy and the framework which was instituted by the government is paying off or not. Where are the gap areas? And this is the right moment for that. And thanks and compliment to ITU-APT Foundation of India to select this particular very relevant topic, and also calling a very distinguished panel of the experts. Today, we have here the Industry Association. General Bhatt is there representing ISPA. We have the satellite operator, Telesat is there, Dr. Laura is there. The satellite mobile operators are there. Link, Amy is there. We have the telecom operator, enterprise service provider, Tata Communication. So we have all the stakeholders present here who can deliberate on the policy implementation aspect. So now I would say the policy is already in place. There is no question of now whether policy should be there or not there. Now the question that we have to debate is whether we are on the right path of implementation. Have we achieved what we wanted to achieve, or what else next we have to do? So let us make this entire panel to be more interactive. And my request to all the distinguished speakers, panelists is please be brief so that we can have more and more number of questions. And please do not take more than 2 minutes for one question. I will try to put the questions very brief also, so that the context is set. And then maybe we can take some of the questions at the end from the audience also. So my first question would be, which would be the common to all. So we have moved from the policy formulation to implementation. Now, if we take on the scale of 1 to 10, now how do you think where we stand today in terms of the implementation? And just give the one number only, no justification, no rationale, starting from General Bhatt.
So when I come to the space policy, yeah, it's a very fine question that where do we stand in implementation of the policy? As far as space goes, I will divide it into different verticals. At one end is 9, and that is, you can take it from the launch of Vikram 1. It indicates everything what policy
So General Bhatt, I'm sorry, but I'm taking the 9 because no explanation, no justification will come later.
Why I'm coming to this is in SATCOM, it is maybe 3 because no implementation is taken place. Because today.
So we will come. 3 to 9 is what is your answer? Thank you very much. Yeah, Dr. Laura.
Thank you. Good morning to all. I'm more generous, I would say around 7.
7. Good. Yeah. I mean.
First of all, apologies for being late.
It's fine.
I would say we're about 6, 7.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Kapoor sir.
You asked the policy implementation, space policy implementation.
Implementation.
So I will give you very few marks. Why?
Okay.
That
No, no,
question
no.
is-
Why is afterwards? We will come to that question. So very less marks means
I
what?
will say
0, 1?
Not picked up, not because of you, but it has not picked up.
Yeah, so it is 0.
I say
Okay, right. Yeah.
I would say around 8.
Around 8. So very good. Now, so we have certainly now this is going to be very interesting discussion now. We have the marks from 0 to 9. Okay, so let us pick up the one by one the question. So now the common question again, what do you think to achieve 10 or at least to the upper 90% or 80%? What exactly precisely, tell only one thing which we need to do in the next 2 years. We have to focus to get this marks to the 8 or 9. General Bhatt.
Release of spectrum for space.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Laura.
Yes, I would say yes, streamlining of the overall decision process and release of spectrum, finalization of spectrum policy also for non-GSO systems.
I will add to those definitive timelines to do all of that.
Okay.
And I will say there was a time when the DOT wanted Department of Space to synchronize. There was difficulty. Now the Department of Space is asking DOT to synchronize. There is a difficulty, but you will have to listen to me why. But as on now, I am answering like this one.
Yeah, so your suggestion is the synchronization between the Department of Space and Department
when
Telecom.
the telecom was
Okay.
one sentence.
Yeah, please.
When there was a telecommunication in connectivity gap, the space was to give satellites. The satellites were not coming the way they came in broadcasting. Now the space policy has opened up, but authorizations are not coming the way they should come.
Okay.
Spectrum.
Spectrum. So basically the spectrum wins, looks like that. The main I should say the focus area should be the space spectrum. That is how. So now let us come to the generics and the rather specifics. So General Bhatt. Now so the Indian space policy really has generated the enormous optimism, and we have seen the more or less the results also. Where has the industry seen the great progress during the past 1 year? Which area?
So without getting into praising in space, especially you are there, but in space has given a model of what a government agency should be. The way our startups, their hand-holding has been done. And if Vikram 1 was launched, there's a lot of effort at the back end from InSpace and ISRO also, which has ensured that. It's more than what the government does, just being an authorizer or being someone to audit, but somebody holding hands and letting this industry grow. And that is a compliment to what InSpace was formed to do and it has been done. The whole regulation regime, if I say, the only thing which is left is the Space Activity Bill, which we are really not worried because we know it is there. But what we would re-emphasize is that you share it with us before you finalize it. And very importantly, for funds to flow and for the liability to be set. And very importantly, the regulator to be defined by an authority of the parliament. Space Activity Bill needs to become at the earliest.
Okay. So any specific achievements in the last 1 year by the Indian private space sector? Of course, other than Skyroot, we have just seen.
So it's just not Skyroot. There are 5 Indian companies which have launched satellites. And the last satellite which was launched, unfortunately, it did go into space, but it was not able to take out the product, is a satellite which is a new technology for the world. Optosar, if it succeeds, which I am very sure it will be something where we will lead in the world. Even pixel hyperspectral satellite are indicative of a new technology, a new constellation which is coming there. So in terms of this, and the government itself has put in a lot of faith. Out of the 52 satellites being made for surveillance in India, 31 will be made in the private sector.
Right.
And I see by the end of this year, the first ones will be there.
Thank you. So you talk about the Indian Space Act, and morning also the again member services touched upon this point that in space is not sort of full-fledged regulator, and if they can be given the power, and hopefully now with the Indian Space Act coming up and it's under active discussion, probably that we will see the full-fledged legally tenable regulatory framework would be in place. So when we talk to regulatory framework, coming to Dr. Laura, now you work with the various regulator across the world, with various countries, especially in your way of working also is there. How does India's regulatory frameworks do you compare with the other countries?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I think it's no secret that the overall regulatory approval process in India is considered one of the most complex in the world. At the same time, I believe there have been major progresses in the last few years with major milestones such as the in-space new space policy from 2023, in-flight maritime and connectivity policy, a unified DOT portal for license application, definition of technical standards, and so on and so forth. So overall, major progresses. If I may, there are some peculiarities remain. For instance, thanks to the TRI recommendation, the gateway license was detached from the service provision license, which we consider a very welcome step. However, in the current regulatory framework, the SCSG licensee, the gateway licensee, has no right to hold the spectrum, even for the operation of the gateway license. And I would say this is quite a unique exception in the international regulatory framework, because normally a gateway licensee has a spectrum assignment for the operation of the gateway. At the same time, there is a new proposal for this new license, the SCN license, Satellite Connectivity Network License. And at least in our view, there are already a number of licenses that are applicable, the space license, the unified license, the spectrum license, the security, the gateway license, and so on and so forth. So at least in our view, it would be sufficient, at least for broadband satellite service provision, to allow the gateway licensee the right to hold the spectrum in order to possibly avoid this additional extra layer of licensing, which factually is not applicable in other countries, in the sense that the landing rights together with the gateway license cover the network aspect. So that would be my observation.
Thank you, Dr. Laura. Just one small correction. So now, as morning Gupta ji also told, that now it is a death knell to the licensing regime. We no more talk about license. Now in India, we talk about only authorization. Okay. So the second thing is, of course, now the TRI chairman also morning told that they are also working on, now TRI is working on the separate authorization for the satellite communication network, which came as a service, which is certainly is a very good concept and all. And so coming to the, because you mentioned that the authorization process is very complex, but now what we understand that with the recently notified service authorizations rules by Department of Telecommunication, the entire process has been made very simple, and the number of authorizations also have been reduced to a great extent. And we are seeing now only basically one prime authorization, prime service authorization, and then miscellaneous, and the other one is only captive. So certainly that would simplify the process. And as far as the space segment is concerned, InSpace also has worked upon the bringing out the clarity and brought out the norms, guideline, and procedure, which is very, very self-explanatory. So hopefully, let us hear from the other our panelists also. So let us move to Tarunji. Now, you talked about the spectrum and requirement. Certainly, the TRI recommendation is to move from the rather than continue to with the administrative assignment of the spectrum. Now, how important it is to bring the clarity and the certainty in the regulatory regime by a regulator, especially for the private operators and private investors to come in and then invest in the India. How important it is that we should have the clarity on these aspects.
Sir, it is there. Let me talk about the India. If you see the mobile market in India, it's a very success story to show that how the private investment, private competition, private innovation can play a significant role. Because today, the kind of economies of scales we have created for the mobile sectors, this is the high time we can do it for the space also. We have the right talent, we have the right infrastructures, we have the right pool of the, investment also. The foreign, companies are ready to come about that. Now we have the TRA recommendation also. The only thing which we need to do is that just implement it. If you see in other countries, again, coming back to the mobile side, where those countries are now increasing the validity of the spectrum also. So that the operators earlier, if they were global mobile operator, were getting the spectrum for 20 years, now they are getting it for 40 years. So that you can, invest billions of dollars. Here, at least start with the implementation of the TRA recommendation. That's a fantastic, recommendations. It just has to be implemented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now, Ms. Emmy, the question to you is, of course, the link has been one of the pioneers in interacting and discussing with the various countries for providing D2D services on commercial basis. And so you have been interacting with a lot of countries. Now, what distinguishes between the countries from who take, or rather who do quickly from the policy announcement to the commercial deployments, that the gap between these two things is very small, and who can quickly adopt to the policy and then start commercially deployments?
So it's been an interesting evolution, to be honest. I mean, I think from the beginnings when we sort of offered this service or decided to even test this service about 7 years ago, there were a number of countries actually in the Asia Pacific region who, were prone to disaster and trying to figure out, hey, how do I get a new technology that could help me with my resilience? And so they were actually very, very quick to move. Yes, it was experimental, but even after that, there was a sense, that we're going to be working with the mobile network operators. We're an extension of them. They hold the license, so we'll just let you be any other roaming operator. And it was really just a letter, of authorization. I'm not saying that should be everywhere, but I do think that depending on the particular way that you're actually offering service, whether it's MSS via IMT services or whether it's MSS via MSS spectrum, I do think there is a way to make, a light licensing regime work for India, for example, and get the services actually out there fairly quickly. I commend TRI for moving ahead and actually having a consultation. I'm really excited about that. I'd like to actually see that implemented, as we were talking about implementation and timelines, very quickly, very soon. We're already having good conversations around that as an industry. So there are a number of ways to do it, but I definitely think there's a difference between the IMT licensing and the MSS licensing and how we're going to go about it. The last thing I would say about this in particular, I like the non-auction approach to that as well. Again, satellites are just different. It's a different technology. It takes a lot to do this and do this globally on an NGSO basis. So a lot to learn from the rest of the world. as well as, India for the rest of the world.
Okay, thank you. So, Rakeshji, you talked about the synchronization between the Department of Telecommunication and Department of Space, which we have been seeing always the debate between the satellite and terrestrial. So now, how do you think that the terrestrial operator and satellite operator should work together rather than compete with each other? What should be done? It is other than the government department, of course, the industry also has to work together. What are your views on that?
The point is that today, we have the supply chain for the non-terrestrial networks to get integrated. We have 3GPP specifications ready. We have in space a lot of constellations already there. Although from the space department, the constellations will come up and it will take a few years before they come up, but still they are there. So when everything is ready, then for the last 10 years, we don't see any deployment of non-terrestrial integration. And there is no roadmap which suggests that it will take place in the next 2-3 years. So there are two things that is required. The authorization must give priority to what is the spectrum required for uplink and the last mile. It should be scalable, it should be made available and notified so that everybody can do some research. They can have their equipments, number one. Number two, the authorization must ensure that the mobile network operators ARPU will not get disturbed once we go ahead with the NTN integration, because the NTN integration will spoil their ARPU. And once their ARPU is spoiled, they will always be discouraged to promote NTN. And as far as space policy is concerned, they have cleared, but the regulator has a pressure now how to implement. And the whole implementation will depend upon the implementation of the authorization, which is in the pipeline.
Yeah. So you have addressed, of course, what are the government part, what we should do, government should do. But my question was that what industry should do, what the terrestrial operator and satellite operator, how they should come together rather than competing with each other.
I believe the industry is ready to take off. They are waiting to take off. They will take off. The only thing is we have to enable them to take off. And even though we want to avoid saying the government side, but the fact is that the regulation must come up.
Okay. So moving to General Bhatt, again about the policy implementation aspect. Now, in your views, where are the biggest bottlenecks which are still remaining? Now, is it in the authorizations, like some of the speakers have told, coordination between the government department, coordination between industry and government, investments, the timelines for giving the authorization, some of the people told. What are those one of the biggest bottlenecks, if you can identify?
If I would try to say it, it is in the implementation. It is not in defining the policy, which has already been done and quite clearly. For example, single window is an aspiration of every industry member. But that single window is theoretical. It in implementation becomes multiple windows, and you don't even know where those windows are. Example is, in principle, clearance is the first thing which was made with ensuring that timelines would be better. But there are examples now that in principle, approval does not come. So basically the problem, if I would define, is at the implementation level, not at defining the policy. That has been done very well.
I think, yeah, very nicely captured. And this is again, I will quote member services. He also told that basically there has to be a single front end, basically, which is long pending the thing. And again, for the information of this gathering, that we have been, INSpace has been working along with the other departments, DOT, MIB, especially in WPC, to have some sort of interdepartment single window interface. And we are trying to work out a common platform wherein the applicant would submit the application, and the processing wise, they don't have to go to the individual department. We have started working on that. It is time taking process, but more or less in principle, it has been agreed upon. Probably we'll see the results in the coming years. Now moving to Dr. Laura. What gives international satellite investors the confidence when they enter into a new market? And because this is the India at that particular stage where a lot of investors are looking at. Now, generally, what gives them the confidence?
Thank you. I would mention three characteristics. A framework that is stable and transparent. With the second point, reasonable conditions in terms, for instance, of associated costs, reporting requirements, and finally, overall, a streamlined application process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Amy, and now this question I have specially formulated for you. So I will read as it is. So many governments are looking at satellite as part of their national digital infrastructure. And we see that a lot of now even the smaller countries also who are not the spacefaring nations have adopted the technology, especially the satellites. What policy and licensing approaches have you seen work best in accelerating market entry while maintaining regulatory certainty? So I know it would be a diplomatic answer, but still we would like to hear from you how that what are your views of that?
Yeah, again, I mean, this is actually part of my last answer, which is, this light licensing approach. And, to shout out to my United States colleague who mentioned the reform that they're doing with their licensing approach. They don't necessarily have a shot clock, but it's really how do we get these applications through to allow for certainty in the industry, allow for the investment in the industry. It's sort of, these all play into each other, how this is all going to work. But, what I've seen around the world is those who are going to get the service quickly are going to act quickly from a regulatory standpoint, are going to get behind the operators to, actually support what they're doing, and, put up less regulatory barriers to entry to actually provide the service in and of itself, simply.
Okay. So again, it is a diplomatic answer only. Okay, Tarunji, now in your view, if we look at now, how do we focus our Indian space sector and ecosystem? Now, should India focus on becoming the major satellite capacity market, or we should look at to make India as a global satellite manufacturing and innovation hub, where we should focus?
I think it should be both. Because by design, since you have 1.4 billion, populations, you has to be the huge market for the, for any global players. So you cannot deny that. There are many successful examples that. But now if you see that over the last few years, the government policy has been to push the manufacturing side, whether it is going into the electronics or the chip sides. And we have the right talent, right pool, everything is available. So I think we should also push for, the manufacturing. I think we have to play both the roles, to be very honest.
Okay. So and that is what precisely even in space has been focusing on. We have now targeted basically the small satellite manufacturing up to 500 kg of satellite, where we see that lot of market is there to make India a global manufacturing hub. Not only for manufacturing the satellite, even launching those satellites, because now we have got the capable launch operators who can take up the launches of this class of satellites. So this is one part. And coming to the second part, where whether we should become the major the satellite capacity provider. So that is also very important, as you rightly said, because even to fulfill the demand of meet the requirement of India, we are still depending upon the non-Indian satellite capacity. And that is almost about 40 to 50% of the capacity is drawn from the non-Indian capacity. Of course, non-Indian satellite capacity is most welcome as long as we give the fair competition to our own and create innovation, bring the new technology, and of course meet the requirement. But at the same time, it is also very important that the Indian private satellite operators also come up and deploy their satellite and provide the capacity. So on both front, INSpace has been working very actively with along with the other departments with the government. And recently, again, probably many of you may know that the INSpace has made accessible one Indian ITU filing to one of the private satellite operator that that was filed by ISRO ITU filing, and now the particular satellite operator will bring up a high throughput satellite in next 2.5 years. So similar type of initiatives we are now taking. Because the orbit spectrum morning also it was told is one of the major hurdle, and we are trying to see that whether we can support the private industry on that.
Just adding one point, which is very good, that we also need to see that how the Indian infrastructure can be used to serve the global markets. Because in the teleport sites, we have seen it that how the small nations have become the hub, to cover all the regional. So like in the case of Eutelsat, our gateways are technically capable to serve at least 20 countries, neighboring countries. So you can create the infrastructure here, provide the services there. So how we can ensure that also that we are able to use our infrastructures.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
I'd like to give a brief comment on what you have said. You have made a narrative that the manufacturing should be there in the space sector. Wonderful. But one thing is universal. It is the consumption that leads the manufacturing, not the other way around. So unless and until you facilitate the deployment of satellites, whether they are Indian or abroad, we should let go the start of deployment. Once the deployment starts, then your manufacturing will definitely follow.
Right. Yeah, you touched upon good point also. And not only that, there should be a sufficient commercial viability also for the satellite operator to come up and then take up this. Because the space is always, long gestation period, high capital incentive and all. And for that, we had also taken stakeholder consultations involving all our associations, and that try to work out that what is the demand, total SATCOM demand, especially SATCOM area I'm talking about.
Absolutely, you have said it. So that is why whatever subsidy you want to give to the manufacturing, a portion of that subsidy should go to the people who start the deployment.
Yeah. So, okay, now let us come to again General Bhatt. Now, where do you see the hybrid terrestrial satellite architecture creating the greatest value? Now, see, we are all talking about the NTN, we are all talking about the D2D coming up now. Do you think that really this has the market in India with all lot of complications? And of course, you are the industry association, but still I wanted to throw this question to you rather than talking to some of the operators, because that could be a biased view here. So you being the neutral person, what do you think about the market or the potential of the D2D, NTNIB, which we are talking about 3GPP, IoT, these type of emerging application other than the normal broadband and the thing. And second thing, consumer broadband through satellite-based consumer broadband. Do you think that it has the potential in India? Because not a lot of NGSO constellations are coming up targeting the even consumer broadband. Yeah.
So amongst all, D2D is a little distant. It is definitely there, but from disaster to emergency services to it being a part of the overall communication, there'll be a little more time, but definitely it is there on the horizon. It is going to come. And if you see it as a market opportunity for anyone, globally or nationally, it is there in the future. Now coming to is the capacities which are building up in LEO, low Earth orbit for all IoT, NT and all, for everything, is it pull or there is still a potential? The fact that very recently you have approved 1,600 satellites for one of the companies, Reliance Jio, indicates that there is an opportunity. And it is very important that whatever opportunity can be made in India, not only Reliance, but another player, which is an Indian player, would be a great opportunity for this SATCOM sector with all kind of services to be there. There's a huge opportunity the way more and more of spectrum is required, more of capacity is required. There is definitely opportunity. And as you said, B2C is very important in the future.
Yeah. So I will just take this question now to Tarunji, because now you are in that, you are service provider, basically. Now, where do you see the demand going now, generating, and what are the potential? Which sector you say? Whether it is going to be maritime, whether it is going to be aviation, government, defense, or energy, or you continue to do your entrepreneur VSATs? Where do you think that the now demand would be there in the next 4 to 5 years in India?
I think it's a combination of all the sectors which you have defined from, but from our point of view, definitely the government users, the defense, or the mobile operator for their backhaul purposes, or in-flight services. Definitely, they are going to create a lot of demands. There is no doubt about it. Like in the rural areas, you need a connectivity. For the disaster, you need a satellite connectivity. There are border areas, you need a connectivity. So, and whatever trials we have done so far with the government users, the results have been fantastic. So there is clear-cut demand. The infrastructure is ready. You have to just implement it.
Okay. So now just one common question to all the panelists. Now, with all this discussion, what do you feel that whether we need to do something more on policy, or policy has been done already? Now it is the question of only implementation from you.
The implementation policy, like you've already mentioned, the act is around the corner. That will, to us, most important is what it will draw in terms of funds. And implementation is what is very, very important. Like we've been able to do it, and that is why we ensured launching of rocket. Similarly, we have to ensure implementation that SATCOM services are effective in India, especially like Leo has been waiting for so long, an opportunity cost which has been really lost.
Okay. Dr. Laura? Any other policy intervention is required, some more, or only implementation?
Thank you. Well, I will repeat myself by mentioning the finalization of the spectrum allocation policy, and then I just take my previous speaker in terms of swift implementation. Thank you.
Yeah, Sammy?
I would agree with those. And of course, selfishly seeing the D2D policy complete. Can I add one more thing?
Yeah,
too?
please.
I just want to sort of go thinking out of the box. I think when we think from 30 years ago to today, the satellite industry is completely upturned. It's completely different. And I think what we will see in the next 5 to 10 years is completely different than what we see today. I do think that we're going to see a blending of everything, whether it's GEO, MEO, LEO, terrestrial, fiber, as mentioned by Isabel earlier, and how we interact with those networks. They're all going to be operating as one, from my perspective.
Yes.
And we're going to be seeing an explosion of applications, and whatever is smartest to put over whichever piece of that network, that's what we're going to do for the consumer. So I just don't think it's so limited on the, is D2D going to work? I think it's just going to be a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, Rakesh.
See, the point is, you have asked policy or the implementation. I'll say policy. The policy that we are allowing VSATs to grow exponentially in the country for connectivity of mobile network operators is growing exponentially on geo satellite. The policy should be to stop it by the year end, and to say that any other VSAT which will come up from next year will be on LEO only and LEO only. Otherwise, the space utilization of space infrastructure will not be there.
I give an example. In 2023, we launched 5G services. When we wanted to launch, we went to DOT and we asked that we need E-band as a backhaul because otherwise we cannot launch it. There was no policy. There was no TRI recommendations. So what the government did that, they said that we are going to assign you on the provisional basis, subject to the conditions that, whenever the policy is designed and framed, including the pricing part, that would be implemented retrospectively. So as the operators, we signed those undertakings, took the E-band, launched the 5G services, and the result that we launched Indian telcos rolled one of the fastest 5G network in the world. Now there was no policy, but it was more of the implementation part because there was a sense of urgency and say that let's do that. So in the satellite sites, now we have the Telecommunication Act, we have the TRA recommendation. It's just a matter of the implementation. I have the infrastructure, I have the license, I have all the approvals. The moment you give it to me, I will launch the services. So implementation is equally important.
Yeah. So good. Now let us throw open the questions to the audience. What is up? How many? 5 minutes. Okay. So now it is very difficult. But let us take the two questions. And yeah.
Well, Amit just mentioned that there is going to be a transformation in the way the satellite communication is going to pan out in the next few years. Rightly so. And there'll be an integration of maybe all the three, GEO, LEO, and MEO. But at the same time, Rakeshji mentioned that we should stop having VSATs on GEO and only have them on the LEO. I still feel that in the hinterland, maybe GEO would still be relevant for a few years more in countries like India. That's what I want to say. Not to say that LEO should not move forward, but that's what I just wanted to mention. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is basically one of the observations, not questions. Good, you have saved some time, but we fully agree. It is not that Geo is going to be outdated. Geo continues to play a major role, and the technologies are evolving in the Geo. NGSO, we are yet to see. Okay, so one more question? Good, so you have saved our time. Thank you very much. We come to the close of this session. Just to conclude, now 2-3 points which came up, which I thought we would summarize it. One is the policy is in place, but still there are certain areas where the clarity is required in terms of either you say policy or you say in terms of the implementation of policy, the norms and guidelines or rules so-called and all. So clarity is required on those forms. Implementation is very important, and there are areas which have been identified brought out by the distinguished panelist, spectrum, the NGSO, the terrestrial vis-a-vis the satellite networks, and so on. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and the distinguished panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jain, for conducting the session so beautifully. I would request you to please do the honors of presenting a memento to all our speakers, starting with Lieutenant General Anil Kumar Bhatt, retired. Thank you very much, sir. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? We thank Dr. Laura Roberty. Thank you, ma'am. We thank Ms. Amy Melman. Thank you, ma'am. Let's have a huge hand and thank Mr. Rakesh Kapoor. Thank you, sir. Please put your hands together for Shri Tarun Chitkara, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for joining us. I request Mr. Bharat Bhatia to please join us on the stage and do the honors of presenting a memento to our session chair, Dr. P.K. Jain. Thank you so much, sir. I'd request our panelists to please join us for a group picture. I request everyone to kindly remain seated as we have a very interesting session coming up next. It's a fireside chat on global regulatory framework for non-GSO satellite systems, for which we'll have Mr. Chris Hofer and Mr. Pankaj Sharma joining us. But before that, I request everyone on the floor to please join us for a group picture. Everyone, requesting you all to please join us for a quick picture, group picture, please. May I request all the delegates on the floor to kindly join us for a group picture. Everyone, please come forward for a group picture. May we request everyone at the back, everyone on the floor to please join us for a group picture. Everybody, all the attendees, all the delegates, speakers, to please come forward for a group picture. I request everyone to please come forward. Everyone at the back, please come forward for a group picture. Can come towards the side. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we have a fireside chat on global regulatory framework for non-GSO satellite systems. I request everyone to kindly be seated as we move on to this fire chat session. This is a fire chat between Mr. Chris Hofer, Head International Spectrum Management and Strategy, Amazon Leo, in conversation with Mr. Pankaj Sharma, Partner Regulatory Consulting, EY. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chris Hofer, Head International Spectrum Management and Strategy, Amazon Leo. He previously served as Director of Regulatory Affairs at Viasat and chaired ITU-APT Study Group 4 for 2 terms. I request everyone to kindly settle down. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready with the fireside chat on global regulatory framework for non-GSO satellite systems. I'd request everyone to kindly settle down. We have with us Mr. Chris Hofer, Head, International Spectrum Management and Strategy, Amazon Leo. He previously served as Director of Regulatory Affairs at Viasat and chaired ITU-R Study Group 4 for 2 terms. He acted as the lead representative for WRC activities for the Chief Information Office within the U.S. Office of Secretary of Defense and chaired the Space Systems Subcommittee under NTIA. He holds a master's in telecommunications from University of Colorado, Boulder, and bachelor's in electrical engineering from New Mexico State University. We have with us Mr. Pankaj Sharma, Partner Regulatory Consulting, EY. Mr. Sharma specializes in corporate reputation, public policy, and privacy with over 30 years of experience in the telecom and satellite industry. He previously served as Chief Corporate Affairs Officer and Country Manager for Telenor India. He holds an MBA from ISB Hyderabad and a degree in electrical engineering. Welcome, Mr. Chris Hofer and Mr. Pankaj Sharma, and I'll hand over the dais to the two. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. And very good afternoon to all of you. So, Chris, we don't need a fire, in Delhi. Weather is very hot, but we can definitely have a chat, right? Okay. So let me start with a little bit of a context here. I think we have been talking since morning, the kind of, technological changes that have been happening in the satellite sector with the advent of NGSOs. The NGSOs today, they are delivering wireless broadband in the underserved communities, in the unconnected areas. Also, improving the GDPs of the countries, improving the economy of the country. But this technology shift that has happened, it has, also increased the needs of the industry many folds. And also, it has, increased a lot of challenges for the regulators. Now, those challenges are in the spectrum coordination, in the spectrum, interference, on the sustainability side, equitable use of orbital resources, and so forth. So this shift that is happening, it is not only a technology shift, it is also a regulatory shift. How the regulatory framework, which have been, working for many decades, how they can accommodate, this new business models, the new technology, and the growing demand for the spectrum, and also the orbital resources, something that I think also got discussed in the previous panel. So the question that during the chat that I'll be having with Chris is also about, how this global regulatory ecosystems, they can evolve quickly enough to support this transformation while also maintaining fairness, sustainability, and international cooperation. So let me start, Chris. Welcome once again, to the session. Let's start first with the technology itself. That how this NGSO technology has been evolving, and what kind of business cases are developing, and what Amazon Leo is doing, and how you are looking at the future, say for next 5 years or so.
So certainly what's been changing in the NGSO world over the last few years is certainly, I think, the cost of the rockets, and certainly the first stage reusability that we see out there. And then we got big investments going in to the technology itself. The flat panel displays have been created as well. And so you're starting to see this huge explosion of non-GSOs right now. And certainly with our particular technology that we're doing, we're putting up 3,200 satellites. We've got 3 shells in our design, 590 kilometers, 610 kilometers, and 630 kilometers, about 1,000 satellites in each shell. And at these altitudes, our latency is being brought down to, fiber type latency below 50 milliseconds, which is something we haven't seen beforehand. And certainly the technology is leading us to providing in the fixed satellite service spectrum, which we're particularly using, again, broadband services around the world, but all type of platforms, right? To the home, providing broadband to the hospitals and the schools, but also to maritime, connecting the ships, and then to aircraft as well. And we're starting to see, I've been using some Wi-Fi on aircraft from non-GSOs, and we're seeing some difference in the service that's being provided. And it's just like being inside your office. Now, whether we really want that while we're on aircrafts, because sometimes we want to be disconnected from the office, but it's heading that way. But certainly looking to serve the underserved today, the households, schools, clinics, businesses, and governments around the world. And you can see that as, right now, some new ideas with even India of non-GSOs being put together and developing money to put up their own system. Many administrations around the world want their own NGSO system today.
Okay, excellent. Actually, I recently traveled in US, and in one of the flights, this connectivity in the aircraft was so good that it was constant video streaming. So something that if you could also have, I don't know if it is there in other part of the world. I couldn't see it from Europe to US part, but within US, I found that this connectivity and the internet connectivity that's happening within we are getting in the aircraft has really improved, and it's really amazing.
Yeah, fully agree. I'm seeing some airlines make the transition, and
Right.
I've seen some in the Middle East that I've been on, same thing. And I've seen at times I like to do speed tests while I'm on board, see what's happening. But I've seen up to 400 megabits down and 20 megabits up to a single person in their seat. It's just amazing what's happening right now. Yeah.
Right. So obviously, when we're talking about NGSOs, unlike geo satellites, which are stationary and they are constantly moving. I think the ITU plays a big role in that. Could you elaborate on that? How what kind of role ITU plays when it comes to the spectrum coordination and all that?
The growth of spectrum coordination.
Yeah, what role ITU, because satellites are inherently, they're global, networks are global in nature. So what is the role of ITU over there?
Yeah, so the role of ITU, of course, is certainly to develop the provisions so that they can coexist. And I think the mechanisms that have been in place certainly are important and related to, let's focus just on satellite coordination between GSOs and non-GSOs, for example. So my coordination team, we've successfully coordinated with the GSO operators around the world. We've successfully coordinated with many of the non-GSO systems around the world. And I think part of the key there is for both sides looking to try to find a solution. I'm running into some cases in certain parts of the world where there's not an interest on one side to find a solution, and therefore it's a blocker. And certainly that can be problematic. But the mechanisms that the ITU has in place, I do believe works well from the satellite coordination perspective. Certainly, we have radio regulations in place right now on, I'm going to touch base on EPFD and the power limits that have been in place, for 20 plus years. The work that was done back then was very important, and it made sense to develop that work at the time. Non-GSOs were not operating at the time. We didn't have real measurement data like we do today. There's systems up now measuring the data, trying to see how the potential for interference may react. And we've seen some of these items published around the world. It is time for a change there. And what I think is important is to not just rely on age-old protection criteria, is the term I'll use, but also to look at measurement data of the current systems, both GSO and non-GSO, to help develop the sharing criteria for them to coexist.
So what exactly are we looking at over here? The new technologies are coming, the NGSOs is coming, there is new demand for the spectrum that is coming. So what expectation do you have out of ITU in terms of the regulatory framework? How should they evolve now going forward?
Yeah, so you're going to see some proposals forward in the future, but certainly, again, looking at age-old criteria, which exists in multiple examples of different services sharing. I think those need to be relooked at, and you're going to see the US putting some proposals about doing that. We're going to see some things like that discussed within the Plenty Pot, for example, that's coming up. And again, when we can actually have measured data, realistic data that we can help develop the sharing criteria. I think that really is the best way forward. And so that's something that you're going to see from the United States being pushed as well. Yep.
We have WRC 27 coming up, in near future. I think it's in 27, right? Sometime, yeah. And I think a lot of it is in the agenda over there as a part of agenda. So what would be your expectations out of WRC 27?
Yeah, certainly a large portion of the agenda is related to satellite issues, multiple spectrum, looking for use by GSO and non-GSOs, and then of course some sharing criteria between all of those. The Working Party 4A that meets in October will be finalizing what we call the draft CPM text, which will have multiple methods to solve each of these agenda items. But we're looking at issues to gain access in the 50 gigahertz band for non-GSOs, for example. Also 17.3 to 17.7 gigahertz in the downlink. Regions 1 and 2 are allowing the use of that for non-GSOs. And so that's being studied for region 3. So there's an interest from operators, including myself, to use those frequency bands around the world. So again, to increase the capacity that we have to provide to customers and increase the size of the pipe, so to speak. And then there's also a few items to be discussed where we've had some cases where operators have been using terminals in unlicensed areas. And certainly that's, I'm speaking specifically agenda item 1.5. There are some concerns about how to handle that and whether the mechanisms in place today are strong enough within the ITU or if we need to do some additional work. I see that as that's a very controversial issue within Working Party 4A and within the ITU as well.
And apart from the regulatory framework, how important do you feel is the cooperation that is required between operator to operator coordination? Is that also very important going forward?
It is very important. And so, I mean, the key here is any, say, incumbent, it's important that they are protected and mechanisms are in place so they can continue to operate. And I'm a big believer that GSOs are not going away. They're not going anywhere. They're certainly important and part of the ecosystem. As others have said, there's a place for GSOs, non-GSOs, fiber, et cetera, all playing as the solution into each administration. And getting folks to cooperate is very important to find the best way forward. And without that cooperation, we just have blockers and the politics come into play and trying to find the best way forward. It's difficult. And it's difficult for regulators when they're getting two different views that are totally opposing and trying to find a way forward. So I know that is difficult. But again, if we're able to look at data that exists out there, and now that these non-GSOs are actually operating, as an example of these EPFD limits developed in WRC 2000, it really was 16 years before a non-GSO system, O3B at the time, became operational and started to use some of the EPFD limits. And we started to exercise and look at how applicable these limits were at the time. And so again, certainly there's an interest within 4A to review these, and these discussions will continue through WRC 27 and probably beyond. Yep.
And do you see eventually moving forward more flexible and adaptive spectrum management models? Is that the way to go?
I certainly believe that that's very important, that we work on ways to try to do that. And that's something where we touch on the light licensing portion or the light requirements that are needed so that these systems may proliferate and provide their services around the world.
And what role, do you see for India going forward in terms of, within international satellite community? I mean, what's happening? I think there was also a discussion around one of the earlier speakers talking about if you're late, in this whole race, then maybe you're losing out on, some of the orbital resources and all that.
Right.
And India has just started its journey so far. So what would be your comment over there?
Yeah, so good question relating this to the administration that we're sitting in right now. So certainly India matters twice over. It's an economy as an international actor. It's home to more than 400 million people, not yet online, roughly 1 in 5 of the world's unconnected, concentrated exactly the terrain satellite serves best, remote villages, we got hill regions, border areas, and islands. At this time, we see India modernizing its own framework at remarkable speed, which is amazing. The Telecom Act of 2023, which is briefly mentioned this morning, and the new authorization rules were notified this year, rebuilding the regime in real time. And so as operators in the commercial world are really excited that that's taken place. The world is watching how India balances openness to new systems with protection of existing services. Internationally, we all see India as one of the most influential administrations in the ITU, leading voice in the Asia-Pacific region. Its positions help shape regional and global consensus. We see in Working Party 4A that I'm one of the working group chairmen, very active. India's contributions, they're very active. We see folks in this room that are introducing those documents and influencing the decisions that are being made regarding satellite spectrum. And India's credibility is unique, in my view, a space power, major developing market, and a champion of digital inclusion at population scale. Few countries can speak to every side of this debate with such authority. And a lot of us are going to be traveling over to Sapporo, Japan next week. And again, India will be sharing their views and preliminary views and positions related to agenda items and influencing the APT input contributions into WRC27, which is fantastic.
Okay, nice. And overall, I mean, what kind of regulatory developments do you think, will have greatest impact on satellite industry over next 5 to 10 years? If you're looking at 10 years in the horizon, I mean, what is it that we, on the regulatory side, we need to do to, have, that kind of an impact so that, there is sustainability of the industry over for next 10 years?
Yeah, I think part of that, really the framework's really important. Success of the framework, it's caught up with its industry. Rules that reflect how satellite systems actually perform in the 2030s, not how they were sketched out of the 1990s, is really important. Both orbits are thriving. GSO and non-geo systems, they're growing side by side, coordinating routinely, competing on service rather than litigating over decades-old margins is really important. And the measure that matters most, hundreds of millions more people online. That's the goal here, to get more people connected. As we went through COVID, we found out how important connectivity is, for example. And many of the unconnected folks are here in India. And because the rule book let the technology do what it was built to do. So one statement could make, if a child in a remote village is doing their homework online in 2032, because the decisions we made in this cycle, this is a success.
Great. So I think these are exciting times, Chris. As we are looking in the future, we are looking at amalgamation of the various technologies, whether it is satellite technology. I think there's a great promise that the 5G has. There's a great promise. I think I've been reading about 6G as a technology. I mean, the kind of great promise that the 6G has. And I think in the future, we are looking at, amalgamation of all these technologies and to see how it can benefit the societies, how it can impact the societies. And hopefully, we're looking at much more intelligent societies, going forward. Thank you. Thank you. So any questions from the audience for Chris?
I see none. It's lunchtime. Right.
Lunchtime. All right. Okay. Thank you, Chris.
And thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I request everyone to kindly join us for lunch, which is right at the back of the hall. Thank you very much. We'll see you sharp in 45 minutes time. Thank you. Sharp at 2:15. Sharp at 2:15, please, I request everyone to come back and assemble inside the hall. The lunch is laid out right at the back of the hall. I request everyone to kindly proceed. And we have a reserved table for the speakers, the front 3 tables for the speakers. पहले 3 tables. Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion, and actually we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology. Basically, it is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal, bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion, and actually we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
Over to you.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into a single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology basically is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion, and actually we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into a single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology basically is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion, and actually we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only science and technology, but for the economic development.
India This year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology. Basically, it is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal, bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
This is a momentous occasion, and actually we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations on this. This is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology. Basically, it is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal, bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
This is a momentous occasion, and actually we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology. Basically, it is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal, bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IAFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion. And actually, we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said, this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology. Basically, it is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal, bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IAFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion. And actually, we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said, this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into a single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology, basically it is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal, bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion. And actually, we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations and research. This is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into a single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology, basically it is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal, bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion. And actually, we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations and research. This is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology basically is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion. And actually we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations and we said, this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology basically is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion. And actually we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations and we said, this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology basically is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion. And actually, we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said, this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology basically is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion. And actually, we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said, this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology basically is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal, bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IAFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion. And actually, we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said, this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology basically is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal, bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Check, 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 check. Check.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IAFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion.
Check.
And
Requesting everyone to kindly be seated. We are going to begin with the next session in 5 minutes' time. I request everyone to kindly be seated. We are going to start with the next session in 5 minutes' time.
Not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into a single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology, basically it is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion. And actually, we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said, this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into a single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology, basically it is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal bypassing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Terrestrial infrastructure.
I'd like to request everyone to kindly be seated as we're all set to begin with our next session. Requesting everyone to kindly be seated. I request all the delegates at the back to kindly settle down. I request everyone to kindly settle down. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, is the session on WRC 27, the final stretch. As preparations intensify for WRC 27, this session will examine India's strategic priorities across key agenda items, including NGSO, spectrum, IMT identification, and direct-to-direct service. To chair the session, may I please invite on stage Shri Amit Gulati, Senior Deputy Wireless Advisor, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. I request Shri Amit Gulati to kindly join us on the stage. Mr. Gulati holds a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Electronics from North Maharashtra University and MBA from Faculty of Management Studies. He is a Group A officer of Indian Radio Regulatory Service and has over 22 years of experience in spectrum management in various domains, including spectrum monitoring. He is currently looking after key policy issues relating to frequency assignment of existing and new satellite networks and satellite network filing. I request our speakers to kindly join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands together and welcome Shri Arun Kumar, Deputy Wireless Advisor, WPC Wing DOT. Shri Kumar is a 2011 batch IRRS officer with over 14 years of experience in spectrum management and satellite frequency coordination. He coordinates National Working Party 4A2 for WRC 27 studies and holds a BTech in Electronics and Communication Engineering from IIT Roorkee. Welcome, sir. I request Dr. Laura Roberti, Director for Spectrum and Market Access, Telesat, to please join us. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Roberti holds a global responsibility for licensing and authorizations with extensive experience in satellite and terrestrial telecommunications and spectrum engineering. She previously served over 14 years as Director of Regulatory and Market Access at Inmarsat and has worked with British Telecom and NASA. Dr. Laura holds a PhD in electronic engineering from Polytechnic of Turin and brings many years of experience spanning both the corporate industry and the academic research world. We welcome Mr. Christian Gomez, Vice President, Government and Regulatory, Asia Pacific, Viasat Inc. Welcome, sir. Mr. Gomez serves as Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs for Asia Pacific region at Viasat. He brings over 20 years of specialized experience and leads Viasat's regional engagements with governments on critical policy matters. Prior to joining Viasat, his distinguished career included senior regulatory roles at ITU-APT within the broader mobile industry and at New Zealand Spectrum Regulator. A veteran representative at the WRC and Asia Pacific forums, Mr. Gomez has represented New Zealand at WRCs and Asia Pacific regional forums, including APT. We welcome Mr. Jose Pepe Fuvidal, APAC lead, ITU WRC strategy, Amazon Leo. Welcome, sir. Mr. Fuvidal is a prominent voice on NGSO regulatory challenges. He engages with policymakers on next generation ICT deployment and contributes to satellite network coordination for Project Kuiper. He studied law at American University, Washington College of Law, and is based in London. Welcome, sir. We welcome Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar, Director, Standards and Spectrum, Ericsson India. Welcome, sir. Dr. Devar works closely with the national, regional, and global working groups related to standards and spectrum matters. He actively contributes towards national preparatory views towards ITU-APT, AWG, and WRC. He actively contributed in IMT 2020 process as well. He was awarded PhD in electrical engineering with specialization in wireless communication from IIT Madras. I thank them for joining us and would hand over the dais to our session chair, Shri Amit Gulati. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm sure you have had a good lunch today, and I welcome everyone on the dais. This session will be on WRC 27, the final stretch. So we have the World Radio Communication Conference, which normally happens after every 4 years, which revises the international treaty called the Radio Regulations. which looks into the spectrum bands as well as the GSO and NGSO orbits. So this time around, WRC 27 is packed in with satellite issues. And it is said that the consequences of this would be felt for decades to come. So there are a lot of key agenda items which are there in the WRC, which were set in 2023 and approved by the ITU Council thereafter. So a few of the agenda items which I can recollect out here would be agenda item 1.113. Obviously not in a specific sequence, but yes, they are very important. And they are being looked after by the world with the keen eyes. 1.13 is about enabling frequency bands and making a regulatory framework for connectivity between space stations and the IMT user equipments. Then you have the agenda item 1.5, which seeks to have a regulatory framework for limiting the unauthorized operations of the GSO and NGSO Earth stations in the MSS and FSS. And then you have from the IMT side, you have agenda item 1.7, which seeks to chalk out spectrum for IMT in 4400 megahertz frequency band, 400 megahertz there, and 7125 to 8400 megahertz frequency band. And then a small chunk in the 14.8 gigahertz frequency band. So a lot of spectrum is being looked into for IMT as well. And then you have certain other agenda items being looked into, like 1.3, which will enable NGSO Earth stations to communicate with NGSO space stations. And the other items being looked into, agenda item 7 is important. There are lots of topics which are being looked into very seriously. So all in all, I think we have an action-packed stuff coming up in WRC, and it is, I think, starting on the 18th of October, so about a year and a quarter away from here, from now. And the coming meeting of the working party in the month of October, that's very important. This where the draft CPM text will be finalized for the CPM, which happens 6 months before WRC. So a lot of regional preparations also going in, which we will look at. We have esteemed panelists out here. From the industry side, we have 4 panelists, and from the regulator side, we have Arun. And I'm sure we're going to have an enriching presentation by the panelists. So the workflow would be each of the panelists will be called in for the presentation. So I request the panelists to be brief, and then followed in by a few questions to the panelists, and then maybe I can open up the floor to the participants to pop up your questions or panelists. So without wasting much time, I think I'll request Arun to go ahead and present his inputs out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Gulati sir, and good afternoon to all. So this WRC, it has several agenda items related to space, and most of those agenda items, they are important to us. But given the time, I'll be focusing on 4 of the agenda items. 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and then 1.13. So also next week, the APG is going to be held in Japan. So we have submitted our proposals on all 19 agenda items to the APG. So I'll be discussing in brief what preliminary views we have submitted on these agenda. So next slide, please. So the first agenda item is 1.1, which is aeronautical eSIMs and maritime eSIMs in the frequency band of 47.2 to 48.2, and this QNV band we call it. And so if we look at the previous WRC, I think the last 3 WRC have tackled agenda item related to these eSIMs, and probably we have much of experience from those WRC, and it should not be difficult to decide on this agenda item, and we probably support also because we'll get additional bandwidth for our in-flight and maritime connectivity. So this agenda item is considering both ASIMs and eSIMs communicating with GSOs and non-GSOs. And there are in-band services like fixed service, mobile services there. There is also IMT in certain part of the band. And in the adjacent band, there is passive services and also radio astronomy service. So one of the concern in the study is that in-band sharing between RAS and eSIM, there is some concerns, and those PFD limits are very stringent. So, but our preliminary views on this agenda item is that we are supporting method B, that is to develop a regulatory frameworks to enable this, provided that this protection of the incumbent is ensured. So yeah, and next slide. So next we have is agenda item 1.2. So this is basically there are sharing conditions that are defined in RR 5.502 and 503 to protect radio location services and the space research services. So these were decided, I think, in WRC 03, and it's almost 23 years back it was decided, and given the technological advancement, so this is one of the agenda item which we proposed for this WRC. India was one of the proponent on this agenda item. And if we look at the progress of the studies on this agenda item, so this whole agenda item has been divided into two issues. So one of the issue is on related to protection of radio location service, and another is protection of space research service. So to our best of understanding, I think there is not a much of a problem with giving away the footnote or related to space research service, but related to radio location service, there are several methods. I think almost 9 to 10 methods that were decided in the last meeting. So we are supporting the studies under this agenda item, and probably we'll be supporting one of the method that will enable the use of the smaller Earth station antenna in this band. So that's what we submitted to this APG meeting. And also this will help in the most efficient utilization of the Ku band spectrum, so 13.75 to 14 gigahertz. Next slide. So next is agenda item 1.3, which is considering the gateway links for the non-GSO systems in the frequency band 51.4 to 52.4 gigahertz. So during WRC, this band was enabled for GSO gateway links. WRC 19, a decision was taken. So now the studies are ongoing for the non-GSO gateway links. So as the studies are progressing, so currently we have 3 methods in the draft CPM text that is under consideration. So the first method is to have this enabled with the EPFD limits in Article 22. And then we have a method B, where it is through extending the existing limits that are applicable in the adjacent band, in the Q and B band. So you extend those limits, which are contained in 22.5 LNM, and you extend those limits to this band also. And then there is a method C, which says that you develop new conditions for use of this band in order to protect the GSO satellite gateway links in this band. So, and in addition to this, all 3 methods, they have protection for the ESS passive in the adjacent band, and also regarding the coordination distance calculation for the Earth station in the Appendix 7 of the radio regulation. So all 3 methods will have. But only one thing is, I think there should also be NOC method in this, but right now the CPM text doesn't have NOC in this. So yeah, next slide. So we are supporting the studies. Here also, India was one of the proponents who proposed this to be studied as an agenda item under WRC 27. So we are supporting the development of the framework in this agenda item. So we are also supporting the principle that the existing regulatory framework should be consistent across all the band for the protection of the primary services. And then we are also saying that for the protection of the GSO, the various regulatory approaches that are under consideration. So further studies are required to evaluate and evaluate those approaches and what kind of protection criteria or the technical characteristics that has to be determined to ensure that GSO networks are protected. So next slide. So yeah. So next is 1.13, which is direct to device connectivity between the space station and the IMT user equipment. So in this there are several bands that were shared that where the studies are being considered. So the meeting decided that it should be divided into sub-bands, and then each sub-band should have a method on how to resolve this issue. So currently there are 5 such ranges, and for every range there are 5 methods. So that the 5th method was introduced in the last virtual meeting that was held. So if we look into the methods, the first one is NOC. Then we have a new primary allocation through table of frequency allocation. And then we have a method to have a secondary allocation through table of frequency allocation. And then if we see the method 4, it is you introduce a new RR footnote that will identify the bands for the MSS, and then you'll enable the use limited to the DC MSS IMT systems. And then a new this method was added where it says that you, through a footnote, you enable this DC MSS IMT system under the mobile service allocation. But different administrations have presented their own concerns regarding this approach. So we'll be evaluating that approach also. And so we also have submitted studies on this agenda item, which shows that in the frequency band 2.6 gigahertz, so feasibility with MSS, BSS cannot be ensured or is not feasible. And also in the adjacent band, we have a NAVIC system operating there. So with that also, the compatibility is not ensured. You need to have a guard band or a separation distance to ensure the protection. But given that both the service will have ubiquitous kind of deployment, so it is very difficult to ensure that. So, and that's why we are not supporting this 2.6 gigahertz band as of now. And also TDD bands, we have a concern, because if a neighboring country start to use this band for MSS, then probably we'll be getting interference in those TDD bands. So next slide, please. So based on this, this is a preliminary view we have submitted to the APG. So we are saying that we are supporting the studies. We support the bands as per the recommendation M1036, and only the FDD arrangements we support. And then we are not supporting the band 2.6 gigahertz, 2500 to 2690 megahertz. And we are supporting only 5 frequency band as of now for a secondary MSS allocation, and that too limited to the use by the DC MSS IMT system. So next slide, please. So, and also we are supporting to have a PFD, aggregate PFD limits to protect the terrestrial systems, incumbent IMT terrestrial operations in this band. There is another concern that we want to be resolved under this agenda item is the cross-border interference, and also the unauthorized uplinking from a territory that has not authorized it. So we want that it should be addressed within this agenda item. So this is the view we have submitted. So this agenda item is important to us because it has a potential to, provide services to the remote and the remotest area, but there are also some concerns associated with cross-border interference, also security concerns that we need, that this should be addressed under this agenda item. So yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Arun. We have actually very well covered all the agenda items, what exactly we are looking at, what studies we are looking at, and how will it benefit the whole industry. And then you already also brought out how India stands as of now. So these are all preliminary views as of now. So perhaps you can see our India's final position by the time the APT common proposals take place, or perhaps at the CPM stage, or perhaps at the WRC stage. So lots of countries, they yet they keep themselves undecided, and only at the later stages they come to the final conclusion on which way to take, which method to actually support. So thank you, Arun, once again. I take this opportunity to invite Christian Gomez. People know him as from YSET, but what they do not know is he's an ex-ITU BR professional as well. Christian.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, a great pleasure to be here. Now that the
proprietary, closed ecosystem, vendor-specific agenda items have been covered. I want to cover about the other set of agenda items that will be discussed at WRC, which is the MSS agenda items. So first of all, WRC27 contains several agenda items directly relevant to MSS, mobile satellite services. Although each agenda item addresses a different technical issue, collectively, they pursue a common objective. So they provide greater certainty for the evolution of satellite-enabled mobile connectivity for India, which is the way that allows India to keep costs very low, because open systems in NTN will use open standards, which means that anyone with any generic mobile phone will be able to connect to a satellite-enabled broadband connection. So in terms of the decision of WRC and those agenda items influence how spectrum is shared. They also influence how the future services will interoperate. They influence investment decisions, and ultimately they influence how quickly standards-based NTN can become commercially available around the world. In the morning session, I mentioned that our NTN solution that we are developing at Viasat Equities will begin deployment in 2028. So we are not that far away. Now that timeline is directly linked with the development of this open standard ecosystem, so 3GPP-based standards. So handsets are being developed, chipsets are being developed, and the wider ecosystem that will integrate NTN with terrestrial networks is developing quickly. So we are thinking that about 2028, we will see these first networks being available to India. Furthermore, the open standards ecosystem that we are investing is a result of the way countries are moving in terms of infrastructure. So we are responding to a market demand, which is open standards. Now, that might seem like it's a little bit far away, but it's actually not. 2028 is not that far away. And India has a huge advantage. It has a huge manufacturing base, and it already has a mobile-first digital economy. So in terms of how the next million people in India will connect in the most low cost and low cost effective way, it will be through an open standard shared infrastructure model. So just a quick overview in terms of the positions and views that we have on each agenda item at Viasat. So we have an interest in all of them, so from 1.11 to 1.14. On 1.11, we support allocation for MSS while ensuring interference-free operation of coordinated MSS networks is achieved. On 1.12, it's okay to accommodate new narrowband NGSO requirements in existing MSS bands or other potential new bands considered under 1.14. In terms of 1.13, which is a very popular one, we believe that no change is required to the radio regs for D2D in current MSS bands, so MSS bands should continue as they are. And we should definitely address any coexistent issues between the bands being proposed with existing MSS spectrum in L-band and S-band. So innovation should come through in a way that it doesn't impact other critical services. So there are many other critical services in the MSS spectrum bands, which are critical for India in maritime, for example, in aviation, in government services. So we wouldn't want innovation that is affecting what's already benefiting a lot of different services in India. So in terms of why MSS outcomes matter for India. So India's interests extend far beyond securing additional spectrum. India here has an opportunity to influence how global mobile connectivity evolves. So successful MSS decisions support several national objectives for India simultaneously. For example, MSS outcomes will enable broader digital inclusion, will strengthen communications resilience and reliance. It will support India's growing space industry and digital economy and the next frontier of digital India, which is space-enabled India. It creates opportunity for domestic manufacturing. It also reinforces India's leadership in developing internationally and interoperable communication technologies, which is key to keeping costs low for the user. So we talked about in the morning that in India we have over 1 billion mobile connections. That's how people get their internet. The way that Indian citizens see internet is infrastructure that is seamless. So everyone wants to connect via handset because it's the cheapest way to do it. And the good news is the ability to do that is coming. Also, MSS outcomes will reinforce India's leadership overall in terms of its digital economy and their ability to develop interoperable standards. But perhaps most importantly, internationally harmonized MSS spectrum enables an ecosystem built upon open standards, shared infrastructure, that is preferable as compared to fragmented closed ecosystem solutions. So this type of development will benefit manufacturers in India, but also will benefit the wider mobile ecosystem of manufacturers. It will also benefit mobile operators because they will be able to reach everyone and will still remain at the front end of the relationship with the customers. It will benefit the consumers because the cost of broadband will continue to be low and ubiquitous at the same time. And ultimately, it will benefit countries like India seeking resilient, sovereign, and affordable connectivity. So in closing, the future of NTN will not be determined by satellite infrastructure alone. It will be determined by the policy choices we make today. Out of WRC, it will depend on spectral harmonization, international standards, which are open and transparent, regulatory certainty, and these are foundations upon India's future will rely in order to connect everyone everywhere, where everyone works, live, and play. So with that, I'd like to close my remarks, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christian. I was expecting you to actually speak on 1.3 and Article 22 EPFD limits, but I think you've gone much more beyond that. And you have educated us on how important the MSS spectrum is for India and how India can benefit out of that. Thank you so much once again. Now, we have with us Dr. Laura Raverty. She's from Telesat. She's been looking at the regulatory affairs on the behalf of Telesat. And Telesat is an existing GSO player, and their upcoming NGSO constellation Lightspeed would be operational somewhere, I think, the close of 2027. So, I mean, and she's a leading voice from Telesat and from the NGSO industry. Ma'am, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and good afternoon, distinguished panelists and participants. And my gratitude, my sincere gratitude to the Foundation and Forum Global for the opportunity to be here and enjoy of this wonderful, wonderful hospitality. So a few words on agenda item 1.5, which is an interesting agenda item. It's entirely non-technical, but in spite of this, the discussion have become so complex and intricate to require an extra 4A meeting a couple of weeks ago in Geneva. I believe most of you are familiar with this agenda item, but just a brief introduction. This issue stems from the unauthorized operation of some non-GSO user terminals, and therefore this agenda item was approved at the previous conference. However, the issue of unauthorized user terminal operation is not new. It was studied also in the study cycle leading to WRC 19 for all type of base station, GSO and non-GSO, and the outcome was a resolution 22. In general, Telesat has concerns regarding proposals that diverge from the provision of the associated resolution, which is Resolution 14, and also technology-driven differentiation that would lead to really a bias between non-GSO and GSO, which really risk to penalize a specific technology. So very briefly, agenda item 1.5 has two resolves. The first resolve is regulatory studies to limit unauthorized operation of non-GSO user terminals. And then there is a second resolve referring to regulatory studies taking into account the possible desire of some countries to remove their territory from the service area of the non-GSO system. There are currently 4 methods to possibly resolve this agenda item. Method A is no change. And then there are 2 methods, method B and method C, that propose a new resolution. And then there is a method D, which instead suggests modification to the existing resolution 22. The last 3 methods, they all have provisions in relation to resolve 1, in other words, to limit another unauthorized user terminal operation. And these include, for instance, the deactivation of such user terminals, procedures to report the operation to the BR or the RRB, and so on and so forth. The major differences is in resolve 2. Method B, which is, by the way, championed by India, and it seems to be gathering a significant amount of support. In relation to Resolve 2, contains measures in relation to Resolve 2, Method B is of the view that the measures that are already taken in relation to Resolve 1, in other words, for instance, the geofencing, the interruption of unauthorized operation, the network monitoring and control center, and so forth, already ensure that there will be no service provision where not authorized. And in other words, the provisions under Resolve 1 already take care of Resolve 2. Method C is far more drastic in relation to Resolve 2 and contains different options. One of the options is a need for explicit agreement from all the countries in the world in order to have the territory of the country included in the service area, which is, at least in our view, even outside the scope of the initial Resolution 14. And then Method C also promotes the possibility of exclusion at ITU level of a territory of a country from the service area of the system. Method D is instead more similar to Method B in terms of approach to Resolve 2. So just a couple of slides before the conclusions on the issue of exclusion at ITU level of the territory of the country from the service area of non-GSO satellite systems, which, as I mentioned, is promoted in Method C. Already mentioned that there was an extra meeting in July where I would say the focus of the 1-week meeting was exactly on this issue. And this really showed how complex and controversial this issue of exclusion is. I think it's interesting also to note that there was a similar proposal under agenda item 7 for the GSO unplanned bans in terms of removal from the service area that was discussed at length in Working Party 4A and rejected. It has also been agreed by all Working Party 4A that a possible removal of a territory from the service area is a totally ineffective measure against unauthorized operation. Furthermore, it is clear that if a country would wish to be re-included at a later stage, this would have an implication on the status of international rights of the satellite network. In other words, to make it simple, it would involve a change of date and priority of the ITU filing. So major implications. Furthermore, it is clear that each country has the sovereign right to authorize different satellite services in whatever way they think best. So for instance, maritime, aeronautical, land services can be authorized in a different manner. However, if the territory of a country is excluded from the service area, all services are automatically blocked. None of them can be authorized. And this has as a consequence that, for instance, it would lead to long-term gaps in the provision of maritime and aeronautical services, which are global in nature. So we are of the view that similarly to method B and method D, service provision can be effectively restricted to appropriate measures for resolves one, if needed at all. I will not, for the sake of time, even go into the issue of explicit agreement for inclusion, because we dare to hope that this is being proposed more as a distraction, as a negotiation tactic than an actual proposal. So I will just reach the conclusion. And overall, I'm speaking as a Telesat, but in this case, I think I can speak on behalf of the entire non-GSO community in saying that all non-GSO stakeholders strongly oppose, if I do not support method C as excessively punitive and discriminatory towards a specific technology. So in our view, there is a need to strike a balance between the rightful concerns of some administration and the fair treatment and operational viability of all satellite systems. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dora. We are expecting this agenda item to be very simple, but it has really, it's a very complex, bringing out complexities every now and then. And getting to a solution would be extremely difficult at the WRC level. Thank you once again. And from Amazon Leo, we have Jose. And he's leading the Asia Pacific region from Amazon Leo, who would hopefully they'll launch services next year. Please.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you very much to the dear speakers, the Foundation, and Forum Global for pulling this together and inviting me again. I wanted to cover today really why this next conference is very important for satellite. We see 85% of the topics are really covering NGSO, and we see that as we come to fruition that regulations that were set out in the 1990s are now coming in contention, some of which are needing to be updated, some of which are now being really formed. And it's not just the KA and QB band, which I will focus through on my presentation, but really as NGSOs come to fruition, we're really questioning how do we best maximize the capabilities of this. We'll see this in the other MSS as well as the lower bands, but for today, I'm really focusing on the KA and QB band, and there's really three questions that I'm going to try to walk through in this presentation, which are covering really coherence, harmonization, and modernization. And it all boils down to really whether regulatory framework can keep pace with the regulation, with the technology that it governs. I'm going quickly for the sake of time, but as I now open up on agenda item 1.3, this really covers the access of QB band gateways for NGSO. Previous WRCs have covered the same framework or the same bands for the access of FSS, and we actually noticed that there was a framework that was non-contested and worked together through both the GSO and the NGSO community. The resolution 130 really touches this extra 1 gigahertz adjacent to this existing band. And in terms of why this is really relevant, QB band is an appealing band for its capacity. Although it comes at the cost of attenuation, it really gives the system's capacity. And the fact that it's limited by gateway, remember how much you really want to give to your users, you really will always be dependent on the amount of spectrum your gateway to have. Given that and unlocking an additional gigahertz of spectrum, repairing the current imbalance between uplink and downlink that appears in QB band make this AI particularly appealing. India's geography, diversity, broadband ambitions really benefit directly from unlocking this additional spectrum. And when it comes to protecting the incumbent, some of the challenges that there are really have been already solved. ESS passive, as well as radio astronomy, comes from an unwanted emission level that is already leading towards that. We're already finishing the sharing studies on that regard. For FS coordination, it really will boil down to a separation distance, depending on the criteria that is agreed, but it's already also going in the right direction. The really contesting point really remains the coexistence between GSO and NGSO. And for that, I'll walk through the different methods. We've heard a little bit about them. There's 4 methods at the moment. And when it comes down to GSO versus NGSO, there's really 3, really. Method A is a no change. And method B, which is Amazon's preferred option, is extending the existing solution in the JSON bin. That was the outcome of WRC 19. Method C would be a modified version of that same framework. It was initially proposed by Tonga, I believe. It still has a lot of TBDs. And method D was initially proposed by India, but now is still with some TBD values. Some operators have proposed values, but no full agreement has been reached on it yet. And as we try to develop a conclusion on what method is most suitable, I want us to really pitch the questions of, does this framework exist? Is it something that it has already been proven to protect the GSO? Is there a timeline to implement it? Does it align with the conference mandate? Or does it provide regulatory coherence? And for that, I really put this together, and I walk through in a comparison of method D and method B, really, and trying to address really the maturity of method B. We see method B came out from the WRC 19 conference. As I said, a work between the GSO and the NGSO community. There are some elements that still need some work, but it really addressed a short-term protection criteria and a long-term protection criteria between both services. The framework exists, it's suitable, it might need some twitches, but it doesn't need to be fully developed. It doesn't need to come from scratch. Method D, in this regard, really doesn't have something yet. It's being developed, and we're at the 5th, now the 6th coming up meeting of Working Party 4A, and still we don't have something solidified and mature. When it comes to the conference mandate, really Resolution 130 looked at whether these provisions 22.5M and 22.5L really provide suitable protection to the same spectrum, but for gateways in the uplink portion. Keep in mind that framework is for both uplink and downlink, but the agenda item is only really looking at the uplink portion. And as we move forward, really, I wanted to give an example of why we found that it is a suitable protection. When we look at study 2 from the existing working document, we really see these evidences of the thresholds being very well met. We see these numbers, and I'm not going to go through them, for a range of antenna sizes of the GSO side, as well as LEO systems and MEO systems, a very well-performing framework. It's well sitting under the margin that it's initially intended to have a protection, the 3% threshold. And this is looking at both short-term and long-term unavailability and throughput degradation. So really, the decision that we make on this agenda item will look at whether the NGSO gateways can have an efficient and effective deployment, predictability, and really looking at competitiveness amongst the region. Gateway diversity, and with the elements of QB band, really will get very beneficial spectrum that currently is available to GSO, but not NGSO. I'll run through agenda item number 4. Is an easier agenda item, in my opinion. It comes to answer the harmonization question. We have a region 1, 17 gigahertz allocation for FSS, a region 2 that was allocated at the previous conference, and a region 3 that is being now potentially allocated for this conference. Interest to this is really 400 megahertz of very available spectrum, both for FSS and 500 for BSS, and really coexistence that's proven already through the sharing studies. When we look at the 17 gigahertz, and we have another precedent of agenda item 119 from the previous conference, we see that a solution that harmonizes all 3 regions would be the most suitable. And when it comes to what sharing frameworks can be used amongst the different systems, services, there's a question of whether BSS feeder links are protected. I'll go through one of the studies in a very short snapshot. And similarly, what is the table that could keep the protection that the GSO FSS is best protected with or is suitable. Some argue that smaller terminals need to be protected, and for that reason that a new table should be introduced. I'll walk through some of the examples of why not. But first, looking at the methods, there's 6 methods. I bolded again in red the preferences from Amazon. And if we look at the methods, really, it would be best summarized as no change. Method B would be a GSO only solution, which doesn't really work for an GSO system. Method C looks at only FSS, so no BSS. And then method E and method F are really similarities of it with slight differences on the reciprocity between GSO and harmonization amongst the 3 regions of both NGSO and GSO. Method D introduces a new table specifically for BSS, which we will advocate in the next slide on why it's not necessary. When we're asking on the sense of BSS protection, we really wanted to look at the 2 cases that lead to potential interference on the BSS and coming from the NGO of SSS. This is the reverse direction interference potential. And I put here just quick diagrams on where this come from and how these are not reached and how the existing limits of 22-3, which is the EP of the inner satellite, already protect BSS. So there's no concern on that regard. Appendix 38 BSS feeder links would be protected with the suggested framework extension. When it comes to additional tables for the KA band, APFD limits that apply to this band, I've also wanted to compare what a smaller terminal would receive in terms of interference degradation if an NGSO system were to be compliant already with the 22.1b limits. This is already here on the screen and goes to justify the no need for a new table. Ultimately, seeking harmonization amongst all 3 regions would suit best all the services, and it's not really been proven that it's justified, that a fragmented solution with a different limit for different regions would be better. Happy to walk through any of the studies that have been presented, but it's been, in our opinion, more than justified, and avoiding that fragmentation among the 3 regions would really solidify that resurgence of NGSO systems and the ability of SSS to operate freely through the 3 regions. Lastly, I really want to touch on EP of the limits and a little bit of a timeline on what is it coming up to the WRC27. These limits were set out in 1997, and if we put things into perspective, there's been recommendations that have been updated more than 10 times throughout this. In the 2000s, the provisional EP of the limits became solidified, and these revised limits became the aggregate, and there was almost 10, 15 years of radio silence. And when I call radio silence, it's because NGSOs never really found the constraints that these limits were setting out to be. When you're setting up and designing an NGSO system and you're having to pass an examination, you're 10 or 7 years before you're really defining and coming out with your service. So it's inevitable that when these systems never came to fruition with the 2000s, there was a little bit of a time that we didn't encounter how much constraining these limits were. With the 2015, 14, 15, 16, 17, O3B, OneWeb's, SpaceX, and now Amazon, we found how this really constrained us. And that's what led to the conversations in WRC23. No one's contesting the protection of GSOs, and no one's really contesting how this framework should exist, but rather whether there were any oversights that took place back in the day when these were first developed. And as we found, some of the conclusions really from the ongoing studies confirms that these assumptions taken in the 2000s really no longer reflect how modern satellites operate. NGSO systems were never really taken into consideration in the derivation, and one has a new service or a new type of technology being included and allocated without being accounted in sharing studies versus the incumbent. Multiple alternatives have been shown. They have not been proposed as solutions, but rather things that have been proposed in demonstrating that GSOs can find that protection, demonstrating that modernization and more effective use of spectrum is possible. This benefits all of us. Why does this really matter for India? Ultimately, India has its own NGSO ambitions, and over-conservative limits really would hinder that as well. Administrations that engage early really come to shape the outcome. And otherwise, we've seen how some administrations are already taking their initiatives. So we really encourage India to take an active spend like they're already doing in informing themselves of the progress asking, as well as submitting documents to ensure that the eventual outcome really is at the interest of both GSO and NGSO operations of the country. But yeah, this is my really closing remark. I'm sorry for having taken over double the amount of time of my fellow speakers, but yeah, let's look at these three principles really. Protection bases that use today's performances, as well as using a harmonized framework that benefits all the consumers in India, as well as the operators equally, and utilizing the functioning ITU processes where all parties engage constructively with evidences. There's a lot at stake, and we're all participants of it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. It was an enlightening perspective from the NGSO's satellite operator side. Having looked at all the key satellite issues, I think it's time for us to look at the terrestrial issue agenda item 1.7. We have Dr. Sendil from Ericsson, and who has been contributing, and not only at the national level, but the international level as well. Dr. Sendil, please.
Thank you. And the odd man out here after all the introduction remarks on the satellite side. The original speaker who was to be in the panel was Dr. Puneet, who is also the DG chair from India on Agenda 1.7 on 7 gigahertz. So I would like to share some of the preparations and what opinions India has made, and also share some views what industry from the mobile industry that we have been looking for. And the session title says the final strike. I think we are very close to that, what decisions we have been making. Specifically on 1.7, India is very much leading the 7 gigahertz part. I think we have a lot of interest in that. Compared to other regions, specifically region 3, countries who have already identified the upper 6 gigahertz for IMT, as well as the 7 gigahertz, which is part of the WRC27, we have a good opportunity of very large chunk of spectrum, which allows deploying a range of about 400 megahertz per operator to deliver some of the 6G services. And India is in the same direction towards identifying some portions of the 7 gigahertz, which is good, goes well with the upper 6 gigahertz band. And we have submitted a lot of technical studies looking into all the incumbent services, FS, FSS, and specifically one of the services where we see a challenging coexistence is the MSS part of the 7 to 8 gigahertz, where there are only few systems notified. I think that's where some of the stringent conditions could happen. And definitely we had one study from India which shows that the same administration who is already offering MSS, and if they do the IMT also within the same country, I think majority of the aggregate interference to the MSS or the NGSO FSS receivers are coming from the same country. So it is more likely that from an ITR perspective, from adjacent neighborhood country, the IMT is not going to be the most impacting applications. On the 4 gigahertz, I think one of the decision making that'll be will depend on how the adjacent band interferes with the radio altimeters. And there are studies from industry which shows that in a typical operating conditions, I think we have a good margin when we have the right receivers fitted into these altimeters. So we see there is a good potential of IMT spectrum being identified in this WRC27. And on 1.13, though Arun had touched upon it, India's position has been, we have a good, strong opinion on the bands 2300 and 2600, which are TDD bands. And most of these countries or administration within the APT region, they are using this as in the TDD mode. And we have a view that if we are doing any new secondary MSS allocation, they have to follow the same directions as the IMT systems. So we don't see that we will have a new MSS allocation for DC MSS in 23 and 2600 band. So these are the current situations and mobile industry's directions and input what we have been talking along with the operators and the industry side. And we have a good preliminary review being submitted from India to APG. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandil, for letting us know what opportunities lies in all the 3 frequency bands. And this concludes the presentation part from the panelists. Thank you so much. But we can take it forward. I would pop in a few questions to the panelists. I'll start with Arun. Arun, which according to your personal opinion, which agenda item carries the highest stake for India? I mean, so all your personal opinion, not an official one.
Okay. Hello. Hello. So, uh, personally, I think all space agenda items are important for India. But if you want me to choose few, I'll say 1.2, 1.5, and then 1.13 also. And apart from space, 1.7 also. So I think these four will be highly critical for India, but all of them are important from my perspective. Thank you.
Because like from a family, if I ask you which you choose, which daughter or son, it's very difficult to answer which one. And all of them are important. And just taking it a bit forward, how important is regional cooperation at the APT level when it comes to India?
So, WRC, so all decision has to be in agreement of all the administration. So from that perspective, harmonization at the regional level is very important. So we have set regional bodies. So if we harmonize our views at the regional level, so that makes it easier for the WRC to take a decision, because probably you'll have six issues to be resolved at or different viewpoints to resolve at WRCs. From that perspective, I think APG meetings are important, and we regularly contribute to those meetings. We actively participate in those meetings, and we ensure that our interests and our viewpoints, they are included in those preliminary reviews of common proposals. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. And just for the benefit of the audience, if you have still not contributed, there's opportunity to contribute to the agenda items of the WRC right till the WRC level. So we can keep on looking at the DoT website for the upcoming meetings in which we involve the stakeholders into the various discussions. Yeah. So coming to Dr. Laura, according to you, which single biggest unresolved technical issue at WRC could derail a favorable outcome, according to you, for the NGSOs?
Unresolved issue.
What issue which, if remains unresolved, would turn out to be the biggest, would derail?
Thank you. Well, there are some, I don't know if we can call them unresolved issues, but there are issues that keep coming back, and I would like to mention a couple. Well, one is unauthorized user terminals, for instance. We already had the resolution, but apparently it's not good enough, so now there is a much more complex and convoluted discussion. Another issue is that stems to my mind now is, for instance, Earth Station in Motion, ESIM. And there is a tendency, if I may, in the ITU to reinvent the wheel every time, in the sense that, for instance, with ESIM, we started in WRC 15 with one resolution, and then WRC 19 with another resolution that was much more complex, and then WRC 23, two resolutions, 123 and 121, far more complex for the similar type of user terminals. And now that we have agenda item 1.1, and maybe I'm pessimistic, but I would expect a resolution that is even more complex than, so a bit of a tendency not to learn from the past and being too concerned about new technology, with a tendency to excessively complicate things.
Well, thank you. Along with opportunities which many agenda items will give to the NGSO operators, like opening up frequency bands for eSIMs and opening up frequency bands for NGSO gateways. I think there is a sense of urgency to move on agenda item 1.5, which we are not. So I hope we make some progress on that. And just one more question to you before I move on to the next panelist. Which agenda item or items which are likely to have the greatest operational impact on your upcoming constellation, Lightspeed?
Thank you. As well, I'll just repeat myself by referring to agenda item 1.5, because if it goes the wrong way, it really has the potential to significantly impact non-GSO operations.
Yeah, thank you. Coming to Christian, Viasat has been a traditional GSO operator, and recently I've seen you have changing your focus towards NGSO as well. So trying to become a multi-orbit operator. So how do you balance your views at the international forum when it comes to issues which conflict between GSO and NGSOs?
Oh, thank you. So Viasat is a multi-orbit operator. So we have interest, obviously, in GSO as well as NGSO. Our concept and current design for Equatis is a LEO constellation in using a spaced MSS spectrum. So we have interest in seeing MSS spectrum having conducive outcomes at the WRC. So for us as a LEO operator interested in open standards, what's beautiful for us now in this new phase of space development is the concept of open standards. So if we think about the mobile industry, and if we think about the standards in the mobile industry and the allocations, so GSM allocations, the GSM spectrum allocations have been around for more than 30 years, right? And the mobile industry has focused on improving the technology within the allocation. So we have seen the development of terrestrial systems moving from 1G to 2G to 3G to 4G and 5G and next 6G. And all of that is happening because of the open standard 3GPP concept. Therefore, it makes sense that for the satellite industry, as the next phase, we must also adopt an open standard concept, which will help us concentrate on making technology better than concentrating on the standards that make the technology better, that concentrating on the actual spectrum boundaries. We continue to do that in terrestrial. There are new allocations. Now we're looking for new allocations in MSS. And I think the game changer for the satellite industry, particularly in India, where affordability and accessibility is paramount, is that we concentrate on developing better technology through better open standards so we can keep costs low, taking a page from the terrestrial mobile industry.
Thank you so much. And one more question to you, Christian. How should WRC encourage innovation without unnecessarily increasing the complexities? So how do you think that can happen at the WRC level?
Sorry, I could not quite catch
How
the last.
can they encourage innovation without unnecessarily introducing complexities?
Innovation.
Innovation.
So again, taking a page from the terrestrial mobile industry, I think innovation comes quicker when affordability is achieved. So the cheaper you make the technology and the cheaper you make it for the user, the more competitive market you have. And if you add to that model shared infrastructure like the tower model, and you add open standards, innovation will increase exponentially because there will be so many suppliers and providers to that open ecosystem that competition will be limitless. So that's the beauty of an open standard ecosystem as compared to a proprietary ecosystem, which is closed. So innovation is much faster, as we have seen in the terrestrial sense, and we are taking a page from that at Viasat with our solution equities to bring that speed of innovation to India. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll pose a question to Jose. So, I mean, you would be a relatively new satellite operator offering satellite broadband connectivity. So how are you actually facing the WRC issues differently than others who have been well established?
I think there's an inevitable question that innovation doesn't really come from a couple of stakeholders. And the fast that satellite technology is developing, it really won't come from a handful of administrations. I think we're really actively cooperating broadly in all of the countries that are seeking this NGSO technology to come forward. They've seen the success stories from other constellations, and they see the benefit from second and third and fourth players coming in. So those conversations that broad participation with different administrations regionally and globally, I think is maybe one of the differentials. I'm sure everyone else is doing it, but that's an unbiased, maybe neutral approach of information sharing so that everyone can make their informed decisions, I think.
And I mean, you're also proposing a very large constellation, right from the conceptualization stage, right from creating a filing, and we're getting into the coordination stage, what principle should you think guide the future coexistence between GSO and NGSOs?
I think as a headline or a conclusion, if coexistence and coordination is feasible, it should be made possible. Just because there's a new technology coming in, I don't think it should disrupt regulation, but rather it should really allow the regulation for both to effectively and efficiently use the spectrum. That's ultimately the essence of the ITU, right? So I think as a second or latecomers, I guess, to this NGSO trend, we've had to coordinate with many operators. We've achieved that quite successfully. So I think addressing regulations that change nimbly and I guess through active studies and objectively engineerly driven would be really the solution from our end, not being stuck really on regulations that allow for coexistence at the cost of some. So I think there's a win-win situation for ultimately the end users if we all put our heads together in making regulation more technology neutral and allowing for both to succeed.
Thank you. And apologies from Dr. Sendel, again taking you last. So one more question from the mobile industry's perspective. What should WRC deliver to enable IMD 2030, which is 6G, and beyond that? Because we're already looking at few frequency bands for IMD 2030.
Thank you. I think one of the way we look into the, at least the 7 gigahertz part, if you look into the cases. So we have been always looking into have some harmonized portion of the band where majority, at least in the regional level, we have a spectrum identified. But if you look into the 7 gigahertz, the incumbent users are different in different countries. If you go by that principle saying, which is the spectrum portion within 7125 to 8.4, where all the countries in the region can use it, we might be left out to just identify 100 megahertz, which is not good and sufficient for any of the administrations. So we need to have a broader outlook saying how wider the spectrum that we should identify for IMT so that the issues of sharing with the incumbent is limited within the national decision, whereas you're not interfered by the neighbors who are using the same portion of the band. I think we need to have a wider way of looking into this portion. So that is one reason why the submission from India, we looked into saying, let's look into the wider portion so that even if the administrations are looking into piecewise from that portion, we will still be able to use the same economies of scale from a network equipment perspective. This is one from the 1.7. But I think one of the other different dimension from an India perspective is in 1.13, we have been always looking at how do we protect IMT, but we know that one of the terrestrial operators is also interested in delivering D2D services. Now we have two ways of looking into this agenda. How do we ensure the IMT network in India are protected by the DC IMT system when it is authorized by neighboring countries? Also, we should ensure that if India wants to offer the similar DCM MSS IMT service in neighboring countries, it is not too much limitations put on the system. So we need to find a very balanced approach of using it and also not overprotecting the IMT. I think that's a very balanced thing that will come out of this WRC 27. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question to you as well is again on 1.13. You've seen how the terrestrial and the non-terrestrial networks have converged. There are, I think, more than 40 countries where D2D service is already being given. So do you think that there is a use case where for the IMT standards should have the satellite connectivity right at the inception stage?
So at 3GPP, the only bands that have been defined for NTN is the L and S band as of now. So 3GPP is waiting for a regulatory stable outcome coming from WRC. Once that is output is available, 3GPP will start defining new NTN bands within those IMT bands where WRC is looking at. Probably some of the bands may have a 3GPP NTN number, may be applicable for some region, but may not be applicable for some other region where if it does not get allocated. So 3GPP is very closely working on it. I think it is watching. I think we had a communication between 4C, 5D and 3GPP also to exchange if there is some guidance. But I think both the bodies are working independently. but 3GPP will still wait till WRC to have the right regulatory outcome so that they can define the right band numbers. That's the current situation from 3GPP side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I'll take a few questions again, but this time is a bit different. My questions to all the panelists, but I would request panelists to just give the answer in only one word. So what is the single biggest challenge which is facing WRC? So I might give you a few options, but you are free to choose your own answer. So is it like spectrum or sharing or sustainability or could be regulatory? So I'll start with Christian. Just one word, please.
Okay, sorry, thank you. So again, satellite industry evolving towards open standards. Sorry.
One word to answer my questions.
I don't know. You looked at me. So I thought you were being kind, but anyway.
So what could be the biggest challenge facing WRC? Just one word.
Just one word. Sorry, I put too many
it
words.
could be your own. Don't use my choices.
One word. Consensus.
That's always the case. Dr. Laura?
Sharing.
Sharing. And Jose?
Modernization.
Okay. Arun?
Yeah, I also think protection of services.
Protection of services. Okay. Dr. Sandel?
I think the biggest challenge would be making all the administrations happy with the outcome.
Okay. Now I'll take it a bit forward. I mean, only in one sentence. The outcome that you will consider a win at WRC for you. The outcome that you consider a win at WRC.
Where all the new services get an opportunity to prove that what they have invested, they are able to deliver, both in DCMSS, D2D, as well as in IMT that we are promising to deliver with 6. I think that opportunity should not get blocked. Thank you.
Arun?
So from our perspective, I think that we address all our concerns in the outcomes. I think that would be the happiest thing we can expect from the WRC. Thank you.
Jose?
A harmonized use of the 17 gigahertz and QB band framework throughout. And if I may, something with EPFD, at least the discrepancy of the upper Ka band going away and maybe everything changing, but I'll stop it there.
Sorry, I didn't catch the question. What's the?
What would be a win? What outcome do you think at WRC would be a win for you?
At WRC
Yeah.
23?
27.
A balanced approach and a constructive discussion.
Okay. Christian?
Ensuring MSS systems which are providing critical systems are continue to be protected so they continue to benefit India. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We have a few questions. Can take a few questions from the audience. Yeah, we have one over there. On my left. On my left. Okay, we have a couple more on my right.
Thank you. Regarding India's concern on use of services from an operator who is unlicensed in India but licensed in the neighboring countries, apart from the discussion is on exclusion and how do you establish that, what is the implementation mechanism that is anticipated, considering that for the geographical boundaries, the beams are fairly large. And if you take a look at a DTD network as an example, course location is not always available because of privacy concerns otherwise. So what is the geofencing mechanism that is really anticipated in those cases?
As I understand, you're looking at what
unrestricted
so challenges lie in excluding a service area.
Yeah.
Excluding a country from the service area.
Not the challenges in excluding, but let's say you establish that a service area has to be excluded. What do you anticipate is a mechanism to enforce that?
Mechanism to enforce that. Would you like to answer it or not? What mechanism exists to exclude a country from a service area? Actual mechanism.
Sorry, maybe I had, there was a lot of echo. So is it specific to the D2D related?
Yeah,
Yes.
D2D related.
So I think the one of the aspect that is being discussed in 4C is that when an administration want to authorize a particular D2D service in their country, we would want to ensure that test points are measured where we see that the PFT limits are below that threshold level. If it does not, we do not want that the service should be authorized until they meet those protection criteria as defined. So methodology is needed to verify that whether it will meet those requirements or not. That's one way of engaging ITU in the process where we can validate whether it meets the criteria to protect IMT. That's the only way of saying, sorry, you cannot authorize to allow D2D in those countries. If the, for example, a very small country which is surrounded by larger countries, if the satellite beam is so big and the footprints are covering neighboring IMT stations, which if they cannot meet the PFT limits, I think it'll be very difficult to authorize and allow service.
If I might elaborate, right? Like, let's say if you take Kashmir or Kutch as an example, beams are fairly large. Your your limits essentially means the beams that are servicing the neighboring regions in that country will typically fall over into ours too. So
Can we take it offline then, because it's a little bit more technical to explain that. Thank you.
What I can add over here is if you're expecting a beam to cut off sharply at the geographical boundary, that is simply not possible. The same similar mechanism is being done since decades in Appendix 30A and 30B. So that is working out pretty fine. So I hope this will work out fine as well in this frequency bands. We have a question from the audience here.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you
I
to
want
all the panelists.
Ask all the panelists, is there any possibility that the NTN gets a spectrum which does not interfere with the terrestrial mobile network in future so that NTN can progress independently and effectively?
Like to answer? How do you ensure that the IMT spectrum does not get interfered with by being used by NTN operators?
That is the objective of the 1.13. So there will be technically measurable limits which will be put on those systems. The satellite operator need to ensure when it is measured by mathematical model, it does not exceed that number. And that is through simulation that 4C and 5D are working on it. Thanks. Yes.
We're pretty hopeful that something comes out of 1.13 and just as I said earlier, a year and a quarter away. So let's see something comes out of it. And already 44 countries are doing it, but they're doing it on their own. There's no regulatory framework to back it. So I'm sure we'll have a regulatory framework within the end of next year. So we had a question from the backside.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all panelists. Although you asked panelists which is the toughest for WRC, I feel, sir, 1.5, 1.7 and 1.13 will be the biggest challenge for this upcoming WRC 27. Regarding, sir, one small reference to Arun, sir, in this 1.13, they mentioned the PFD, but some limits they have not quoted or anything, or still these limits are not finalized or it may take time. What is the status, sir? Thank you.
So those limits, the 5D is working on it, and I think there are several options. So one of the options will be decided at the WRC, so that suitably address the concerns of the existing services.
If we can add the limits for the case where it has to protect UE, they are straightforward. The only thing that is different is whether you're using aggregate system or you're just assuming one single system. So the values will differ. Probably it will be one of the way of compromising a value during the conference. And the most challenging part is when the interference is on the IMT base station receiver, specifically the TDD systems. I think that is where it's a little bit very critical and maybe very challenging to come upon or agree on a common number. So that is again, I don't see it's happening until the last day of WRC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And any further questions before we come to the close of this session? Well, thank you so much. I would thank all my panelists, Arun, for summarizing the Indian viewpoint and all the panelists on other agenda items. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gulati, and thank you to all our panelists for such an enlightening session for all of us. I would request Mr. Gulati to kindly present a memento to all our panelists. To begin with, Shri Arun Kumarji. Thank you so much, sir. We thank Mr. Jose Pepe Vidal. Thank you very much, sir, for your lovely presentation. We thank Dr. Sendil Kumar Devar. Thank you very much, Dr. Devar. And I thank Dr. Laura Roberti and Mr. Christian Gomez for their wonderful presentations. I request Ms. Arush Qureshi to please join us on stage. She is the General Manager, IAFI. I request you to please present a memento to our session chair, Shri Amit Gulati ji. Thank you so much, sir, for conducting the session so fantastically. And I request the panelists to kindly join for a group picture. Arush, please join for a group picture. Thank you very much. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we have our upcoming session on competition and licensing. Has a level playing field emerged? With evolving recommendations on spectrum pricing and administrative allocation, this session will analyze whether India's regulatory environment is fostering fair competition between satellite and terrestrial operations. To chair the session, may I request Shri Syed Tausif Abbas, Senior DDG and Head TEC DOT Government of India and CMT TCIL to kindly join us on the stage. Shri Abbas ji is a 1989 batch ITS officer with over 35 years of experience. He previously served as DDG, formulating authorization and assignment rules under Telecommunications Act 2023, and as principal advisor at TRI, shaping 5G spectrum, IoT, and broadcasting regulations. Shri Abbas is an engineering graduate from University of Allahabad. Welcome you, sir. I request our speakers to kindly join us one after the other. We welcome Shri Arun Agarwal, Principal Advisor, NSL TRI, to kindly join us. Shri Arun Agarwal will join us shortly. He is an Indian Telecommunications Service Officer of 1990 batch. Shri Agarwal has about 35 years of experience spanning planning, rural telecom, satellite communication, and sustainability. He handles spectrum management, licensing frameworks, administrative allocation of spectrum, network interconnection, Wi-Fi, SATCOM gateways, and uplinking policies, having earlier served as DDG satellite at DOT. He holds a BE in electronics engineering and an MBA. We welcome Mr. Fahim Sheikh, Primary Lead for Licensing and Regulatory Affairs, South Asian countries, Amazon Leo. Welcome, sir. He brings over 17 years of experience from Bharti Airtel, Reliance Jio, and Indus Towers. He has transitioned into a techno-regulatory role, shaping policy frameworks and serving as a trusted advisor on licensing matters across South Asian markets. His deep engagement with regional regulators has established him as a trusted advisor on complex licensing and authorization matters. Welcome you, sir. Welcome Shri Prabhat Dikshit, DDG Satellite, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge hand for everyone? Thank you very much. Mr. Dikshit has over 26 years of telecom experience across optical transmission, mobile networks, and satellite communication. As DDG Satellite at DOT headquarters, he formulates and manages licensing policies for satellite services like VSAT, GMPCS, and CNPN, assisting in the creation of guidelines for the administrative allocation and pricing of spectrum. He monitors and ensures compliance with security conditions related to FDI. We welcome you, sir. We welcome Shri Vikram Tivatia, Senior Advisor, COAI. Welcome, sir. Mr. Vikram is a senior advisor to COAI, India's leading telecom and digital services association. He engages extensively with ICT leadership and officials at DOT, MITI, and TRI on policy matters. Active in national and global forums, he works with CII, FICCI, ITU, APT, and formerly the GCF. His corporate leadership experience includes roles at Tata Teleservices and as CIO for CII. A military veteran, he voluntarily retired as a colonel from Indian Army Signals in 2005. We welcome Mr. Ethan Mudawanhu, Regulatory Affairs Lead for Asia, Africa, and Middle East at Lloyd. Welcome you, sir. Mr. Ethan drives regulatory strategy and market access for Europe's first 5G NB-IoT satellite operator. He actively shapes global policy on space, spectrum governance, and sustainable digital infrastructure. A qualified lawyer, he holds an LLM in Information and Communication Law and studied at Harvard Business School. He is a published author and frequent speaker on the regulatory frameworks guiding non-terrestrial networks. We welcome our distinguished panel once again, and I would now hand over the dais to our session chair, Mr. S.T. Abbas. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. So it's an honor to be here in this space policy conference today, conducted by IPT, ITU-APT Foundation of India. And one more panelist has joined now, Mr. Arun Agarwal. He is Principal Advisor in TRAI. Your introduction has already been given by the MC, so that is why I'm not repeating it. So this session, the topic of this session is competition and licensing. Has a level playing field emerged in the domain of satellite communication? So that satellite communication has now getting a very big fillip and technological development. And with the advent of NGSO-based satellite constellation, low Earth orbit satellite, very high throughput satellites, and the entire ecosystem is getting developed around the satellite-based direct communication to the consumers and enterprises. So the landscape of the use of satellite communication has drastically changed now. So in the upcoming situation, it is very important that every administration has got the suitable policy and licensing and spectrum in its place so as to promote the use of satellite communication in day-to-day use of the communication system by the consumers as well as for the enterprise. So to make it further, this session will be very important, is going to be important, and we will listen from the panelists. And we are having total 5 panelists here, starting from Mr. Arun Agarwal, who is Principal Advisor in TRAI, Mr. Fahim Sheikh, who is Primary Lead for Licensing and Regulatory Affairs for South Asian countries in Amazon Leo, Mr. Prabhat Dikshit, who is DDG Satellite in Department of Telecommunications, looking after the policy related to policy and licensing for satellite services, and Mr. Vikram Tiwatia from the COI, so he is representing the telecom service providers here, and Mr. Ethan from Regulatory Affairs Lead Asia, Africa, Middle East from the satellite, because now the satellite is also getting connected to the IoT devices. So without wasting time, I will start the session with a request to the first panelist, Mr. Arun Agarwal, Principal Advisor in TRAI, to give his opening remarks, either verbally or through presentation, whatever you like. So 5-6 minutes to each panelist for their opening remarks, then we will have some question answers. So over to Mr. Arun Agarwal.
Good afternoon to all the distinguished panelists and ladies and gentlemen, all the dignitaries. So the topic of this session is very relevant, and satellite communication nowadays is gaining a lot of traction. And now as we see that to provide meaningful connectivity to the masses, to all the people, means to connect the nation. Now the government is making a lot of efforts, and through Universal Service Obligation Fund or Digital Bharat Nidhi, crores of rupees are also being spent for providing connectivity to the telecom infrastructure. And now various technologies are being used to provide connectivity, and one of them is a mobile network. So the government has taken up the program of providing connectivity through mobile network because it provides both voice, data, connectivity, and all the services which the citizens use. However, how big a mobile network program may be launched, still the universal connectivity, the vision of universal connectivity and ubiquitous connectivity seems to be difficult to be achieved through terrestrial network, because terrestrial network is primarily targeted to provide connectivity to the habited areas only, whereas there is a huge expansive area beyond the generally habited area where also people may go for work, especially in rural areas or in jungles or in hilly areas. So in such areas, connectivity is also required, but to provide the ubiquitous and universal connectivity in such area through terrestrial network seems to be a very, very difficult proposition and very capital intensive method of providing connectivity. So the only media and the technology available for providing such connectivity is satellite. Now satellite connectivity does not require huge infrastructure on the earth. So satellites are there in the space, and then there are gateways on the earth which can provide connectivity. And so this technology seems to be very promising for providing ubiquitous and universal connectivity. Now with the coming of the NGSO technology, huge bandwidth is also likely to be available, and this can be used to provide connectivity in such areas. The government, the DOT, has recently come out with a new licensing, with a new authorization framework, and this framework, under its authorization and under its principal telecom service authorization rules, permits satellite for providing services for all types of services, unified, access, internet, or long distance. So now, as far as the regulatory framework is concerned, all such services can be provided through satellite media. Now, TRAI, through its various recommendations, has also recommended for provision of such services, for such satellite services to the public by this media. Now, the detailed guidelines or the framework may also be required for actual provisioning of the service. But based on the recommendations of the TRAI, DOT has also come out with the principal telecom service rules, which make it very clear that satellite network, satellite technology can be used for providing services under all the authorizations. Now the TRAI is presently working on the satellite communication network authorization framework, which is based on a reference from the DOT. The consultation paper was published in April, and open house discussion was also held in this month. So when TRI comes out with its recommendation, and then the use of satellite for the network authorized service provider, for the network authorization may also be there. So now with these remarks, I close my speech.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arun Agarwal. You have touched the important point that though mobile network is there, but there will be gaps and it cannot cover the entire geography, and to attain the ubiquitous connectivity, the role of satellite is very important. And TRAI is also doing a lot of consultation and recommendation to support the proliferation of satellite communication. Thank you so much. So moving to the next speaker. So our next speaker is Mr. Fahim Sheikh, sitting here only. He is from Amazon Kuiper with the brand name of Amazon Leo. He is primary lead for South Asian countries. So over to Mr. Fahim Sheikh.
Thank you, sir. Maybe I would begin with on the subject whether the level playing field has emerged, and some statistics to compare what we call a level playing field. So let's talk about capacity sizing. The largest telco of India generates 241 exabyte of traffic. That's the stats done for the last year. And the largest NGSO player in India is currently having a capacity of 600 Gbps. To put things into perspective, 1 exabyte is equal to 1000 petabyte, which is equal to 1 billion GBs. So if I talk about the market sizing, the largest telco in India has a market sizing of 524.4 million subscribers operating in one country. And the largest global NGSO player has 12 million subscribers operating in 160 countries where they are operational and live. So maybe you are the best judge to think on where we are on the level playing field. If I talk about the revenue market sizing, the largest telco has a revenue of around 24.4 billion in India alone, whereas the largest NGSO player is having a revenue of 15.5 billion projected, while operating this revenue from 160 countries. Having said that, I think we should stop comparing apple with oranges, or maybe I would say watermelon with grapes. We are somewhere, you know, the sizing, the NGSO and the SATCOM industry are here to connect the unconnected, to serve the unserved. The last bit of 600 million people who does not have the fiber at home, who wish to see a Netflix high definition 4K video on their smart TVs, which we are not able to offer via mobile network. Of course, we have been in news now that the hotspots can't be allowed to be used for other devices as well. So this would also be one of the restricting factor for them to go for alternate mode of communication. If I talk about, this is my last slide, if I talk about the distinctions in regulation, the GMPCS regulation first came into existence on 26th of August 1998 by a cabinet decision, which said that prior to issuance of a GMPCS licensee, which is termed as an access license, all the entities has to undergo an inter-ministerial committee review, which would consist of committee members from Department of Space, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Home Affairs. So it's been almost like 28 years. Maybe sir, we have a scope of checking onto the ease of doing business. We don't see these rules applicable for the other access service providers in the country. There is no IMC review. I mean, one of the access service providers in 2022 got a license in 30 days. The moment they got the spectrum on 1st August 2022, and within the 38th day, they had the license with them because there is no IMC review available for them. If I talk about FDI approval, we all know we have one sector where 100% is allowed. The second is 74 via an automatic route. 26% is via government route, but there is an additional approval that is required to go for 100% of the FDI. If I talk about alliance security, it is prerequisite for a NGSO player to get the alliance security approval before they can start their commercial services in the country. At the same time, the license condition also says that for other terrestrial service operators, the alliance security demonstration can be done after commercial rollout within 90 days of commercially rolling out their network, irrespective of approvals. It's just a demonstration, right? Then if I talk about network clearance, of course, there are multiple stages which the SATCOM companies go through. One is in principle clearance of the network, which is of course not applicable to the terrestrial players. Second is the SMC and carrier plan approval, which is again not applicable to the terrestrial players. And lastly, it's the frequency assignment. Provided you clear each of the steps above, then you are supposed to get the frequency assignment from the WPC. Lastly, a very important topic, and of course, closure to the satellite industry. Some countries like Nepal and Bhutan, which are landlocked. When I say landlocked, they don't have a subsea cable, they don't have a sea with them. So they are dependent on neighboring countries as per ITU regulations for LLDCs, landlocked developing countries. They are today currently dependent on neighboring countries for their internet breakout. So a lot of these traffic from Nepal and Bhutan today breaks out from India. Whereas for terrestrial players, the breakout happens in India, but for SATCOM companies, the traffic has to be taken back to these countries via an ILD gateway, and the local breakout is not allowed in India. Maybe I would leave it for the audience and for the panelists to decide on the asymmetry at a glance on this subject. And so that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Fahim. So you have touched upon the level playing field and stating that so it is far from competition. So there is no comparison between watermelon and grapes. So, but ultimately it's a complementary network, and there is going to be an integration of terrestrial network with non-terrestrial network, and together both the network can provide the ubiquitous connectivity as desired by ITU. So there is no competition, but they are complementary to each other. And you have also touched upon the policy differences and the requirement which is difficult for satellite and not so difficult for terrestrial. So that also will be touched upon by the policy makers in our panelist. So moving to the next panelist in continuity, Mr. Prabhat Dikshit is DDG Satellite in Department of Telecommunication, looking after the policy and licensing matters related to satellite communications. So over to Mr. Prabhat Dikshit.
Very good afternoon to esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, I'd like to thank IAFI for inviting me to this session. And the sequencing is very apt. So after Fahim comes my turn. So actually, to start with, everybody accepts that satellite communication is something that we need for underserved and unserved areas where currently the telecommunication network either does not exist or is not proper. So that is very true. Now, from the Indian context, we have to understand how the satellite communication has changed. So in the past, while it used to be a niche segment, primarily serving enterprises. So if we look at the users, it's mostly the VSATs close to 2 lakhs coming down. That is what is the current environment. And going forward, we see that the new NGSO constellations, they are actually going to serve both the enterprises as well as the retail customers. So there is a fundamental shift. So now both the terrestrial as well as the satellite operators, they are going to serve customers. Yes, there may be a difference in size of market, what they are going to serve, or probably the areas, but it's the same segment that is going to be served. Now, understanding that first, the segment is same. Now, even if we look at the technological front, now the technology is merging. So we are talking of 5G, 6G from satellite in an integrated manner. So it's like the terrestrial and the satellite network also they will be working together from the service perspective, from the end customer perspective as we go forward. So taking all these things into account, very aptly, the new authorization network that has come in June 2026, it doesn't consider satellite as a separate service. So as part of the principal authorization rules, the services can be provided using the satellite. So the services can be provided either using the terrestrial communication media or the satellite media. So there is no GMPCS authorization now. If I talk of an equivalent authorization, it will be an access service authorization. So if we talk of principal telecommunication services from satellite perspective, the services we have now is the access service, the internet service, and the long distance service. Now these services can be provided terrestrially, or these services can be provided using a satellite network. So that is a change. So all the rules which are applicable to the terrestrial operators are also applicable to the satellite operators. That is the licensing framework, or I should say authorization framework which we talk of. That is what is now. However, we have to understand that we are talking of a satellite which is there in space, and it is not in a sovereign control of any particular country. So when we look at this aspect, definitely there are certain security requirements, there are certain regulatory requirements which will have to be fulfilled over and above what is required from a terrestrial operator. So the authorization framework then imposes certain additional conditions on the satellite operators which they have to fulfill. So if, say, an access network is being provisioned using the satellite services, those additional conditions will have to be fulfilled, which are more or less similar to what was there in the existing licensing regime. So those interested can definitely go through the authorization rules. There is chapter 7 under the principal authorization rules, which clearly defines, explains what are the additional terms and conditions which are to be fulfilled. Now, mainly what I find, there are so many, but the basic requirement is that the Indian traffic should be brought to Indian gateways, and that only it should exit. So even if a satellite is using an satellite communication link, still finally the traffic has to come to Indian gateways. This was the condition which was there in the current GMPCS authorization. This is the condition which is again there in the new authorization. And apart from there, that the other security and other requirements, they exist as they were. One addition is that in the current authorizations, there is a provision that using the Indian gateway, services can be provided for foreign subscribers as well. And there are certain conditions, certain requirements which are to be fulfilled. And after that, those services can be provided. So that is something which has come additionally. So some part of the authorization, it remains common. Then this particular part of the authorization, it is specific to the services provided using the SATCOM media. But then we should again understand that for SATCOM, the Act itself in the first schedule mentions that for certain services, spectrum can be provided administratively. So now this is something different from the terrestrial operators. For terrestrial operators, it has to be provided through auction. So you can say that because the services are different. Now satellite, when we talk about, definitely satellite, the way the spectrum is used is very different from the way it is used in a terrestrial service. You can share spectrum. The satellite is moving in a low Earth orbit or a medium orbit, and the same spectrum can be shared. So definitely we'll have to think it differently. So saying that everything will be equal, I think that is not proper. What I feel like the present authorization regime as it has come, it to the extent possible brings both the service providers on equal footing, both the satellite as well as terrestrial, and where there are differences because the technology is different, definitely some sort of differentiation in regulation licensing will also be there, which is there. Now going forward, there may be a situation when the terrestrial network provider actually doesn't want to invest in a satellite network, or the satellite network provider is not willing or wishes to provide services directly to the end users because it may be too cumbersome for him. So now the new discussion which is being done by TRAI and the deliberation which is being done for satellite communication network authorization, it is basically to provide a solution for that sort of scenario. So if there is a terrestrial network provider and he takes the services of a satellite network provider to service his customers, he can do it. So the authorization doesn't say that no, the satellite network provider cannot provide services directly to the customers. Yes, very well, he can provide services directly to the customers. Under the principal authorization, he can take access service authorization or he can take internet service authorization and he can directly provide services to the customers. There is no bar. But if the terrestrial service provider so wishes and there is a satellite network provider who wants to partner, that is what this consultation is about. And once this consultation comes out, definitely DOT will come out with the authorization regime. So then I think everything will be in place to take into account all types of scenarios. So I feel on the whole, either we have done a good part of it and we are in the process of completing what is left out. So definitely all the inputs from the industries will be taken into account and will be open to consider them. But what has already been achieved is, I think, good start. And with this, we hope that the satellite ecosystem, satellite industry in India will be strengthened. And shortly our subscribers in remote rural areas will be able to get this good quality internet from the NGSO constellations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhat Dikshit. So you have beautifully explained the new authorization regime in respect of satellite communication, that there is no separate service authorization per satellite, but the service provider can take the access or internet service or long distance authorization to make use of satellite communication also for providing such services. And independently also, there is a need for a satellite communication network provider. So for that purpose also, reference has been made and TRAI has come out with its consultation process. So that also will be available to the service provider, that they can take resources from the satellite-based resources from the network service provider under 3.1b of the Telecommunication Act. So now moving to the next speaker, Mr. Vikram Tiwatia. So we will hear out him and what are the challenges to the telecom service provider, what are the advantages, and what are the prospective plan for using the emerging satellite communication. So that we will listen from Mr. Vikram. Over to you, Vikram.
Thank you very much, Abbasji. So it's a very interesting discussion and, new things. But before, when I got the session brief, so I was curious. It says competition and licensing. So then that got me thinking, is it to get a level playing field between GSO, MSO, and LEOs? Because they're competing, right? So between the satellite guys, do they have to compete between each other? Or is it, as Fahim has, indicated, with the terrestrial people? So I don't know, this is something maybe TRAI and DOT may want to look at. I mean, which part of the competition are we looking at, right? So that brings us to the point, ultimately, where is the money? I always look at who are the sponsors, right? And then look at who's going to make money or who's investing the money and where the money is going to come from. So the money is going to come predominantly from video, which is consumed on this form factor, the mobile device. So that will bring us, and of course, some IoT is emerging because IoT will be in millions. So I was asking him whether it'll be in the uplink or the downlink or how. That brings an important part of the discussion and part of the competition and licensing aspects is affordability. Right? As part of the competition and the licensing aspect, and keeping affordability in mind. I mean, undoubtedly, the terrestrial and the satellite network will be complementary. I mean, there's no denying that. But I don't quite understand this ubiquitous coverage and, I understand coverage and capacity wherever a network has to be provided. Now, if the coverage is not there, there is already, in India particularly, there's more than adequate coverage. India, the top 5 countries for LTE availability, right? You have a 1.2 billion subscriber base. Yes, the area where you need to address is moving the people who are not on the internet to the internet, which brings us to the gap that needs to be addressed and to bring the licensing and competition aspect to making devices affordable. We still have 250 million people on feature phones. So even if we have, let's say, about 700 million smartphones and a 1.2 billion subscriber base, and if you factor in a dual SIM thing, there's still a huge headroom for growth. And that is where the money is. I mean, all the investors, whether you are providing through terrestrial network or the satellite network, or even the Wi-Fi guys, right? In the end, I, as a consumer or a service provider, have to provide a service. I mean, let's even call voice as data, because now on an IP network, it's basically data. Whether I provide that through the Wi-Fi network or terrestrial mobile network or through a satellite network, right? Now, given that so the money today, we earlier in the discussion, it was mentioned, how do you protect the ARPUs? Because the task which is challenging for the regulator and the licensor would be to continue to bring in policies or whatever kind of playing field to ensure that your existing service providers' financial health remains stable. And then any new entrant into providing such service, how you can facilitate that. Yes, certainly, I mean, they will be complementary. And I fail to understand that any business person investing into a business is doing it to serve rural unconnected areas. I sometimes try and track the BEAD program, You have the Australia, broadband mission program. I mean, you will provide a service or invest in a business where money is to be made. Now, the money is to be made where people have the money to give to you, which is not necessarily the rural area or an unconnected area. Because if it was had the money, a connection would already have reached them, right? So here is now the licensing and maybe the support from the regulators. Is there a case to allocate some funding, which is being done like for the optical fiber, to provide an alternate technology into the rural area? Right. So, of course, there's more to discuss, but with these opening remarks, hand it back to you, Abbasji.
Thank you so much, Vikram. So you have raised pertinent questions that generally it is told that the satellite will cover those areas where terrestrial networks are not available. So they are rural and remote areas, but there is no money in rural and remote areas. So how money will flow there before the satellite flows there? So that is a very good example of how to first bring the money in rural area and then the connectivity, or first bring the connectivity to rural area, money will flow there. So anyway, that time will tell, we will see how it fans out. And so there are a lot of IoT devices also which are getting connected with satellite communication these days. And these IoT devices, they are mostly spread out over the geography of the administration and countries. So these IoT devices may be in rural areas, they may be in the ship, they may be in the mines, factories, anywhere. So for that purpose also, it requires ubiquitous connectivity. So we will listen to our fifth panelist, Mr. Ethan. He is regulatory lead for Asia, Africa, and Middle East for Satellite. So over to Mr. Ethan.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. It's such a privilege and an honor to be able to represent Satellite with you here this afternoon. I also heard a few speakers saying that it's their first time in India. And if you don't hear anything else or get anything else from this, I think that alone shows you the level of interest that is happening, the opportunity that exists in India, and also the direction that India is taking. We are in the right steps, and we should push forward and continue with that. And I just want to add that it is also my first time here in India. And having tried the biryani in India, I might not go back. But that's also to add to the beauty that we are finding here. Speaking on matters of telecoms and capacity and the licensing issues or authorization as we are now in this new regime, I wanted to provide firstly a brief context or introduction into Satellite so that you understand the perspective with which I'm going to tackle this question. For us, we provide LEO network capacity, right? That's carrying IoT traffic. So you're looking at sending tiny messages that are sent by sensors, trackers, smart devices, and the likes. And we do this using that same 3GPP standard that your mobile operators use, except for us, and this is an important bit as well, we are working with them, not through them. And so when I look at today's question and we're talking about competition, we're talking about licensing, the first thing I want you to understand is that we approach this from the lens of a company that is looking to enter the Indian market. And so with that, let me just move to my first slide. With that, it brings the first point, and I believe everyone here will agree with me that what a level playing field should deliver is basic and it's essential and it's straightforward. It should look at allowing new entrants a fair opportunity to compete. It should be technology neutral. It should apply proportionate obligations. It should provide transparent access to spectrum. And it should expect the same standard of security and resilience from everyone. Now, that's the easy part. The difficult part is designing a framework that actually achieves these outcomes. And in my view, almost every debate that we've been a part of in the Indian ecosystem for the past few years comes back to these three questions that we'll present today. The first is, how should satellite spectrum be priced? The second is, can we really regulate satellite as a single or as one single market? And the last question is, where should we draw that line between the network and the service layers? And I'll take each one in turn, if you allow me. And rather than describing the issues, I want to present what I believe are our answers. Because these three design choices ultimately decide who can compete or who can enter the market itself. And ultimately, the most important bit is the end user, who gets connected. So in framing this, I'm going to start with the first question, probably because it's generated the most disagreement, the most headlines, and that is the question on pricing. To be fair, you hear both sides of arguments and you feel that these are legitimate arguments that are being put across, right? On one side, you hear mobile operators say, we acquired exclusive spectrum through auctions and that costs lakhs of crores. Satellite spectrum is now being assigned administratively, so naturally, that feels like it's an uneven playing field. And we can understand that concern. On the left side of that same debate, you hear regulators and the satellite industry, they also bring valid points. You will hear them say that satellite spectrum isn't the same asset. It's internationally coordinated and shared. You don't receive an exclusive nationwide block in the same way a terrestrial operator does. And an administrative assignment is precisely what makes it economically possible to extend connectivity into places that would otherwise never be served. So, colleagues, we have here a genuine dilemma. Price it too high, and the complementary rural use cases simply never happen, as was previously being touched on. Price it too low, and incumbents quite understandably question the fairness of the system. But I don't think the answer is in choosing either or. I don't think the answer is in choosing one over the other. I think the answer is in proportionality. Take narrowband IoT, for example. An operator like Sateliot, ourselves, typically requires 1 to 5 megahertz of spectrum. A broadband constellation may require hundreds. We sell tiny messages, sometimes only a few bytes every hour, not gigabytes of video. The economics simply are not the same. So pricing shouldn't try to force parity between fundamentally different services. It should reflect the bandwidth being used, the revenues being generated, and the nature of the service itself. And that brings us to the second question. Because a lot of the pricing debate actually disappears once we stop treating satellite as though it's one single market. It isn't. If you look at broadband constellation, a VSAT provider, direct-to-device operators, if you look at a narrowband IoT network, these are all completely different businesses. Sometimes you get one company providing all of them, but at the fundamental core level of them, these are different businesses. They generate different traffic. They have different economics. And perhaps even more importantly, they interact with terrestrial networks differently. This is probably the single most important point I will say today. A framework can be technology neutral on paper while being technology unequal in practice. Because if we are building the whole framework around today's broadband debate, the conditions written for broadband quietly become the barriers for narrowband IoT. In other words, broadband services drive today's discussion, but narrowband IoT becomes tomorrow's unintended casualty. The solution is actually quite straightforward. Regulate services by class, not simply by the word satellite. Recognize narrowband IoT and machine-to-machine connectivity as distinct services with their own economics. That's not a new philosophy. It's simply recognizing that different technologies sometimes need proportionate regulation to reach genuinely equal outcomes. And the last question is not about money, but it's more about architecture. Where does the network end and the service begin? Should satellite operators provide wholesale network infrastructure, or should they become retail services themselves? This isn't an academic question. It determines who is responsible for security, for lawful interception, for customer care, for rollout. And ultimately, it determines who competes with whom. India already recognized this distinction in, I believe, January 2025. The DOT moved away from a combined network and service approach, and TRI's current SCN authorization consultation continues that thinking. I believe that we are headed in the right direction because a clean network layer lets many different service providers innovate on top of the shared infrastructure. Mobile operators, virtual operators, IoT platforms. And there's one layer that quietly ties all of this together: the device itself. Because we use standard 3GPP technology, now I'm speaking about Satelliot specifically, the same device works seamlessly on terrestrial networks and satellite networks. That interoperability, friends, is one of the biggest enablers that we will find. So I would encourage us to keep the network and the service layers genuinely separate and assign obligations to whichever party actually performs the function. And the last bit, I'll skip this bit, but the last bit I want to just share on, and it's more about why this discussion matters, why we are speaking about licensing and even going beyond licensing, or rather, let me put it as beyond authorization. India already has about 54 million cellular IoT connections. By 2030, there are suggestions that it could approach 400 million. That's almost an 8-fold increase in just a few years. Yet reliable low-power connectivity still becomes much harder once you leave the cities. And that's where exactly satellite IoT creates value: in agriculture, in livestock, in maritime railways, in transport, in mining, in energy, in utilities, in logistics. These aren't high bandwidth applications. They're tiny messages from millions of devices. The value comes from connecting the enormous numbers of sensors at very low cost, which brings us to the final, or rather to the 3 questions we started with. Get pricing right, recognize that satellite isn't one single market, and keep the network and service layers clean. And low-cost connectivity reaches the last mile. But get those things wrong, and the barriers fall hardest on the users that need connectivity the most. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ethan, for your elaborate presentation on satellite communication for IoT use, touching upon the level playing field pricing and affordability of the satellite communication needs for IoT. So now the initial presentation has been made by each panelist. So some time is there. I will ask one question only to each panelist, and then I'll open the floor for audience question. So starting from the first panelist, Mr. Arun Agarwal. So he is in TRAI as a regulator, and one of the role of regulator is to promote competition among the service providers also. So just I will ask him to give his some views on how to ensure competition among the satellite operators, and what are the optimum number of players in the satellite communication who can be present with the available sharing of spectrum among the satellite operators. As far as this question is concerned, one of the major functions of the TRAI is to promote competition, the orderly growth of the telecom sector, and level playing field. All these are parts of the TRAI's function. So all the recommendations of the TRAI, as we know, are formulated in such a manner that this competition part is taken care of. So when TRAI came out with this service authorization rules or network authorization rules, the competition function was always inbuilt, integrated in all these regulations. As TRAI comes out with its recommendations through a very transparent consultation process, so the views of all the stakeholders are sought, and after due diligence, they are suitably incorporated into the TRAI recommendations. Now, when we come to the specific satellite technology, now as we know that there is no separate authorization for satellite as such. However, satellite is part of all the DOT's principal service authorizations. So the conditions of the authorizations apply equally to all the authorized entities. As far as special conditions are required, special conditions are concerned, which are required to be fulfilled by the authorized entities, that will depend on the technology which is deployed for providing services, and depending on the special attributes of that particular technologies, specific conditions or the requirement have to be met. And that is why there is a separate chapter on satellite communication, chapter 7 in the new rules. So the conditions of this chapter are more or less the same which were recommended by the TRAI in its service authorization. So I believe that as far as competition is concerned, there is a level playing field, and so it will promote competition. As regards the optimal number of service providers which can be accommodated, I think it is very difficult to say. I have not come across any study, and I think we are yet to come out with any such study by TRAI to respond to this question. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Arun Agarwal. Next, I will ask one question from Mr. Fahim Sheikh, that because it was told that the satellite communication will be provided in those areas where terrestrial is not available, and those areas they are not having much money power to pay for it. So how the NGSO operator can plan for providing an affordable broadband to the consumer across the geography?
Thank you, sir. Let me tell you, when you talk about ARPU, here we are talking about mobile ARPU. And we are talking about NGSO FSS based broadband services. We are talking about home broadband services. I have not seen a number of the ARPU of a home broadband independently being filed or seen in India. But certainly the service plans that exist are much more than the 215 rupees being published in the recent quarter filing by one of the telco, or the 250 rupees being filed by the other telco. So the home broadband ARPU is certainly greater than $1,000. And yes, if that is an affordable criteria, and knowing the life of a satellite being 7.5 years, if you take that into consideration, that complete 7.5 years service life is being utilized to serve the customer, then certainly the affordability can be reached. But if you see today's scenario, wherein one of the constellation players have almost lost 70% of its constellation life, because they have been trying to clear each of the approvals. They're trying to go up with the security approvals, FDI approvals, and whatever you say. So in that case, the affordability criteria diminishes, because you're left with a life of 2.5 years, and you have to recover those 5-7 years which you already lost in the absence of, or maybe I would say, a faster implementation of a policy. So affordability is the key, and we are into a very sensitive market. And of course, we have seen the pricing of the satellite players are available on their websites, wherever the commercial service exists. Affordability exists when you compare it with a home broadband, but it has by and large always been trying to compare with a mobile phone ARPU, with a user equipment ARPU of a mobile phone, which is not correct. So yes, sir, I would say the affordability can be reached if you compare it with a home broadband pricing in India or any other country.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fahim. So my next question to Mr. Prabhat Dikshit, DDG Satellite in DOT, that now 3GPP has also come out with integration of terrestrial network with non-terrestrial network, and some of the bands have also been identified, and specifications are also under consideration in 3GPP. So is there any policy proposal within the government to permit such integration, and what are the challenges which the DOT is facing in doing that?
Thank you, sir. As far as I see from regulatory perspective, the new authorization rules are already there. So the next step will be this satellite communication network authorization thing, which is being discussed. So, and as part of that, even how the spectrum will be allocated, what will be the terms and conditions, that is also a part of that. D2D is also a part of that. So, so many things are part of that. So that is one thing which will come after we get the TRAI recommendation, the DOT gets the TRAI recommendation. The second part is already there is a TRAI recommendation for NGSO, which is being considered by DOT. So yes, a lot of answers related to this TN, terrestrial network, non-terrestrial network integration, D2D, these will be answered through these, either the new TRAI recommendation which will be coming, or existing TRAI recommendation which is already there, which is being deliberated. So now what remains is basically this SCN authorization thing, and the new framework for assignment of spectrum. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. So continuing the same question with Vikram, what are the plans for the telecom service provider to do this 3GPP based TN and TN integration, and what is the ask of TSPs from the government?
So thank you, Abasi. So at this stage, it's a bit early days. I think, a lot will depend on the outcomes of WRC 27. The good news is there's a lot of attention and effort, particularly as we are preparing for 5G advanced, and there's a lot of discussion in Working Party 5D as well, for how to facilitate the NTN, the terrestrial and non-terrestrial, combination. But I think the sweet spot will only come, and I'm happy to hear that TRAI is looking at the satellite network as a service, right? As I mentioned earlier, ultimately it is where's the money? The commercial arrangements, once the policy and licensing aspects are announced, then it will depend on what possible commercial arrangements between the different stakeholders that emerge, which will facilitate the TN-NTN integration. But certainly, I think, the way satellite technology has increased the number of players, the investments, the way the discussions on 6G potential is coming up and additional services. So looks like good days ahead.
Thank you so much. Yes. So 6G is inherently having inbuilt TN and TN integration. So we are moving towards that. So by 2030, we will have, I think, policy also in place and network also in place. Thank you so much. Now moving to Mr. Ethan. So you have given a beautiful presentation. So continuation to that, what are the specific requirement of the satellite communication in respect of IoT to cover the IoT devices in different domain like agriculture or other domains? So what is your ask from the government regarding the proposal, approval, licensing, or other requirements from the government and regulators, licensors to promote this IoT communication through satellite media?
Yeah, thank you for that question. There's multiple requirements, and one of the things that we were talking about earlier actually is the different bodies that exist within the Indian ecosystem. And so there is a move, a shift to simplify the processes, the complexity that exists, and we are fully in support of that. But to be more specific to your question, I think the greatest request from us, we're already seeing it in action through this SCN authorization consultation. We have, of course, inputted into our thoughts on how best to go about it. But we believe that backing to one of the things that I was talking about is really that distinction between the service and the network layer will provide, or at least will expand the number of use cases and businesses that can enter into the Indian ecosystem. And so that is one of our biggest requests there. And then there are granular things that you can go into more detail with. If you're looking at the current landscape as it exists for operators such as ourselves, we don't really fit into it. And again, it goes back into why the SCN is so important. But really trying to make sure that we are not cutting out other players who might be smaller, who might be of a different innovative approach, and not making sure that it is specifically tied to your broadband constellation purely. But it is a satellite market, but understood through the different classes and the different services that the different operators provide.
Thank you so much, Ethan. So everyone is looking towards the satellite communication network authorization, and which TRAI is handling. So that's the important task with Arun Agarwal to come out with a beautiful recommendation on SCN so that it can be then implemented by DOT. Now, few questions. The floor is open for the audience. Yes, Mr. S.N. Gupta.
Yeah, thank you, Abbas. It is very interesting session, lot of learnings. But if I compare with the learnings from the morning, actually a lot of confusion have also been created.
Okay.
Since morning, TRA chairman also mentioned, lot of things are.
Confusion is always better because you will come out with then clarity on that.
So morning, starting with the TRA chairman himself about these SC and.
Which panelist you are asking, you have to mention the
Oh,
question.
yeah, I'll be coming to that. So that is there. But then Dr. Jan panel actually was settled that there is no issue remaining as far as licensing is concerned, as far as policy is concerned. So that is what was given to understand. Also, we saw 2 weeks back the advertisement by one of the operator that satellite services are available even today. That means there should have been no issue as was given to understand in the morning, but now listening from Atin and Mr. Pine, it looks all is not well, actually.
No, it is not there that all is not well.
So I'd like to know maybe from Prabhatji.
Prabhatji can explain.
Arunji or-
Everything is in place.
Yes, yeah. So that is, what is the actual situation?
I'd like to know what is your specific question?
Your specific question is whether all the policy and licensing issues are settled or not.
Yes, all the policy and licensing issues are settled. There is no doubt about that. So even if we talk of our old licensing regime, so whatever additional security conditions were required, they were communicated in last May in the form of a separate order. So, and those have been complied. So that is about the last licensing regime. In the current licensing regime, already the new authorization rules have come. So that is there about both of them. So there is no question that something remains as far as the policy or the regulation is concerned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I have a question for Prabhatji again. Prabhatji, tell me one thing now that in our country, earlier there used to be VSATs in hundreds with working with geo satellite, and which mobile network operators were using to extend their network. Now there is a special authorization to VSAT because earlier it used to be CUG commercial and then they were allowed to do it. Now in thousands such type of VSATs are being deployed by all these operators, and UGS is the one who is doing the network. Nelco is also doing, BSNL is also doing. Now with the NGSOs coming, if these people who are providing VSATs for mobile network connectivity, they want to change over from GSO to NGSO, will their earlier authorization is allowed? Number one. If it is not allowed, are you planning to give them an authorization? Well, you can shift from Geo to, so that whatever your network has been established through VSAT, that becomes scalable and there is a better service on mobile.
No, I didn't clearly get the question. As far as the service provider is concerned, definitely he can shift to whatever media he finds best. So there is no bar on him. Whether he wants to use VSAT as a backhaul, or tomorrow if the NGSO backhaul is better compared to the VSAT backhaul, he can definitely go to the NGSO backhaul. But then NGSO will be a separate operator, VSAT is a separate operator.
Precisely the question is that why do authorizations for the same type of service? The same authorization which is existing for Geo, it should be shiftable to NGSO so that the service provider is the same and the network continues to be the same. The only thing is the last mile of VSAT. Instead of going terrestrial to the central.
It is under same authorization, single authorization. There is no two different authorizations, single authorization.
As a VSAT provider today.
Yes. For VSAT and NGSO, only single authorization.
Satellite from this.
No, as
the same authorization or modified authorization.
You can migrate to the new authorization regime. You will have more flexibility to offer more services.
So in that case, what about the old authorization?
So it will cease to exist if you migrate to the new. Or
Prabhatji.
if you want to continue with your old authorization, it will be with the terms and conditions of the old.
We are not planning to close the Geo VSAT authorization, even though NGSO authorization is in force.
Till its validity.
I think this
Next
authorization is
audience.
for service, nahi, Abbasji? Authorization is for a service.
Next question.
So maybe I
if offline discuss karte hain.
so should I? Oh, we can take it off.
So, sir, my question is also, to Mr. Prabhat is since representing Department of Telecom here. So, sir, not to put you in spot, but something, we as an industry we're a little confused. What has been happening is over past 4 to 5 years, we saw that if TRI was recommending something, DOT in general was accepting it. Okay. But when this new authorization regime came, okay, so in the previous licensing regime, there is a satellite authorization, very specific, because satellite needs are very different than the now.
I think as a moderator, I will intervene here. What has been already done and taken decision as a policy decision, I don't think we should ask question that why this policy decision has been done.
Okay.
So that is not correct. Whatever decision has been taken, now it is law of the land. These rules are basically subordinate legislation. So once the rule has been published in Gazette of India, it has become the law. It has become law in itself. So I don't think that we should challenge law that why this law has been framed.
Okay.
That is a
Fair
thing. You can ask question that what is the clarification in this particular clause of the rule? I am not able to understand. That is a valid question.
I mean, the gap that we find is, now that satellite is a medium and there is a service authorization for everything. And coming from the Ethan's question, I think there is some gap there in terms of, are the current authorizations really serving all segments of the people who want to give service? I think that's the gap that we see. That gap was not existing.
So that needs clarification. Actually, current authorization will serve each and every service. There is no problem at all. So I think a separate session can be done with DOT, or even you are welcome to TC also. So we can discuss and explain. Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all panelists for giving the valuable information. My reference with Sheikh sir, what you compare sir, this apple with the watermelon. There was a situation in 95 when the MTNL started 50,000 line mobile exchange here. It was not million, it was only 50,000 line. And when a person was talking on a mobile, everybody was watching like an alien. And now it replaced the entire this fixed line telephone. So this situation may come in D2D and IMT, it will be similar type of mangoes only. I feel like this, but what is your view? It may be different, but I feel after 20 years or so, this technology will develop like anything and they will be comfortable with the IMT, same price, same thing. Anybody can go here and there. My second reference with the Prabhat Dixit sir, this regarding the satellite gateway using by the neighboring countries, because they cannot afford with a huge amount like Nepal or Bhutan, what we are quoting. Can we use this presently? What is the situation, sir? The satellite gateways can be used by neighboring countries, the Indian gateways, and what is the DOT standard, sir? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so maybe I touch on the second question. Yes, the current authorization allows the use of Indian gateway to serve foreign carriers, foreign countries, but the traffic has to be routed back through an ILD gateway to the country of origin from where the traffic originates. So we can serve Nepal, Bhutan, any other country from an Indian gateway, provided the traffic goes back to that country. It does not do an Indian breakout. On the first question, sir, I mean, maybe I would be in a position to answer on the scalability after 20 years. The moment I have more gray hairs on myself. But today, at this point of time, looking at the capacity that the satellite players are bringing, no way any of the operators would be in a position to offer 550 million customers globally combined by any single player. So the scalability that a telco brings in a country and the scalability that a SATCOM players brings it globally would never be matchable. I mean, they will always remain complementary because of inherent design. The satellite has a transponder capacity, a transponder limited bandwidth. You just can't go on erecting towers in the space, right? So there is a constraint there. Because of this reason, the scalability will always be a question. But yes, it is meant for masses. But at the same point of time, complementing the terrestrial players, not to compete with the terrestrial players. I hope I will be able to answer your question.
Any other question? So,
One more. Yeah.
yeah. So Arun Agarwal sir is saying that the time is over. So we will honor the
Last question.
last question. Acha. Okay.
So it's regarding the last answer. Is there any physical limitation that the SATCOM players cannot actually compete with the terrestrial players, like coming from physics or so? Or is it more like business model limitation?
So it's from the design per se, the weight of the satellite, the transponder capacity, the current innovation in the field. So if you see, a lot of these transponders have not gone beyond a certain limit. So it's too early to say if you would be able to breach that limit. That R&D keeps on going, and a lot of these technologies are restricted to the country of origin from where it begins. The government controls, the export controls are available. So these technologies are not going outside those countries. China have their own research facility for this. Same is for US, same is for France, or any European country you go. So by scalability point of view, putting one satellite is not equivalent to putting one mobile tower in the region. And the mobile tower capacity that it brings is not a same equivalent to what a one satellite will going to bring in the country because of the transponder capacity. Right? So you might be needing like maybe tens of millions of those satellites to match just one operator's capacity, and that would be technically not possible. And business point of view also, it will become very deterrent for any player to invest that much amount of money to have millions of satellites for one player. Thank you.
So it was really a wonderful session on this competition and licensing. So instigating so many questions and responses, and I hope that the things will get settled, and the new regime of licensing is also, authorization regime is also very good for the stakeholders, industry players. And satellite communication will grow definitely in the coming years, and lot of communication needs will be going to be served by through satellite communication. So thank you so much, ITU-APT Foundation, for this session, and I request all the audience to join me in giving all the panelists a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, sir. I extend a sincere thanks to each one of you for such an interactive and enlightening session. Thank you very much. I would now request our session chair, Shri Syed Tausif Abbas, sir, to kindly present a memento to each one of our panelists, starting with Shri Arun Agarwal ji. Thank you very much, sir. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? We thank Shri Fahim Sheikh. Thank you very much, sir. We thank Shri Prabhat Dikshit, sir. Thank you very much. We thank Shri Vikram Tewatia, sir. Thank you very much. We thank Mr. Ethan Amudavanhu. Thank you very much, sir. And I would now request Mr. Dan Croft, co-founder, managing partner at Forum Europe and Forum Global, to kindly present the memento to our session chair, Shri S.T. Abbas, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Abbas. Thank you. I request our panelists to please join the two for a group picture. So please join for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, up next is a very, very, very special discussion on space infrastructure security organized by Cyber Security Association of India. But before that, we would like to break for tea and coffee right outside the hall. And I request everyone to please be back in half an hour time for the next session. And also after the Cyber Security Association of India's session, we request everyone to kindly join us for dinner as well. Thank you very much. It's a time for tea and coffee break. And we will see you right in half an hour time for discussion on space infrastructure security organized by CSAI. Thank you very much.
Is Memphis. And we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said, this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
Here became the fourth largest, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
The conference is devoted to D2D and Viksit Bharat. D2D connectivity is a new paradigm shift. It collapses the traditional satellite gateway to tower chain into the single hop directly into the smartphone in your pocket.
Basic overview of D2D technology. Basically, it is, as mentioned earlier, it is basically a delivery of service directly to the user terminal, bypassing need of intermediary terrestrial infrastructure.
Namaskar, welcoming ladies and gentlemen to the second edition of IFI Space Policy Conference 2025.
It is a momentous occasion. And actually, we had to close the registration. We had more than 400 registrations, and we said, this is all we can take.
Space technology, all of us know, holds immense potential for not only in science and technology, but for the economic development.
India this year became the fourth largest economy, surpassing Japan. It's expected to become the third largest economy by 2028.
And our focus and objectives are very simple. We want to increase digital inclusion, to promote fair spectrum access, to foster agile policy frameworks, and to drive cross-industry, public-private as well, collaboration.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to kindly settle down? Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. Up next is a discussion on space infrastructure security organized by Cyber Security Association of India. I would like to request the moderator of the session, Shri R. Shakya, Additional DGT and Head Haryana LSA, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India, ex-Senior Advisor ITU, ex-Acting ED ICT Authority, Mauritius, to kindly join us on stage. Shri Shakya will join shortly. I request Shri Prabhat Dikshit, DDG Satellite, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India, to kindly join us on stage. Can we have a huge hand, ladies and gentlemen? We welcome Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt, retired, Director General, Indian Space Association, to kindly join us on the stage. We welcome Mr. M. Raj Anup, Director, Security Policy, Planning and Intelligence, Department of Telecommunications, to kindly join us. We welcome Mr. Siddharth Sabharwal, Director, Security Assurance, DOT, to kindly join us on the stage. Welcome you, sir. We welcome Shri Amit Sharma, Founder and Managing Director, Amitech Electronics Limited, to kindly join us. I would now request Professor N.K. Goyal, President CSAI and Vice Chairman IAFI and Chairman TIMA, to kindly join us on stage. I request Mr. Bharat Bhatia, sir, to kindly join us on stage and felicitate the speakers, starting with Shri Prabhat Dikshit, sir. Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt, retired. Mr. M. Raj Anup will join shortly. Mr. Siddharth Sabharwal. And Mr. Amit Sharma. I would now hand over the session to our session moderator, Shri R. Shakya sir and Professor N.K. Goyal sir.
Sir, since morning, Mr. Bhatia, our leader, is busy in felicitating everybody. I wish to felicitate him on behalf of all of you. Uh, Thank you very much. I must admire our ITU-APT Foundation of India and President Mr. Bharat Bhatia. He has made it known for India in the world. Whenever you go in ITU, everywhere, APT, people know his name. I was in VCS last month. Every director, DSG, SG, oh, you are from Bhatia's country. You are from Bhatia's country. So India is known as a Bhatia's country. And this is because of his leadership and also all the executive members we have here. And the space program is specialty of ITU APT. We are doing it for the third time. And we are waiting for some other persons to join. But what we realized, Mr. Bhatia told me, that because satellite space communication is no more a space communication, it is an integral part of terrestrial and mobile communication. It is expected very soon that all three will merge together. So the issues connected with the security for other sectors also equally applicable here. So this is the program for that purpose. While we wait for Mr. Sakia to join, and he will be the moderator, I would request now, let's start with General Bhatt. General Bhatt, okay. I would request you to kindly say something until we get the Sakia here. As you know, Bhatia, Mr. Bhatt is the Director General of Indian Space Association. Please, Bhatt sir. Anup, come. Thank you. Sakyaji has a habit of coming at the exact time. So Sakyaji and Anupji, most welcome. Again, request Bhatiaji to please come over for time. Now I will leave in the safe hands of Sakyaji. You know already he is additional DGT and head of Haryana LSA, known as ex-ED of ICT Authority Mauritius, also senior advisor of ITU. Sakya sir, head over to you for moderating all of them. Thank you.
ओम ध्यायो शांतिरंतरिक्षः शांति पृथ्वी शांतिरापः शांतिरोषधय शांति वनस्पतय शांति विश्वदेवाः शांति शांतिर्ब्रह्म शांतिर्सर्व शांति शांतिरेव शांति सा मा शांतिरेधि ओम शांति शांति शांति. Good evening, friends. Privately, you may feel, what the hell? Somebody from the telecom background is asking for a Vedic sloka, that too by the seers of the 1,000 years. But what I find more appropriate to start this is that primarily the things which were known to our ancestors thousands and thousands years ago to keep the outer space safe, secure. And that is the precise reason I'm standing with you today to moderate the session, which is going to have 1.5 hours with you to deliberate, take your inputs, take your feedback, share the knowledge from the expert panelists with me on the dais. And the topic, which looks very simple. First word is discussions on the space infrastructure security. And why I feel it is most appropriate? There can be nobody in this world who can claim that I'm the expert of the security and whatever I decide is going to save the entire world. If he makes this instrument, I think he's befooling himself than the all of us. That's the reason the word discussion makes a sense. What I have the knowledge about, what you have the knowledge about, what the panelists have the knowledge about, probably together we can make a safe and secure world, especially in the space sector. More so, we know, as per the OECD figures, the 50% even of the advanced countries' network is essential from the space for serving the critical services. I'm not talking of the developing world. And I'm not referring the individual study. It is OECD study, which makes very clear even the advanced countries depend on the satellite communication for the critical communications. In terms of finance, you see, the business which was there about $640 billion in 2022 is likely to go 1.4 trillion in 2035. In terms of India, I think the importance is more. Let us look at the figures, what our in-space new agency has shared, that in terms of the financial growth, they envisage to grow from about 8.4 millions to 44. So almost 4 to 5 folds. And also, the Indian government wish to have enhanced share in the space segment from current 2% to 8%. So that is the importance for our country. More specifically, if we see the scenario in last 1 year or so, the role played in the ongoing conflicts by the satellites, whether it is relating to proper location services, surveillance, reconnaissance, even the military operations, guided missile operations, primarily led by the space technologies. So it becomes more imperative for us that let us understand this from the different aspects. And we had planned the session in a way with the permission of the House that I am just a moderator. Ultimately, you are the people whom the entire group of the hosts, ITU-APT Foundation and their supporting partners had gathered to take care of the citizens of this country as well as of the global public good. With this, let me take back my place and start the discussion, having 2 questions with each speakers, and that after we will open the house for your valuable suggestions, inputs. With this, I think, let me go back to my. So since we are present today, I have person who is handling the security in the DOT. May I have the honor to put the first question to my friend Anup. He is looking after security planning and intelligence support to the government of India. So the first question to my friend Anup, what are the key challenges to secure space infrastructure? So can I have his views thereon? Anup.
Thank you. So, coming to the question, I believe that space itself is not a dangerous segment as of now. It is that the more we are getting connected to the space segment and the services they are offering, it is the main catchphrase which we all have to understand. Space is not just confined, unlike the earlier 2 decades, it is not just confined to the interconnected satellites in the orbits and all. It is all about even connecting to the ground segment, which comprises of many components. And it is now a complete interconnected digital ecosystem which is providing services. It is not an isolated thing. It is providing services to many critical sectors like banking, finance, agriculture, defense, disaster, emergency. Name it. Even our there are countless applications which citizens rely on day to day, which depend on the satellite. So securing the space infrastructure is not just the satellite in the orbit, but it is the entire ecosystem which we need to consider. So with this, in this context, what I would like to mention is that the first main challenge, similar to the terrestrial part, is the cyber threat. To be more precise, the space meeting the cyberspace. So nowadays we don't need to access to the physical satellite itself to hack it or to do our work. It is just exploiting the vulnerabilities in the ground segment, which is connecting to the satellite itself will solve the purpose. Even there are many reports saying even 60 cyber incidents which were reported globally are on towards the space infrastructure, which are exploiting the space infrastructure. The second segment and the more promising thing is that the space traffic management. I can mention it in two folds. One is that, yes, there is more demand now, more orbital slots are required for the commercial operators, more revenue is there in the space part. So there is more demand, more occupancy, early booking and all in the ITU. Parallel to it, there is also an accumulated debris that is coming up. Around in one of the major global reports, it is mentioned as there are around 100 million microscopic particles, debris, which is floating on the orbital space currently. And out of which we can say around 54,000 objects are having size of more than 10 centimeter, flowing at a speed of 28,000 kilometers per hour. Even a small fragment of it if it touches the operational satellite, it would create a vast impact. So the space traffic management is a second major challenge, which I believe that need to be addressed. And the third and most likely broadly a final challenge which I would like to mention is that the non-kinetic threats, that is GPS spoofing, signal jamming, the interference and all. GPS, I mean, it's a GNSS spoofing, which I would like to specify here. So these are also creating a huge impact, though not a direct physical damage, but yes, they do their damage in terms of poisoning the communication or the navigation services, which we day to day depend on, and the aviation sector, which highly depends on. So this is the third challenge which I foresee in terms of other space infrastructure. On a whole, I would like to mention here is that securing the space infrastructure is not just securing the satellite, it is the securing the entire digital ecosystem connecting this. So the approach should also be holistic. That's it.
Thank you, Anuki. He has explained nicely. I think there's no need to add from my side. So before that, let me go directly to the person, Mr. Siddharth, who is handling, again, the CKT assurance in the Department of Telecommunications. And we all believe what is the importance of assurance is. That too in the current ICT world, wherein the physical touch and all is required. So may I have the honor to invite Mr. Siddharth to throw some light on what are the major vulnerabilities there in the space infrastructure we envisage today.
Thank you so much for the question. So the question is, what are the major vulnerabilities in the space infrastructure? So Anup sir already introduced that space infrastructure is not only the satellites, it is the whole ecosystem which is comprising the ground station, the command and control center, the communication links, and the end user devices in the ground station and other devices. So securing the whole, the vulnerabilities in the infrastructure means we should cover everything. If we look at the physical vulnerabilities, including the space debris, which Anup sir has already discussed, the other things are the anti-space anti-space missiles which the countries have developed, the energy devices or the energy weapons which countries have developed. So if we put aside these physical vulnerabilities, the other vulnerabilities are the cyber security vulnerabilities and the cyber electromagnetic attack. So if we look at these two, the major 4 to 5 vulnerabilities are, the first one is the ground station. So we have to secure the ground station. It's very important because it is not necessary to attack or create vulnerability in a satellite. The whole satellite ecosystem can be ruptured if we attack the ground station. So the physical security of the ground station and the ground station is very important part of this whole ecosystem because it's control the entire satellite. So if any vulnerability is there in this ground station, it will obviously create vulnerability and it will rupture the communication. For example, the KSAT cyber attack in 2022 during Ukraine-Russia war. So the entire satellite communication of the Europe was affected by that cyber attack. So it is very important that we have to secure the ground station. This is the first point. The second point which I want to refer is the TT&C communication link, that is telemetry, tracking and command link, which is actually the heart of communication between the Earth station and the satellite, right? So we have to secure that. It has to be very secure because the authentication and the encryption of this link should be very strong so that no malicious actor is able to send any malicious command through this link. The third thing which Anup sir also referred is the GPS or the GNSS spoofing, which is actually the cyber electromagnetic attack. So this happened in few days back. I think you all of you remember GPS spoofing was in news because it happened in India at Delhi airport. So in this attack, the attacker or the malicious actor tried to create high energy EMF signals, which actually suppress the original signals and the receiver receives some other malicious signals or another some other kind of malicious inputs which the GPS receiver gets. So we have to protect the systems on this also. Now, other vulnerabilities are the common vulnerabilities that all the ICT infrastructure has. For example, the supply chain vulnerability, the API vulnerability, and the software vulnerability. So if we want to secure the space infrastructure, we have to secure all of this ICT infrastructure by regular cybersecurity audits from certain empaneled agencies. Second, we have to be very cautious that all the vulnerabilities which are found during the audit are actually rectified timely. The patch cycle should be taken very seriously. And with the incoming of the mythos, because we have seen that the mythos has created a very significant impact in the cybersecurity domain. We are trying to say pre-mythos and post-mythos era. So we are now in post-mythos era because AI is trying to find vulnerability at a very, very fast speed. Like earlier, we used to find vulnerabilities in 6 to 8 months, but that we are able to do in, like, for example, 4 to 5 hours. But the patch cycle, which OEMs has to make it very fast, is not right now the focus area. Because we are in touch with the OEMs and found that the patch cycle is not reduced. The patch cycle is still of 3 to 4 months. So we have to work in that domain. And the other thing is, we have to ensure that our network is zero trust. We have to ensure that we are continuously monitoring the whole network. We have to ensure that we are using AI to find out vulnerabilities, because AI can easily counter AI. Without AI, we cannot counter AI. And the last point is, we need international cooperation. We need to have cooperation with OEMs, the industry, and the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharthi. You had nicely elaborated on the various vulnerabilities and also tried to answer about the challenges where our friend Anup shared his views. After having learned that, yes, there are so many vulnerabilities, there are so many challenges, we have a person amongst the panelists who is responsible for the satellite licensing in the country and related issues there too, as well as the close licensing from the DOT with the ISRO and other entities. So I would like to raise the next question to Mr. Dikshit. He's the DG satellite. And the question is, having heard so much about the vulnerability and challenges, may I request you to throw some light on the India's way, how these things or the challenges are being addressed in our country? Please.
Thank you, sir. So, when we look at the current landscape of satellite communication, so there was an old era of the geostationary satellites and the now fresh era of the NGSO satellites. Now these NGSO satellites, they are the recent ones software defined. So there is an intelligence at the satellite end, and then intelligence at the ground end, providing broadband services, internet services. So all the vulnerabilities which come with internet now are associated with the satellite networks. So taking into account, one, the security of the network, and two, the security of the user data. So our licensing framework, as I explained in the previous session as well, and the previous licensing framework, that was the GMPCS framework, and now the new authorization framework which has come. it has a special provision and special terms and conditions for SATCOM services. And a large part of that is actually devoted to security. So how to secure these services? So as I explained, one very critical requirement is that all the traffic, user traffic should come to an Indian gateway. So exit will be through an Indian gateway. So any user sending his data to the satellite, it may use the inter-satellite links if there is a provision, or no inter-satellite links if there is no provision. But even after using the various inter-satellite links, the user traffic will not go to a foreign gateway. It will land on Indian gateway and it will exit the Indian gateway. And the Indian gateway will follow all the security requirements which India prescribes, either as DOT or METI or CERTIN or whichever organization is responsible for that. So that is one part which we have incorporated as a standard condition. Because as we understood from Anup, or that the ground infrastructure is in fact the most critical one, and with the internet services, all those vulnerabilities come to that ground infrastructure as well. Then the second part which we have specified is that all user information, that is the subscriber information, it remains resident in India. So it gets stored in India and it is not accessed from outside India. So those conditions are very well defined even in the old GMPACS authorization and the new authorizations as well. So protection of subscriber information, subscriber data is inherent. Then the third part which has been taken care is remote access. So there will be occasions when there will be a need to actually remotely access the components, the various subsystems here for various maintenance or configuration purposes if an expert is located outside India. But then there are very specific provisions which say that everything should be possible to be done from within the country. And in case there is a need for a remote access, it needs to be properly regulated and properly logged, and it should be available to DOT or the agencies to inspect it and see that everything is done properly. So all these arrangements are already in place. And one more information I like to share is that most of these NGSO systems, the way it works is that you have the user terminal, the traffic goes to the satellite, then from satellite it comes to a gateway, and from gateway it goes to a point of presence. So the point of presence is actually the point where the traffic actually goes to the internet. And from user to the point of presence, that link is encrypted. So even if somebody wants to get in between, it's not possible because that complete traffic is encrypted. So that provides a security. Even the TTC part is encrypted. So yes, there are vulnerabilities. Everybody knows that satellite data is flowing through open space, but then that is why these encryptions and these things have been put in place. So definitely a lot of provisions we have already put in. And I had the opportunity to interact with CERTIN probably a month or two back, and they have come out with a very good report in, I think, February of this year, which adequately examines all these various issues related to satellite communication, right from the satellite to the communication link with the satellite, to the ground infrastructure, to the user terminal, everything. So I'll advise, and it's available in public domain, so anybody can go and actually download and read it.
So it's a very good document. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pravaji. You may be feeling that probably the moderator being from the DOT, he is focusing entire discussion in respect of the department. So let me share with you, I am proud to have industry representative. And I should say he is more than representative because he himself is the Director General for the Indian Satellite Association, right? With a large number of, I should say, the members. As we know, vulnerability, threats is one part, but all the threat comes with the opportunities, right? I would like to listen from Lieutenant General but to share his views that what are the opportunities in the current challenging space world for India, for the youngsters, youth, startups. Over to you.
Thank you.
General.
And at the cost of repetition of the session, which was in the morning, and many of you would have heard it, of course, first and most importantly, India is among the very few spacefaring nations of the world. And how we describe a spacefaring nation is to have the capability to launch a satellite, to have satellites in space, and also have interplanetary capability. And fortunately, in space, we sit in the high table on the world, in the world. And this is thanks to the organization called ISRO, which for years in frugal budget has achieved a lot. But a new space revolution started somewhere in 2000 and led by people like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, who have brought in disruptive technology and brought space to the center stage of the economy in the world. All of you are aware of that. What has been done is, and the two major disruption was, one was low Earth orbit communication satellites, and the second was reusable rockets. In both, in reusable rockets, in India, we have not reached somewhere, but I should tell the audience here, there is a startup which maybe by next year, middle of next year, will launch a reusable rocket from India. That's Agnikul. They've already had their launch before. But with all this, we as a spacefaring nation just have a meager share of 2% of the global economy. And what InSpace, which was an organization created primarily to firstly promote, then authorize and regulate private space in India, they have laid down a target that in 10 years, from 2023 to 2033, we would reach a target of at least 4 to 5 times, that is 8%, which would be 44 billion. So from around 8 billion, what we are aspiring to reach is 44 billion. And where are those opportunities? The largest opportunity, what they have made out is in satellite communication. And of course, the other domains are ISR. Very importantly, which was mentioned by one of the speakers earlier, is location services through PNT. And the new domains which are emerging are where security is again required, and they are space traffic management, that is space situational awareness, and management of larger number of satellites which are coming. As we know, there are 10,000 satellites of SpaceLink, which are of Starlink, which are in space. And we are told that they have already applied for 1 lakh satellites to the ITU. If such a large number has to go in, it will require very deft space traffic management. So in all of these, there is an opportunity for India. From constellations for satellite communication, where the first step, I believe, has been taken by GEO, for opportunities for launching satellite for not only India, but the world, is by rockets, which are SSLV was made by ISRO, which has been transferred to the private sector. And so is what Skyroot and Agnikul will bring in. And of course, satellite manufacturing for ISR. And like I mentioned in the morning, the government has already put its faith in private sector. Out of 52 satellites which are being made for the SBS, that is the satellite-based surveillance which the armed forces require, 31 will be manufactured in the private sector. So there are very huge opportunities. And with this comes a very critical opportunity, which the previous speakers have talked of, a secure, cyber secure communication. Because communication will be the very important. And for the security, and why it is an opportunity in India is because in IT industry, because in cyber industry, we have an advantage and we have global standard capabilities in India. And I feel this would be a great opportunity for many in the future, because all this infrastructure, apart from physical protection, requires cyber protection. The networks which are more on ground, starting from the ground station to the point of POP to beyond, all would require a lot of cyber security, infrastructure support, AI support, and which can all are opportunities in India.
Thank you, General Sir. I think has given very clear picture and confidence to all the youngsters with his very encouraging words. Let me move to the person who himself is an entrepreneur. He is the founder and the managing director of a company called ITU-APT. And since he is part of the industry, may I have honor to invite him to share his views, what kind of the role MSMEs or the startups can play in securing the space ecosystem. Over to you, Amit Sharma.
Hello. I'm honored to be part of this elite panel. Here are distinguished guests and very experienced gentlemen here and august guardians. So I can only share my own experience as an MSME in trying to work with the security and the defense establishments in India. And in my opinion, as my fellow gentlemen have stated, that there is no limit to what a startup or MSME can achieve in India currently. We've had companies who are launching rockets. We have these companies who are launching satellites, and they all are MSME or even lower, at the startup or even below startup college grads who are trying to do. So the sky is the limit for anybody who wants to dream in India. In my own journey, I'm a 30-year-old overnight success, and I have moved from industry to institution to defense, and now as a space dominance company who has a space domain awareness ground station in Delhi NCR. And we are expanding to 4 more locations in India and also to more locations around the world. To offer our services to the system of India, we are providing debris location services using radars spread across the world. So we are tracking millions of debris objects using ground-based radars, which are able to track objects up to few centimeter size to a distance of about 2,000 kilometers from the sea. We are also tracking NGSO and geostationary satellites by their RF emissions. We characterize their RF emissions
and then we locate the satellites in their orbit. We also monitor the RF envelope of those satellites over India. As a DOT, it is imperative for the government to know the satellites who are advertently or inadvertently transmitting over our landmass. So we are part of those projects with the government, trying to help them establish the location and transmission envelopes of satellites over India. So all I would say is that there is no limit to what an MSME or a startup can achieve. You only have to dream and dream big. And thanks to our Prime Minister and the efforts of ISPA and InSpace and so many other elders on whose shoulders we are standing, you just have to dream big. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. I think his story shared by him, especially the success, the opportunities, the field wherein he's working and the others can go with, is really something what we all are looking for. Friends, one round, or we can say the one part of discussion rests here. And I had been given an interrupt or intervention to request MC on stage and announce.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So before we head to the next set of questions, I would like to request Professor N.K. Goyal and Dr. Govind Pathak and Mr. Bhatia to kindly join us on stage for the release of the Strategic Executive Report on Trusted Space Infrastructure, Building Secure, Intelligent, and Resilient Space Ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause.
And I will request my co-author, Dr. Govind Pathak, to say a few words about the book.
So thank you, Goyal sir. So again, civilizations are remembered. Respected chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So civilizations are remembered not by the tool they invented, but by the infrastructure they trusted. Road connected people, electricity give us confidence in light over darkness, the internet connected trust in a shared digital world. And today, space has become next critical infrastructure. Satellites orbiting above us, silently powering our communication, our navigation, disaster warning, financial system, and national security. This is no longer just an spacecraft. They are invisible foundations of modern society. That is why Professor Goyal and I speak about trusted space infrastructure. And trust is far more than technical requirement. It is foundation of secure, intelligent, resilience, and sustainable space ecosystem. It is what gives government, industries, and citizens confidence to depend on these systems every day. India has the talent, capability, and vision, not only to build the world-class space infrastructure, but also to help and shape the global principle and standard. They make it trustworthy. Technology will continue to advance because anything permitted by law of physics will eventually become possible. But future will not be defined by technology alone. It will be defined by trust. And I always say, trust is not the technical specification, It is moral architecture. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one of the most important aspect of security is the trust. And having something well documented in a document with due process of data collection, process and experience, this book will definitely benefit all of us. And I would just like to have a question whether this book is available in the on some platform or where the people can access it. Is it? Yeah. It's available. Thank you. So now let me move to the next part. We had heard the different aspects. Let me go back to the licensor. That today, whatever stage we are, can he share the policy reforms undertaken by the space industry, space, I should say, the entire sector, especially so by the DoD, right? That will help us in understanding if any further work is to be done in that aspect. So over to Mr. Deekshit to throw some light on this.
Can you please just repeat questions once more?
Okay. So my question is, let me put in the perspective that there is a lot of scope for the startups. There is a lot of role which can be played by the different other entities. There is a lot of coordination required from the various entities because the moment you say satellite, first thing comes, hey, who handles it? Is it ISRO? Is it in space? It is DOT? Is it WPC? And the people get confused where to go and not to go. And then keeping the importance at the highest level for the national economy, for the national security, for the national preparedness, for wartime. What kind of the policy reforms have been undertaken? If you can throw some.
So, sir, as in the last session as well, I explained the most important reform which has come in recent past has been the new Telecommunication Act 2023. And based on that act, the recent authorization rules which have come in June 2026. So these authorization rules now actually understand the way satellite industry is moving forward, as I explained in the last session as well. So from being provider of services to basically enterprises, now industry is moving to being provider of services to a regular retail customer. So there is a fundamental shift, who is the end user. Then on the technology front, we see that with 4G, then 5G, then 6G. So there is an integration between terrestrial and non-terrestrial network. So the services can be offered both using the terrestrial network as well as the non-terrestrial network, and the non-terrestrial network primarily remains satellite. So if you see our new authorization framework, there is no separate authorization for SATCOM services. So we used to have license for, say, VSAT, CUG, commercial, captive VSAT, CUG, then GMPCS. So all that has been done away with. Now there is a simple authorization regime which says, as part of principal authorization, there is access service, there is internet service, there is long distance service. If I say from the perspective of satellite, so these services can be provided by a terrestrial service provider using terrestrial means. These services can also be provided by a satellite provider using satellite means. Definitely some additional conditions are there for the satellite services, as I explained as reply to the previous question, but this can be provided. So this has been a major reform which has come in, considering the nature of that the services are merging. So DOT is going with the time, and as technology progresses, definitely we'll be keeping pace with that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prabhaji. We understand DOT has come out with the new act, rules. The space policy was also put in place. The coordination work is also put in place. So several activities had been. Let me also supplement that the DOT has introduced TDF, which was earlier available only for bridging the digital divide, is available now for the R&D as well. So the people, not only in the typical telecommunication or the mobile internet world can get benefited from there, but the entire work in the space sector can also be get benefited under the TT. So that is the supplementation I'm trying to provide. Now, prima facie, I think if somebody feels after looking into this environment, A reform, B reform, new act, new policy, new regulations, are they adequate or inadequate? Who is to evaluate that? So I think I will not find a better person than the General Bhatt to suggest.
Thank you for putting me on the spot. But I would take the cue from the first round of discussions. And a very important, in fact, the whole panel today, we are discussing that only. A very important dimension which has come up is national space cybersecurity. And also at the national level, a national space cybersecurity policy is required. So very importantly, the two acts, the Telecom Act and the space policy which have come. Any space cybersecurity policy which comes should be in alignment with it. And it has become a necessity because if we have to protect this critical infrastructure, and as an industry association, we have been requesting the government that space should be identified as a critical infrastructure. And if this critical infrastructure has to be protected, cyber security for space has to be defined. The standards have to be defined that industries can follow that. That is one very important one. The second one, which is already set by the government, but there is a gap in implementation, is the single window. When InSpace was created, we were told for anything to do with space, InSpace would be our window. But in reality, especially for SATCOM, the two critical elements are the gentleman sitting on my right and WPC, both from the Department of Telecommunication. And they're so critical and very important. It cannot be done without them. That harmonization of authorization for SATCOM players in India requires to be done. The third is with cybersecurity, with now many security rules coming up, it is all right for big companies to follow it. The guidelines for security which are laid down and all. But if it is startups and satellite domain today is predominantly startups, compliance costs for them are very difficult. So my suggestion is some kind of support from the government for them to be able to do compliances in cyber, compliances in security would be very important. One domain where government has already started working through InSpace is space standards to meet global standards. They are required for all equipment up in space, on the ground. And presently, of course, there are very clear standards laid down by DOT for anything which is there on ground. But for space, we are still working on it. We presently follow ISRO standards, but we have to now identify Indian standards to be followed there. So these are the 4 important things what I propose.
Thank you, General Bhatt. And having learned, say, the existing framework, the envisaged requirements from the industry, let me go to the little, I should say, the concluding side of the things, making the things simpler. And that is from the entrepreneur, that which segment of the space ecosystem is most vulnerable in security threats in your opinion? Mr. Amish Sharma.
So, as my fellow panelists have already pointed out, that you would point that the normal answer should be the space, but it is actually the ground segment which has the most of the security vulnerabilities. So all the threats exist at the command layer because the command to the satellite is done by the ground station. So we have the telemetry data which is coming in from the satellite to the ground station, and there is a telecommand which is going from the ground station up to the satellite. So there are possibilities that those links, even though encrypted, but still can be hijacked. So there are vulnerabilities could be in the TT&C layer. And then there is also the data layer. So that data is flowing from the satellite to the ground station. In previous times, we had geostationary satellites with C-band and Ku-band links, which are almost spanning the entire continents. So the data is being broadcasted to advertently or inadvertently to hostile nations also. So there could be vulnerabilities in those data, which could then be exploited by hostile nations. So there is a need to secure that data layer. And we, as a government partner company, work in tandem with the DoT to monitor some of those links and the data layers to secure the vulnerabilities in our own government satellites. That's all.
Thank you. And as we have an officer who is responsible for the security assurance, may I request him to say that how can the citizens of the country be assured about the India's space infrastructure being secure and resilient?
Thank you for the question. So I would like to say that India is working in securing the satellite infrastructure in multi-layered manner. For example, we are creating indigenous technology. We are creating policies which are strengthening the communication. We are also having a close nexus and a close coordination between ISRO, in-space, DoT, and industry. For example, we have Telecommunication Act 2023, we have Indian Space Policy 2023, and the Space Telecommunication or Space Communication Reforms 2022. These are reforming policies which are actually creating reforms in cybersecurity. We have also introduced telecom cybersecurity rules and the CTI rules. CTI rules are not applicable to this, but the telecom cybersecurity rules says that all the entities have to do timely audit. They have to do the cybersecurity audit from certain empaneled agencies. They have to timely resolving all the issues in the audit. The entities have to designate some CISOs. The entities need to have a SOC, the Security Operations Center. The entities need to report the incident to certain within 6 hours of knowledge of the incident. So these are the reforms that we have done. And it is very important that all the citizens need to be assured that we are trying to make this very secure. Because obviously no country can say that the risk is zero in this communication technology, but we are trying to reduce the risk as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharji. We end to the last question, and let me make further simple. That is, after having almost an hour plus discussion, what single advice you would like to give to all the operators operating in the satellite segment in the country? Over to Anu.
Thank you, sir. Single advice to such a big ecosystem would be very difficult. But yes, because I deal with the security aspects, let me try to give an advice from a security perspective. See, space is not, as I mentioned earlier also, space is not just an isolated system orbiting there. It is a part of a bigger world where the entire ground network again is connected through a terrestrial network infrastructure only. So we cannot say ki you concentrate on the space part, you leave the ground part, or you concentrate only on the ground part, but you leave the communication link. It is a collab of all the three together. In telecom also, we use a common rule. The network is as secure as your weakest interconnected component. So that equally holds good to the space segment also. So whatever you do, we have to ensure the security from the design stage itself. Not that you ensure it after the launch of the satellite or after the commissioning of the services. It should be from the design and from the manufacturing itself up to the operational, and also at the point of decommissioning, which it has to be taken care. So maybe it would be a broader term, but my single advice would be ensure that you adopt a secure by design approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I asked one advice, he has given two. So I think like 1 + 1 3, let us take and observe that. So this ends the question part from the DICE side. Now the house is open for the discussions. I would request a few things. Kindly introduce yourself and indicate whom the question you are putting to, please. May I request to give the mic to my friend in the second row.
Yeah, thank you, Sakya ji. I'm Dr.
Sorry, sir. I think the row 2. We'll come to you next.
Thank you for the interactive sessions. Very useful. I have 3-4 points. You are all experts. Anyone can take this. Space tourism and hijack of satellites, satellite end of life, space debris, space war. Is there any limit for a country needs to launch number of satellites? How many number of satellites are required depending on the populations? More population, more satellites. Less population, more satellites. There are a lot of evidences out there. And the monitoring of satellites, it is giving the real-time data or some not giving the correct or actual data, what I needed, what the way I need it. Thank you.
So
all are experts.
Okay. since you had said all are the experts, let me take privilege to respond first. Okay. And also being the former security advisor, senior advisor to International Telecom Union. So as far as I'm going, the order may be slightly here and there. The first thing is there any limitation for the specific geography or the country on the numbers of satellites to be put by him or his country? As per ITU regulation, or let me go, the first thing is the orbital slot wherein a satellite is supposed to go, or the activities related to that are being dealt by an agency called International Telecom Union. This is a specialized body of the United Nations, and entire work relating to the orbital is carried out by this entity. Initially, there was a feeling that the satellites should be there in the geostationary orbit or geosynchronous orbit, wherein 3 satellites were adequate to serve the entire world. The problem was that the height of the geosynchronous was almost fixed. So the availability of the orbital slots was highly limited. Though there was no clear-cut defined, or still today, defined numbers that a country can put in A or B or C or 5, 10, 11. But now, in the filing system, the preference is given to a country which do not have the earlier satellites launched. So that is the advantage for the newcomers, new countries, new territories to have the satellites in the geostationary orbit. When we come to the medium or the non-GSO or highly popularly known as the LEO orbits, you may be well aware the orbital size starts from almost 150 kilometers of height from the Earth to the 2,100 kilometers. Because geostationary means we were understanding 36,000 kilometers. Now, having this larger size, as of now, it's open. A country can have as many satellites as they wish. Right? There is no restriction, except that every satellite have to be registered, orbital slot have to be obtained, and the due process for, I should say, harmonization have to be followed. So that is the answer with respect to the number of satellites. Coming to the data availability to the users, is it real time or it is processed? The data reliability or the data accuracy or and the data sovereignty, whatever way you say, in all 3 different aspects of the data, it primarily depends on multiple factors. One, the source of data you are taking. 2, the commercial conditions between the seeker and the provider. 3, applicable laws of the respective territory. Suppose you want to say, the fact remains, if you even if you name some companies, the bigger companies which are having over 10,000 satellites and all. In fact, I prefer not to name anyone. So even you take the constellation of over 10,000 satellites in the space, they have, as far as visibility is concerned, to almost to the whole world, right? So if the data is sourced from that kind of the company, probability of availability is high. But if the data pertains to a country where he does have the visibility, but the country, while having the harmonization, has not allowed to fetch in the relevant data of his territory, in that case, this is a applicability of the local laws while dealing with the data. So there is no definite answer that data will be perfect. It can be perfect, or it may have certain deviations, depends on the multiple scenarios. Coming to the third part, yes, we understand as far as large number of satellites are concerned, the debris issues being say faced. There has been groups, study groups, focus groups, as well as you can say the resolutions taken in the WRC of the ITU. Again, now we are going to the PP in the November. These issues are being discussed in depth. The decision maker is consensus based in the ITU. So many things like lobbying, pulling, forcing, everything acts there.
This is not considered as a climate change.
Really, no, so far. Yeah, so in terms of that climate change, but yes, but now I think it is being included in some of the, I should say, the contributions being made by the different countries, that climate change with respect to the satellite may also be considered. Right, but as of now, I think I'm not sure. I'll still work out, and I request the panelists here, if anybody is having more information about considering or climate change versus the satellites, if anybody can complement, please. Sir, you will like to? Or? Okay. Or we will have the offhand discussions. Please, next question.
Yeah, thank you, Saibia Saab. And I'm Dr. Satyan Gupta, Professor of Practice in South Asian University, which is the world's only university owned by 8 countries, led by India, of course. And I really want to compliment you and panelists. A lot of things and very satisfying answers have been given. But my question is for the future about the security. And in future, you know that quantum is threatening or quantum is coming. So what are we planning? And especially I like to address the question to Anup and Sid. Actually, if they can tell me, are we prepared for taking care of the cyber threat in the quantum era?
Thank you. That's a very a question that has to be addressed for now. See, quantum is something definitely we all must be knowing it. It is it is throwing an advantage on one side, and the same advantage is becoming a threat in a other way to us. Like many of the impossible solution problems are being solved through quantum once a quantum computer comes into picture, which we all know. But even today's impossible to crack encryption techniques can also be easily decrypted using the same quantum computer, which makes the entire communication open and unsecure. So yes, it is a phase-wise adoption which any country can also take into. But we thought earlier the Q day, which we call the quantum day, as after 5 years or 6 years. But in the advancements of IBM and Google and all, I think it reduced to now 2029, which we probably feel it as a Q day. But yes, quantum is more concentrated on the encryption part, cryptography part for now. So things are moving on in that ahead. Even we have a separate national quantum mission under Department of Science and Technology, which is working completely on this quantum adoption, where they have suggested certain post-quantum cryptographic algorithms which have to be adopted in the current telecom or any encryption standard, because the backbone is the telecom for majority of the critical sectors, whether the backhaul can be through space or the tower or anything, the banking, even the disaster, SMS generation and all, this is all through the telecom. So in the encryption part, we are already taking care, and telecom being categorized as a critical sector now, We are planning for a full adoption by 2029, where also covers the space part. Thank you.
Thank you. Due to shortage of time, I think we will be closing the questions here. But I request the people who have any desire to have the discussion post this there. In the conclusion, what I share with you is that security is not an individual's effort. We have to work together. Let's work together, use all possible technologies, work on each vulnerability, and I'm sure with the collaboration and cooperative approach and partnerships with all entities globally, we shall be able to secure the space as prayed by our rishis thousands years ago. With this, I take permission of the entire house to close the session. Thank you. Thank you to all, especially my co-panelists here in the panel. Thanks a lot. I think from my side, we complete the session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shakya. I thank all our panelists for joining us and gracing this occasion. I request, sir, to please join us on stage. Mr. Goyal and Mr. Bhatia to please join us on stage and do the honors of presenting the mementos to our panelists, starting with our session moderator, Shri R. Shakya, sir. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We thank Mr. M. Raj Anup. Thank you very much, sir. We thank Mr. Siddharth Sabharwal. Thank you very much, sir. We thank Shri Amit Sharma, sir. Thank you very much. And our heartfelt thanks to Shri Prabhat Dikshit, sir, and Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt, sir. Thank you very much. I request our panelists to kindly join for a group picture. I request all our panelists to kindly come forward for a group picture. Siddharth, sir. Thank you very much. I now request Mr. Bhatia to kindly conclude with a vote of thanks.
So thank you very much, Goel Sahab. And this was a very fine closing session for today. And particularly, I would like to thank Shri R. Shakya ji, Additional DGT and Head of Haryana LSA, Department of Telecom. Also like to thank Shri Siddharth Sabharwal ji, Director, Security Planning, DOT. Shri Anup ji, Director, Security Assurance, DOT. Shri Prabhat Dikshit, DDG Satellite, DOT. Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt, Director General ISPI. Shri Amit Sharma, Founder Amitech Electronics. And of course, Dr. Govind Pathak, author, for launching the security book. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the concluding session. And now we move on to the dinner. Today's dinner is hosted by by Jisova. I will hand over to Dan Kraft here to introduce our dinner host. Dan, over to you.
So thank you very much, BB, and hello, good evening, everybody. So my name is Dan Kraft. I am from Forum Global, And it's been our honor to partner with BB and all the team at IAFI on this year's event. And what a fantastic day it's been. I've definitely learned a lot. It's been a long day, but a really, really interesting day. And it's been so interesting to hear the various discussions. But as I said, it has been quite a long day. And when you come to events such as these, it's not only about building knowledge, it's also about networking and building new contacts and catching up with people maybe you haven't seen for a while. And we're honored to have so many key stakeholders from India here, but also so many international colleagues who have joined us. And a big thank you to all of our international stakeholders who've joined us here and traveled, in some cases, quite a long way to be here with us in India. So we're delighted now, though, to have a networking dinner, a chance for us all to relax, and a chance maybe to, as I said, to catch up with old friends and old faces and maybe to meet some new contacts and new friends too. And we're very, very grateful to GSOA, the Global Satellite Operators Association, for hosting this evening's dinner. So really do appreciate Isabel and everyone at GSOA for hosting this dinner. So just before we start the dinner, and if we could just have everyone's attention literally just for 5 more minutes, and then we will have the chance to network. So if I could ask just for everyone's attention, we're going to play a short video. And this is a video on behalf of our host for this evening's dinner, GSOA.
Sure. May I request everyone to kindly be seated? Everyone's requested to kindly be seated.
Sorry, everybody, but if I could just have your attention, please, and if we could ask everyone just to be seated just for 2 minutes. If I could ask everyone to be seated, thank you very much. So that's a video on behalf of our host, GSOA. And as I say, we really are grateful to GSOA for hosting this evening's dinner, and most importantly, for providing everyone here with the drinks and the food that you're about to have. So please, you need to make sure, if I could have your attention, to listen for the next few minutes. So as I said, delighted to have GSOA here. And it's my honor now to introduce and to officially open this evening's dinner on behalf of GSOA, Isabel Mauro, the Director General. Isabel, thank you so much again. Welcome. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan. And I know I'm standing here between a very, very long day and hopefully some good drinks and food. So thank you. Thank you for staying all day. It's been an amazing conversation. I am not going to repeat any big messages. You've heard them this morning. I'll be on a panel tomorrow. I'll have the opportunity to give you some very serious thoughts again tomorrow. But I think what I would like to say is, first of all, thank you to IFI, to Dan, Global Forum Global, for hosting this event. This is the 3rd year that I'm coming to this event, and it's growing stronger and stronger. So I think this is also a tribute to how much space has become important in India, in addition to the rest of the world. But tonight, for the couple of hours that we have ahead of us, let's not take ourselves too seriously, but also let's not be too negative. I think too often when we think of space, when I hear about satellite, I hear fear, I hear about challenges, I hear about risks. So tonight, let's just focus on the opportunities that satellite can bring to the 600 million people that are still not connected in India. And I really do believe our industry is going to be a critical instrument and vehicle to help connect these people. Increasingly, we are working with the terrestrial industry. I come from the mobile world, so to me, it is a mission to make sure that together We're going to bring benefits not only to citizens, but also to all the businesses that we are going to connect in rural areas of India and elsewhere in the world. Help fishermen, help agriculturists, farmers, help young entrepreneurs and businessmen wherever they are. So tonight, let's focus on being positive and let's look at all the opportunities that we will bring together and how government and industry, we can all work together to make this happen. So thank you. You can go to the end. I think it's at the end of the room to enjoy the drinks and enjoy dinner. And thank you again for your attention and your presence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morrow. Thank you very much, Mr. Kraft. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Kraft would like to speak.
Just sorry, one more thing just to say, and maybe I'm stealing the thunder here, obviously. Just to say, tomorrow we start at 9 o'clock again for registration, and 10 o'clock sharp we'll be starting for our keynote presentation. So please make sure you're all back here for 9 o'clock tomorrow. Enjoy the dinner, and apologies, I will pass back over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes day one of Space Policy Conference 2026. I request everyone to kindly proceed for dinner. We are going to see you tomorrow. Looking forward to see all the faces tomorrow morning at 9. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you, Mr. Dan. Thank you.